Welcome to Apex, everybody. I am Wolf. With me is Achilles this evening. Where there are winners, there are also losers. And tonight we will have two teams eliminated from this season of Apex. It's sad that with these four elite teams that we have in this loser match, two of them are going home, man.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be the best of the losers in order to advance from here. Winner of our first match, which is EnVyUs versus Meta Athena, going to go up to face X6 Gaming. Winner of that will advance into the semifinal. Loser also out of the tournament. So it's all high pressure from here. People just going to be getting eliminated left, right, and center. EnVyUs going to be looking for that rematch versus X6. So hopefully that time around, for the West's sake, they could actually put a win on the board. But first, they do have to go through a struggling Meta Athena.
That's right. Meta Athena, as their name implies, very much changed the meta in Season 2 and made Zarya very much a staple hero. But nowadays, not very strong, and even though they're moving away from that Zarya meta, they're trying to put Hoon on the D.Va, they're trying to actually run these more dive-oriented comps. They have really struggled. We'll talk more about that later as we get to the match itself. Our second match of the evening will be Conbox Spirit versus Lunatic-Hai. Winner will move on to face the
LW Blue.
That's right, LW Blue, with Panthera taking the win over LW Blue, partially due to Giannis's injury, his collapsed lung. So, but unfortunate there, but still, Lunatic-Hai, you know, the defending champions, if they slip up tonight, they will actually fall out of the tournament. So defending champions not making it all the way, definitely a very real possibility, is many Korean analysts, including the Marine, who's the most famous Overwatch caster in Korea, predict actually a Conbox Spirit victory tonight. So you have smart people like that saying things, starts to feel a little bit desperate for Lunatic-Hai, but still, most people in the West would consider them to be the favorites right now, despite Who Are You being absent right now. Lunatic-Hai is starting yet again Jito on the roster, so
yeah, thought maybe we'd hold off on that one for a little bit, let everyone kind of wonder, is Who Are You going to be playing? But yeah, like you said, everyone expecting, on the Korean side, Conbox Spirit to come up with a victory because Who Are You is still sitting on the bench. So not really sure what's going on in that regard, but it seems like the team still has confidence in Guido to perform. But we haven't yet seen it, and now it's down to the wire. I mean, defending champions, you do not want to go out in the loser's match, so the pressure is on, especially for any of the teams tonight. It's going to be EnVyUs, the West Hope, and Lunatic-Hai as that reigning champion.
When we saw Jito play last week, it looked like, okay, maybe they'll sub him out after Game 1 or Game 2, just to give him some more experience in a high-pressure situation. Didn't sub him out at all. Who Are You, of course, was absent from the studio, and then questions are mounted. Where is he? Why isn't he playing? But when you look at that final game on Dorado, the mistakes that Jito made, especially trying to dive in there into the spawn, actually cost them the series at the end of the day. So he has that experience of making a big mistake on stage now. But will that loss be enough? Could it even be a detriment to his confidence going forward?
I mean, that's always something to be concerned about. I mean, one of the big things that we had questioning Rogue when they came in here was Nico, with the lack of LAN experience, and that really did shine through on their first performances especially, but it seemed to improve from there. So I think that we can look for a bit of an uptick in Guido's performance. He definitely had shining moments during that set, but overall, like you said, he was making the mistakes that were just a little too crucial, couldn't make them at those moments. And that's when it really counted, and that's when Lunatic-Hai faltered and came up with that loss.
That's right. So, I mean, I feel like every experience is a learning experience in Kilios. Sure. So that's the story of that. But we're going to be jumping into our interviews with the players, so take a look.
어려운 점을 본인들이 누구보다 더 잘 알고 있어요.
Any moment now.
숙제로 다가왔다는 생각이 듭니다.
저희가 부족한 게 뭔지 딱 보이더라고요. 창으로만은 안 된다, 공격만으로 안 된다라는 기분이 너무 들어서 아직도 잊을 수가 없네요.
여러 가지 다양한 전략을 좀 보여주기 위한 준비, 이펙트라는 신형 엔진, 타입법이 좀 나오니까 어쩔 또 되는 거죠. 네.
X6가 진짜 준비를 많이 해왔더라고요. 와, 이 팀 잘한다. 우리가 골랐지만 최악체가 아니었다 이 생각했고요. 이제 제 트레이서에 대한 방책이 다 마련되어 있다고 보여요. 그게 좀 두렵네요.
뭔가 EnVyUs는 예전에 저희를 보는 기분이에요, 조합이. 공격적이지도 않고 수비적이지도 않고 애매해요. 상대가 들어오면 이거 받아치면서 해야겠다. 그 성향 중 하나가 코코 선수일 수도 있죠. 팀을 위해 무언가를 하다가 터지는 경향이 많아요. 그게 공략의 열쇠가 될 수도 있네요.
돌진 메타에 적합하던 팀이 아니거든요. 패전으로 내려올 거라고는 예상했어요. 겐지 트레이서 날아다니는 시대에 자리에 혼자 뚜벅뚜벅 걸어다니면서 레이저 뷰 쏘고 있으니까 답답하죠.
우린 뚜벅뚜벅이라도 걷는데 형은 이번 경기 걸어다니지도 못할걸? 저희 팀은 이번에 포커싱 조합을 연습하는 과정이에요. 성장을 하면서 넘을 수 있는 그런 계기가 되지 않을까 싶어요. 패배라는 단어에 익숙해지면 안 돼요. 이해하는 순간 발전이 없거든요. 저희는 하지만 지면서 억울했고 짜증났고 경기 중에 아쉬움도 넘쳐 흘렀거든요. 승리로 이끌어서 남은 경기도 더 하고 싶어요.
일단 노력하는 모습은 되게 정말 보기 좋고요. 이번에는 승승승으로 이길 테니 바짝 긴장하고 놀아 주시기 바랍니다. 과정은 길어졌지만 결과는 변함없을 거예요. 확신합니다.
Overwatch Apex Season 3, energized by Hot 6, quarterfinal. Today's matchup, EnVyUs, Meta Athena.
The stage is set, ladies and gentlemen. EnVyUs versus Meta Athena. It's time for the rematch. Confidence on both sides going into this series, but may end up being a one-sided one. I think momentum is super important going into this best of 5.
I mean, for sure. I mean, you mentioned this being a rematch. I was talking about, the potential one that we would have with X6 if EnVyUs could win this, but you're right, going back to the group stage, this is actually a reverse sweep for EnVyUs. Went down 2-0 at the start of that set. The first one that they played in Apex Season 3 after their delayed arrival in Korea was looking a bit shaky, but then completing that reverse sweep, getting that 3-2 victory, and starting off the season a bit wobbly, but then growing from there with 2 3-0s very swiftly following forward. So because of that result, because Meta Athena have lacked their innovation that we saw from them in Season 2, you still think that EnVyUs would come into this as favorites. Let's go ahead and meet the players.
Chips high-end. Coco. Effect. Harry Hook. Mickey. Taimu. EnVyUs.
There you have it. A team that is a champion of this tournament. They won Season 1 in dominant effect. And this team obviously looked really strong in the group stage, but the toughest opponent they had to face in that group stage was Meta Athena. They struggled there. They talked big against X6, but they came up empty at the end of that best of 5 there, so that's why they're in this losers match in the first place. So 2 very close scores with Meta Athena and X6, 2 very similar teams in terms of breaking the meta, but it feels like there's definitely some asterisks here for EnVyUs. Notably, Taimu saying he feels a little bit burnt out. He's been living in Korea for 3 seasons now. He's been here for a long time. He's been away from home. He's traveling. He was at BlizzCon, etc. So can he actually bring himself together, get the strength to finish this match? A big question, as burnout is definitely something that happens in esports, especially early on in new esports like Overwatch.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger question for me is, are we actually going to see any differentiation from the side of EnVyUs when it comes down to what comps are running? Effect in that interview saying that most teams have plans against this Tracer. That's why X6 was able to topple them. Will we see him bring out the Genji? Because right now he's at 100%. We can only question that. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and meet their opponents, Meta Athena.
자리가 있으면 뭐?
Saya player.
이것이 루시구나. 루시오. 실패 이어서. 연계. 맞잖아. 가도 루시. 가도 루시.
Chris.
지금 또 지금 크리스한테 잘못 줬습니다. 노스 죽기 전에. 그렇지만 어쨌든 테리. 그래도 상관이 없어요. 네, 어쨌든 자리가 보는 거죠. 진단도. 자, 모아놓고요.
Boom. Libero. Alpha. Nos. Meta Athena.
Meta Athena coming to this one, perhaps revitalized. They talked about this in their interview, their opening interview, saying they've really been working on target selection and also focus firing, choosing one member, focusing them down. So really working on their dive essentially, because that's been the weak link of this team all season long. And that could be worrisome for EnVyUs, because with Mickey's very aggressive style, he may be the first one to fall, going to a lot of these team fights. And once he's down, that really empowers the DPSs on Meta Athena, most notably Saya player and Libero, to do their work.
Yeah, I mean, they've also got to put a target on Kogo's back, talking about how he tends to die very early on into the fight. So maybe they just want to focus him, get rid of that front line, and then move on to the legs of Mickey. Just completely eliminate both of those tanks so they can clean up the fight. Of course, you're still going to have to be concerned about Effect, about Taimu. We saw in the past teams having struggles where it's like, well, which one do we go for? Because if you focus on Effect, then Taimu destroys you. If you focus on Taimu, then Effect destroys you. So it's a bit of a catch-22 situation, but maybe Meta Athena have finally figured it out, much like X6 did. But going ahead onto our first battleground of the day will be Nepal to start us off.
I feel like this is a map that really favors Meta Athena, in fact, just based upon how well they can use Zarya on this map. And that's the real big question going into this best of 5 is, will Meta Athena go back to the dive they looked very, very mediocre on in their last best of 5 against Afreeca Freecs, or are they going to go back to the meta that they know but is not really weak? It's really weak right now. It's not very strong. It's not very effective. And they're definitely going to have to choose. And if they're flexing on the fly, if they're doing a little bit of both, I'm worried for them, because I think they need to come in strong with one kind of mindset, one sort of composition idea in mind.
Well, EnVyUs recently playing on Nepal versus X6 was a 2-0 victory for X6 to pick up that map. So maybe a poor roll of the dice here for the side of EnVyUs, but you have to expect that they're going to be trying to tighten up those weak points, lock down these maps that they haven't had success on. So maybe Nepal is one of the ones that they've been practicing on very heavily leading up to this match.
Guys, it's time for EnVyUs versus Meta Athena. The rematch is live. We're jumping into Nepal for game number 1.
Get it.
All right, so still some smiles on the faces of the EnVyUs members there after seeing Nepal. So gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and expect that this is something that they have been working on, tweaking their performances.
This is a map we've seen Taimu flex onto McCree several times, but it looks like he wants to run the more common soldier here, at least from the looks of things to start, with the more traditional dive coming out from Meta Athena, who notably starting on Diva, not the Zarya, on Village. Very likely we'll see Zarya on Sanctum specifically though. Perhaps Shrine, he's used it there quite a bit, but for this one it's definitely a more Diva map.
Let's start pushing forward here. Saya player having to use that recall very early as he goes low on the Tracer. Or just everybody going to be dashing around, trying to get some damage in, but no picks coming through. As they say, that Alpha does go down as Effect finishes them off, but both the Winstons will be taken out as Libero finds Coco. back and forth here. Saya player trying to get rid of this baby diva as Mickey gets popped out. Will be able to finish him off, but still, trade back coming through from the side of EnVyUs as well, getting rid of Libero. As they start making their way onto the point, unlocked, and EnVyUs is posturing forward. Should be able to get this first cap. Let's get completed. We'll see how long they can hold on to this.
Yeah, it looked like Saya player might just have done enough to secure, but it wasn't quite the case with Hoon losing his mech early on in the fight. Mickey didn't really protect anybody in that fight. That's why Saya player did so much damage, but at the end of the day, when Hoon was gone, things did flip a little bit there in that fight. Effect is holding on to that very important pulse bomb. Looking for a target already. No one showing themselves just yet. Okay, we'll find them on the high ground here, but no good targets. He looks for Libero, though. Libero not deflecting backwards, gets taken out.
Yeah,
Huge
just
mechanical mistake.
This comes right through, and he gets ripped apart. Effect on his flank just takes him right out. Now, yet again, Alpha. Discord Orb target selection coming through from Chips is on point, and they are just tearing right through them. The sound barrier comes down, but Meta Athena, they're kiting backwards, trying to stay alive. Nuss trying to get out with his life, but Effect with that wry smile on his face dashes forward, takes him out, just giving that stagger over to Meta Athena.
They have a massive lead in ult economy now. Effect didn't use his pulse bomb for any of those picks, and Meta Athena staggered themselves on the respawns by trickling in like that. And already a worry if you're a Meta Athena fan. They've chosen, at least on Village here, to run the more traditional dive comp, but it just doesn't look as practice as what EnVyUs is running right now, even without the Genji.
There's an enormous mistake to use that sound barrier there, and already Alpha has gone down. Effect finally using the pulse bomb, takes him out off screen. Coco popping the mech on Hoon, and Nuss is yet again dead. The Zenyatta battle winning out now. Taimu pushing forward with attack visor, takes down Saya player, and they're shoving him all the way back into the spawn, Wolf.
Yeah, this is looking terrible, and you can probably see the subtle defense matrix there on top of Taimu protecting him throughout that entire exchange. Mickey actually playing a little bit further back. Obviously, when you have this much control, that's how you're going to do it. You can't dive the spawn, but having that extra protection, this looks like it may just be a hard cap. Meta Athena is going to have to use everything that they have in their arsenal to try to retake, but if EnVyUs just plays defensively, they'll get an advantage. Already, Hoon's out. Alpha, no tanks.
Yeah, Nuss using that Transcendence will be matched here by Chips, just trying to keep everybody topped off, and Hoon has already died alongside Alpha and Libero. The DPS going to be severely limited. Saya player throws out that last-ditch pulse bomb, won't find a stick, and that is going to be Village very swiftly, 100% to 0 over to Envy.
Well, I can tell you that if Meta Athena wants to keep running this, they're going to have to play it a lot better than that, I feel. I mean, they looked like they knew what they were doing in terms of target selection, but Mickey was playing a little bit more defensively than normal, and Taimu was always protected there. But it was Effect who found the most damage without his pulse bomb in the back lines, and it felt like Meta Athena fell apart a little bit there, especially when they came in for their second big push after the cap was at like 25-30%, where they were trickling in members, especially the Zenyatta, who got picked off several times. So Effect just found those targets, punished the play of Meta Athena, and sometimes we've seen Effect struggle to kind of get into his rhythm in the first game. It takes a little bit while to kind of get online, if you will. But this time it's been good.
All right, well, EnVyUs, as we move over to Sanctum, Mickey is starting things off with the Torbjorn.
Okay, it's real. No Orisa support for this, though. Just going to be Coco perhaps dropping a few barriers. They're going to control this first fight with it. At least that's the idea.
Well, the turn's already going to go down as Libero cuts his way through that. Mickey and Effect both falling, but the trade backs coming through very heavily in favor of EnVyUs. Almost a team wipe completed as Chris will go down. Nuss, the sole remaining member, off on the flank on the high ground. Will be trying to retreat, duking out with Chips there. As you can see, he goes low, but he's just going to jump off the map. So effective team kill in the end.
Harry got 2 boops there in that fight, not to mention the fact that it looks like off-screen he was doing a lot of extra damage in terms of headshots. Remember, Harry Hook, an ex-DPS player, does flicks into it oftentimes, so really the MVP of that fight. Even though we were watching Taimu, you have to give credit to the Lucio player here on the side of EnVyUs, making those plays. And now the turret has been reset here by Mickey. He's actually doing a lot of extra damage here on his own. Turret notwithstanding, there's the Discord, and Alpha goes down.
Yeah, yet again, I mean, you can see the communication here from EnVyUs is pretty on point, just going straight onto those Discord Orb members. As soon as it comes out from Chips, they will be losing out on this exchange as Libero comes up with several kills, cutting his way through Coco and Harry Hook. So the recap still hasn't happened, though, as EnVyUs maintains control.
Yeah, looks like they're going to reset for another push here. Saya player looking for a flank, unfortunately already spotted by a well-protected Taimu. Chases him away. This is just looking disastrous so far here for Meta Athena. Again, down on ult economy. Molten Core is going to be up in 30%. They just don't have any way to break through. They're going to try to dive in again. Alpha first. Hoon's already out of the mech, though. This is disastrous.
Yeah, gets knocked out by that pulse bomb. Libero now dragging out that Dragon Blade, trying to cut his way through, but Chips has the Transcendence there to just go ahead and nullify. But Nuts pushing forward with his own. They will be able to find Mickey. As Coco's just zapping away, has the Primal Rage, goes very low, finally pops it, keeping himself alive, just trying to find the kill here onto this Genji. A couple more smacks will take him down, and with the help of Taimu, they get the kill, but in that time, EnVyUs shoved all the way back towards that initial choke point. They do lose the spawn, the flip comes through, 75% for them.
They used a lot of ults for that too. They committed to the Transcendence, the Sound Barrier. They didn't have Molten Core. That would have been the big commitment there. So they have a lot of tools to work with to retake still, but not the ones they would have liked. So they were very confident they were going to hold that fight.
Oh dear.
That's a double there if you include the turret.
I mean, given that the Molten Core was available, you kind of have to consider that. In fact, it's going to get jumped on. Does finish off Saya player for the 1-for-1. But EnVy is still trying to stick in here with Mickey on the Molten Core, but he has to place the turret behind these corners. Can't really play it where it has free shots in onto the point.
It's very difficult to, when you're behind like this, get into a position where your opponent has a defensive step to actually have an aggressive turret. It's more better when you're ahead, obviously.
Yeah.
He's going to go ahead and drop down that Molten Core to try to force it now. May even see a switch if this fails. He is protecting it right now. Discord onto Hoon, forcing the self-destruct.
Yeah, shoves them back around the corner. Will go ahead and kill the turret at the end, so Mickey not going to be getting too much profit off of that one. In the meantime, Taimu has that tac visor pulled. He's looking for a target, and Alpha going straight outside of his bubble will get taken down, but Libero follows up for the kill. Now the Dragon Blade cuts his way through Chips. Harry goes down, Mickey dead as well, and Meta Athena will hold on to this point. Nearly had the recap through there from EnVyUs, but they just can't quite find it.
Libero's stepping it up in this series for sure, finding a really good angle there when everyone on EnVyUs was forced back. I like that Mickey's going to switch over to the Diva because Taimu was just not very protected there. He got the lucky kill on the Alpha, like you said, when he stepped out of the bubble, but otherwise wasn't protected. And it's so difficult to attack with Torbjorn here against a defensive setup, so just wanted to force that Molten Core, but it cost them precious time.
Oh, really good defense matrix there, keeping Chips alive, but Taimu goes down on the other side of the fight. Sound barrier down here from the side of Meta Athena as they keep pushing forward. Double Transcendence out from both of these Zenyatas, and the Primal Rage coming through here from Alpha, just trying to smack people out of it so they can actually get taken down. And he's doing just that. Chips and Harry Hook both falling, Effect going low, and now it's into overtime, back over onto the point where Coco and Mickey are desperately trying to create time here for the rest of the squad to get there. They're knocked off. Coco coming back in. Primal Rage as he's low on HP. Has to leap back out. Effect tagging in, just keeping this clock running. But the rest of the squad, still several members respawning here. And Meta Athena might just have it. Harry Hook boot back, leap back in here from Coco as Chips swaps over onto that Sombra. They're trying to buy even more time, but the double kill comes through. Sombra and Lucio get taken down. And Meta Athena come up with a win on Sanctum.
So much time bought there by Effect. That was pretty impressive to see how he danced in and out, going up and down those stairs there, saving his recalls to the last moment. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough. In terms of ult economy, it's terrible that the pick there, Saya player actually won that round, I feel, alone just by killing Mickey, stopping him from getting that important Molten Core up, as you mentioned, because he committed so much to staying with the Torbjorn, even respawning, forcing, I think, losing 3 turrets, trying to get a turret up, getting the Molten Core out. Had he just said, forget the Molten Core, I'm going to switch to Diva, maybe they would have had a better fighting chance. They would have had a self-destruct there to contest, but the commitment to Torbjorn early looked really strong for them. But Saya player really limited its value, and Alpha really stepping up. I always felt that Chongshik was the better Winston, but not today. Alpha looks to be much improved.
These squads getting ready to fight here on top of Shrine as they start pushing and looking for those initiating picks. EnVyUs very much sticking with the same comp that we saw over on Village. As Chips is just being fully protected out by Mickey, playing bodyguard duty with that defense matrix. Meantime, Nuss, Alpha both go down. Chips finally gets cut through by Libero, and he has Taimu as well, dashes through to get that kill. So 2 picked up by the Genji. But EnVyUs still with a man advantage. Starting to get that cap coming through as Mickey postures up onto the point.
Mickey just doing what he can to try to grab this. Alpha will dive in to get the mech destroy, but he's going to pay for it with his life. Or actually will not. Does escape, knocks the mech down. Looks like it's going to be a flip, quote unquote. It's not captured yet, but control will be taken here, at least temporarily, by Meta Athena.
They're off it for a second, so the cap almost actually came through. Pulse bomb thrown out, not quite going to find anything other than the knockout from the mech. So Hoon going to be in that baby diva form as Effect still dashes through, trying to keep himself alive. Holds onto the recall for so long, and will stay alive in the end. Actually finishes off Alpha as well, even without the Discord Orb. So EnVyUs putting up one hell of a fight to try to get this first cap. Libero drawing out that Dragon Blade, tries to get the kill on the chips. One final swipe will take him out, finds the double as both supports get taken down, but Coco is there to clean up house, gets rid of that Genji. But now, with no supports, EnVyUs try to kite back off the point. They will lose that first cap.
The thing that we talk about with Effect all the time in EnVyUs games is his ability to flank, to find picks, to find kills, and that's usually what a Tracer's job is, but his survivability, I feel, and how long he stays alive in these fights, how much time he buys, especially on this first control point, is really the highlight of what he's showing us here. Very impressive. Fortunately, the fight, of course, goes Athena's way. Alpha going to dive in once again.
That's the sound barrier immediately coming out here from EnVyUs, just trying to keep everybody alive, but it's not going to be enough to keep chips up. He does go down in Effect now, pushing back in onto the point, has the pulse bomb ready to go, looking for a stick if he can only find it. Instead, just helps take down Chris alongside Coco, getting rid of both those supports as Nusk goes down as well. But still, you could see Meta Athena just shoving them back towards the spawn. So even with getting both the supports down, EnVyUs have not been able to get a cap.
No, definitely not. And they have a few ults available here, but already using the main ones, unfortunately, in that last exchange. So not going to be able to do the heavy 6 ult push. Transcendence here alone is going to be enough to push them back. In fact, not able to get the pick he wanted there. Already used his recall. And Libero's got another Dragon Blade. We see what he can do with these, and here he goes.
Yeah, already chips going down. Alpha actually finishing him off with the leap. After that Transcendence was popped, Libero just trying to keep himself alive, dashes back to the side, tries to get that health pack. As Mickey throws out the self-destruct. Fine Saya player, had so much time to get around the corner, but just was playing with fire. And he got burnt in the end, so Mickey opening things up here for his squad. But still, nobody from EnVyUs just now posturing up onto that point.
So much time bought here from Athena despite that amazing pick. Hoon's demeched here, so this should certainly be the flip. Effect once again surviving through crazy circumstances, getting the health pack.
They're stopping the cap though, it hasn't come through. There we go, finally finds it. And Saya player was dashing around and Libero got taken down. So they bought so much time for themselves, did Meta Athena. 91% accrued on the point. And EnVyUs, they basically have to hold this all the way. If you get a flip through for Meta Athena, you're looking at an overtime retake.
It's going to be the 6-man ultimate push probably for Meta Athena. They're going to do a few eco pokes in here to try to look for that ult percentage. They're halfway there with Libero on the Dragon Blade, which is going to be the key one for how these team fights have been going in terms of ult usage. Actually being targeted down here by Effect. Doesn't find him, but looks for Nuz. Soundbearer is forced by this, actually.
He almost finds him, and he might still go down in the end. He does. Effect comes up with the kill all the same. Alpha now jumping around with the Primal Rage, just trying to get these smack offs. Does find two. Finds several. Mickey goes flying off the map. Alpha!
Easy.
You could see popping off in the booth. Hyped after that play, and he damn well should be.
I mean, that's a rage face for a Primal Rage. If I've ever seen it, that's going to be the map for Meta Athena. They take it.
All on the back of Alpha with that one play. They get the retake just like that, and they find the cap. Good Lord, Alpha destroying with the Primal Rage, and Envy lose map 1, and you really have to go back to sticking on the Torbjorn on Sanctum.
Yeah, and if you go back and look at Alpha's play, the last time these two teams faced, he was playing mostly Reinhardt, actually, for Meta Athena. That's how they were playing with a triple tank. And he was heavily criticized because of his early charges, his aggressive play style. And in fact, towards the end of the series, Changshik was a late sub, was actually subbed in. They still end up taking the series, but I think it was a reasonable substitution. But now that he can play this more aggressive tank, and he's really come into the Winston, could really feel a massive improvement from this series versus the last time they faced each other. And he was the MVP in both, I feel, Sanctum and, of course, that last map there on Shrine. So
I think the MVP, honestly, for Meta Athena was Mickey. Because he just stayed on the Torbjorn the entire time, rather than swapping to the D.Va so he could bodyguard, Chips and Harry Hook.
It definitely hurt them on Sanctum. Absolutely unnecessary as we go into our hybrid map. It's going to be Numbani, actually, a bit of a rare one to see.
Yeah, start off the season, actually, very popular. And then, of course, we had King's Row as the most popular one, but we saw it every now and then. But it has been a good little while since we've seen Numbani. Neither of these teams have played it in their most recent matches.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what Taimu does on defense. And also we've seen the triple DPS attacks with Soldier. Not going to be triple DPS very likely for Envy, but maybe we see him flex onto the Genji. We see Harry Hook play that Soldier. We see that triple DPS attack that comes in with the Soldier on this map. Most Korean teams are running that. Will we see the Torbjorn, the Orisa on defense too? All of these are big opportunities that EnVyUs have in their war chest, in their bag of tricks they can use. This is their map pick, so you've got to think they have a specific plan in mind.
Well, want to change something up. Let's see if it's going to happen here for EnVyUs. Starting off the series 0-1. Want to tie up the score and not let Athena go to match point. Let's go ahead and load in for our second map of this best of 5. We're headed into Bonnie.
I get it.
You can hear Athena fans definitely out in droves here today. And EnVyUs, after that map 1 performance, the fans maybe not wanting to be as vocal as normal.
Definitely struggling there. So on attack, we can never be too certain what teams are running, so don't want to call this one early, but doesn't look like we're going to see the Taimu Roadhog. I would love to see it. Remind me of the old MLG days. Pretty unlikely for Athena on defense. Not running Torbjorn at all. They look to be running Libero on the Pharaoh. We've seen this many, many times. The synergy between Libero's Pharaoh and Saya players' Trace are not the best in this tournament that we've seen. I feel like Taimu, in effect, definitely better at that in terms of direct comparison, but they're not swapping. They look like they want to run this. They can really throw a wrench in the gears of EnVyUs, but strange they would do this against a team that runs almost every time the Soldier. Perhaps they have information that Taimu would be switching to the Roadhog here. And if he sticks with it, this is definitely going to help them counter the composition. EnVyUs is going to throw out the triple tank. Feels MLG, man.
He will be sticking with this one, so if he can get that pick off, work his way onto the top left flank, have that high ground. But actually, you can see here already they saw a rocket, so Taimu says, you know what, I can't run this. I can't run the Roadhog. I will have to swap. So he's going to go for the McCree. So once that hit scan, and Harry comes back to help escort him very swiftly over to the point with the rest of the squad. So really good communication immediately out the gate from EnVyUs.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that a lot of Korean teams specifically won't do. They won't switch very quick when they see the Pharaoh. They'll try to just fight it head on. EnVyUs, I think, taking the smarter approach here, having this hit scan for the counter. Good Violet Grenade, going to put him out of the fight from a nice shot there on the Saya player, however.
Yeah, but Harry Hook still went down, couldn't save his life in time, so they are without that Lucio. So now a lot of pressure on the back of Chips to keep his team popped off. Taimu trying to find these last hits, does help get the kill, as Effect is there on that high ground to help take down Liberos. They get rid of the Para, the pharmacy comp has been dismantled, and that's going to be a very swift first cap coming through for EnVy. So really, only the delay of having Taimu go back to swap to the McCree. Otherwise, straight out the gate, they get the capture.
I mean, this is good, intelligent decision-making to switch to the McCree, but on top of that, the accuracy that we saw from Taimu, really, really impressive there. Getting the kill on the Saya player, which was actually one of the biggest worries he would have had. Otherwise, he was literally free to look directly at the sky and shoot a Pharaoh that was 180 degrees directly above him. So, Taimu the carry of that fight, and all it took was a switch. Speaking of switches, Libero is going to go onto the Genji here. They're not going to continue to run the pharmacy. That was kind of a surprise tactic. Perhaps they heard that Taimu was running the Roadhog in scrims, but didn't end up working out as a counter as the Deadeye comes out.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for it. Find any kills with it. By the look of things here. Pulse Bomb comes out from Effect. Almost pops Hoon out of the mech, chases forward, and does finish it off in the end. So Hoon going to be exposed, should be taken out. Unless they want to try to keep him alive for the stagger, but no, they will kill him, and Alpha, so the tank line here from Athena completely dismantled, and this payload is just going to keep moving along pretty swiftly.
Oh man, this is just staggered respawns out the wazoo here, Seth. This is just kills after kills after kills as Athena trickles in one by one, sometimes 2 by 2, but that's not Noah's Ark. This is the payload moving, and look at this. I mean, with what we saw there, again, it's the survivability of Effect. He comes around, it looks like Athena just doesn't take him seriously because he goes so low. It's like, okay, he's gone, he's gonna go heal, he's out of the fight. He comes back inside, he's getting kills, sub 20 health.
Mickey dropping that self-destruct, will find Nuss, takes him out. Taimu's down on the backside, his Saya player does find that kill. Now the sound barrier out here from EnVyUs, they want to posture forward, they want to stick in this fight. Libero has the Dragon Blade out, takes out both of the supports as he finishes off Harry Hook, but Mickey with the boop will be finishing him off. Primal Rage out from Alpha, just trying to delay them 0.38 meters in front of point B. And he's doing a damn good job of it because the rest of Meta Athena is getting back in here to contest this payload. You can see EnVyUs have to kite back.
Now 38.38 meters away. They commit in for the hold. Primal Rage very helpful yet again here. Alpha really stepping up in terms of dive. And Meta Athena said in their interview they're looking for focus firing, the target selection. That's so important. And when you have Alpha who's this aggressive, who comes in first, the team follows up, they have a target in mind and they're finding it. Oftentimes that's going to be the Taimu, that's going to be Chips. So EnVyUs will reset, again, using so much to try to secure this. They have no ults available, so this is a great time for Meta Athena to try to catch up in terms of time.
Yeah, Sayonaka getting their effect now, finishing off Nuss, and Taimu just getting left on. Kites back and keeps himself alive in the end. Helix Rocket's not going to find Saya player, but he's still dangerously low. Can't threaten the back line and will be taken out off screen. Taimu finishing off Chris here on top of the payload. Hoon will get popped out. He will go down, and that will be the completion on point B. 4 minutes, 8 seconds for EnVyUs to get to point C.
Got so many ults about to finish now. They did this without the ult economy advantage. Now they're going to have this nice setup to try to complete this push. In fact, again, free to harass right now, just trying to find anyone he can. Let's see if they actually commit to stopping him. Hoon actually uses the defense matrix super early, way too early to use that one.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb comes out there, doesn't find the stick, so not going to be getting much. And Libero, he's just going to be taken out way too far forward. Alpha yet again having another Primal Rage, going to try to get the knockoff onto Chips. Can he get it? Pins him into the tree. The tree saving his life. And he'll actually pop the Transcendence in desperation just so he doesn't die. But on the other side, the supports from Meta Athena are yet again dead. And EnVyUs keeps coming up with picks. The self-destruct not going to find anything this time around here for Hoon. And this payload just keeps pushing forward, rounding the final corner with over 3 minutes still on the clock.
And over 3 ultimates here. Effect going to have his Pulse Bomb now. They have so much to work with to secure this, notably the self-destruct.
Yeah.
They're going to have Primal Rage. There's no way Meta Athena stops this, right? I mean, they just don't have the tools. Self-destruct going to be first. Immediately kills Alpha as he darts in.
Dead in midair, and that's going to be the attack visor out here from Taimu, firing away, helps pop out Hoon. Dragon Blade drawn out as Libero goes in the back line, trying to finish him off, but he's going to be taken down. That's the completion for EnVyUs. 2 minutes, 48 seconds on the clock.
A nice time bank to work with. They had the one hiccup there going into the second checkpoint, but beyond that, it was smooth sailing. I feel like the big problem for Meta Athena was after the initial capture of the payload itself, they lost that team fight, the first pushing team fight, but it wasn't a wipe. It was just 3 members dead. The remaining 3 were for some reason trying to delay and contest the payload, getting aggressive. There were mobile heroes like the Tracer, like the Lucio, so just trying to buy a little bit more time, trying to get more ults, but because they died, they kind of trickled the respawn. So EnVyUs had that first free push. And the second fights, of course, were very similar to that once we actually had that second checkpoint where EnVyUs had the massive ultimate advantage. So here we go now. It's going to be a defensive EnVyUs now. Mickey already showing the Torbjorn, so we'll see if that's committed to. Taimu also on the Sombra.
I mean, you think back to the last time that EnVy played against Meta. On the payload, on the final hybrid map there in Game 5, it was full holds by EnVy. Only on King's Row was it a 2-2, and that's the 50-50 map where both sides have the most even chance to come up with a victory. So EnVyUs have been known to stomp out Meta Athena on these styles of maps. So very well could be seeing just a full hold on point A.
It looks like they're just very confident with the map itself, and Effect knows how to outmaneuver Meta Athena here. They're going to commit to the Sombra, but not the Torbjorn for this first defense here on point A. It's going to just be the solo support Chips on Ana. Harry flexing onto the DPS here. This is always what happens when Taimu will play the Sombra. We've seen it mostly on Hollywood. And obviously he's an ex-DPS player, an ex-Soldier main himself. And if you don't believe me, you're about to see the accuracy. Hacks coming down as we see Meta Athena's going to run that traditional dive. Hoon on the Diva.
But it's still just been so lackluster here from Meta Athena. We'll see if they can pull it off this time around. But Taimu hacking some very critical health packs here on the map. Could be halting Meta Athena quite a bit, as they're just contained back behind the spawn. In fact, keeps himself alive and is still just firing off, trying to build up for that first pulse bomb. Alpha doesn't make it into the room, botches the launch, and Harry Hook on that Soldier, bringing it back from Seasons 1 and 2, does take him down.
Looks like Meta Athena looks to be, for the most part, relaxing this push. The look for another way to come in here. Immediately found, though, by Mickey. That defense matrix just absorbed so much damage. Regardless, though, may get knocked out of the mech. Already Hoon is out of the picture.
You find Coco, so trading back on a tank. Side player goes in deep, gets hit by that biotic grenade, has to kite out, but Harry Hook and Chips have gone down, so now there's no support available here for EnVyUs. It's just Mickey and Taimu as Coco comes back in on the respawn, but Meta Athena piling in onto the point will have that first tick. EnVyUs, do they want to go for a final contest? They're starting to push their way up and around the corner. Looks like the answer might be yes as Mickey does come in, but he's targeted out immediately.
They have so many ults almost ready, but not quite there yet. Mickey is out of the mech already, and I think that might just seal the deal here. Although they do commit Coco's Primal Rage here, but nothing to pair with it. Taimu's going to have an EMP, but they just don't have the damage. Looks like it's just going to be an EMP and swap here from Taimu.
No, he doesn't even throw it out. He knows that he's just going to be dead the rights as soon as he goes in, so he holds on to it. They try to stave off as long as possible, but still going to be about 5 minutes on the clock there for Meta Athena on this push.
So Mickey went in and absorbed a lot of the damage. Saya player, though, was completely left ignored and, ended up doing the majority of the damage in that fight. So he had the camera shot of him there, the zoom in, OGN style, but holds on to his pulse bomb now. Nice ult advantage here for Meta Athena. Taimu's going to stick with the Sombra. I thought perhaps we just see the EMP and swap, but wants to use this for the next push.
Oh, really deep in goes Alpha, has that nano boost to try to keep him alive, gets the biotic grenade as well, but Effect is there, follows up with a headshot to take him down. The sound barrier is going to be a bit too late there from Meta Athena. Have already suffered 2 losses. Will just mitigate a little bit of damage as they do get pushed back, and Taimu has burned out that EMP, now looking to build up another one as he pushes in behind the enemy. Somehow they didn't spot him even though he ran into several people. Sees that biotic grenade come out, immediately leaps back to safety.
So push continues here, holding on to the pulse bomb is Effect, drops it out now, didn't actually connect with anybody unfortunately. Side player still got his and looking pretty good with it so far.
Hasn't really had to use it yet. Payload still moving up here pretty steadily for Meta Athena as they get ready to round that final corner to point B. That player just looking to flank, chip out these backline members where he can. Self-destruct, not going to find anything here for Mickey. Just zone them off the payload, stops moving for a little bit longer, but Chips and Harry have both gone down. Alpha coming up with a double kill on the supports, and now Coco dead. The front line of Envy being brutalized as Mickey is about to be popped out of that mech. Taimu tries to keep himself alive, kiting back very dangerously low on the Sombra, so can't really set up for an EMP yet for the rest of his team to capitalize on.
So much more sustained once the healers are gone. Saya player is just doing a ton of extra damage. Alpha's there always for the secured kills. Whenever Saya player leaves to heal up, that's when Alpha goes in to finish off the kills. So 2 minutes of time really here basically for Meta Athena to match the time bank of EnVyUs. A much cleaner push here. Both these teams kind of snowballing these payload pushes in. And again, another ult advantage for Meta Athena. They've been much more economical with their ult usage so far.
Yeah, it's a massive one. And I mean, EnVyUs do have a couple coming up here soon. The sound barrier about to be there for Harry Hook, as well as the Primal Rage now available for Coco. So they do have quite a bit in the inventory, but already Chip's going to be opened up here, gets taken down, and Libero with a Nano Blade draws it out, looks for Harry, can't quite find him as he's just a bit too fast with the wall rides, takes himself out to safety. So the Dragon Blade not really going to get much. They do pop out Mickey right at the end. As they try to follow up with the kill, Libero will get that with a dash through.
I mean, this is just impressive play out of Libero. Even into the sound barrier, he was able to find so much damage there. The sound barrier was really well timed to try to deal with that, to try to counter it, but still, even though he didn't pick up a 4K or anything crazy, no Haksal, who are you moment, still thrashed EnVyUs, pushed them back into the spawns. Still no defensive ultimates here. Taimu's super close to having that tack visor. Can they make this happen?
Yeah, but now there's not going to be a nano boost to go with it. Chips is very dangerously swapped over to the Zenyatta on this final push with just meters to go, trying to desperately build up for that Transcendence. Taimu does pop that tack visor as the Discord Orb comes through in onto Alpha. Will go low enough to be taken down with the help of Mickey. Now Libero maybe going to be the target. Chips getting jumped onto the backside, gets taken out by Chris, and the sound barrier comes down here from Meta Athena. They want this to be the final push. Mickey is contesting the payload, sneaking around the back in that baby diva form, but will be found out, will be taken down, and now it's on Effect. Has to recall
Dragon
right
Blade's
off
ready.
the bat as he dangerously goes low. Taimu gets cut down as Libero has the Dragon Blade, as you say, but nobody's there to contest. And Meta Athena will get the completion just 2 seconds faster than Envy.
So very close on this map. 2 very one-sided pushes. In terms of the pushes we saw from EnVyUs, I felt like they were just much more coordinated in terms of their team fight. It wasn't the ult economy that really won it for them. In fact, they didn't really have to use their ults there until the end. Meta Athena had a much better ult economy in terms of the attack versus the EnVyUs defense, but I feel like we criticized the Mickey Torbjorn pick on Nepal. I feel like when you look at Taimu's Sombra there, wasn't able to get a whole lot done. The point was captured right at the same time he had his first EMP. Didn't build a whole lot of ult charge. This isn't a map we normally see the Sombra on defense because there aren't a lot of health packs to get that extra value out of. They're very far away from where you're contesting the point. So that was an issue. Couldn't EMP multiple times. The idea definitely was to really severely delay that A capture so they would always, no matter what, have the better time bank. But the Sombra pick didn't work out. They stuck with it for a long time, and I feel like that really hurt them. So Taimu's now going to be switching again, it looks like, onto the Roadhog. We'll see if Athena counters this after they see it, because last time it was the opposite happened. Taimu switched to the McCree after scouting the Pharah, but this time it's just going to be Athena with the standard dive, 2-2-2.
I think it's a good read by Taimu, just kind of figuring that they're not going to try that pharmacy comp again because of the fast swap and how ineffective it was at holding point A. So fully expecting them to not be running that. He just wants to get the pick on the likes of Saya Player and Libero, especially when the deflect is down, and just eliminate half of the DPS from the side of Athena. I mean, even getting something like the Diva, dragging her away from her team, just pop her out of the mech and make her almost completely useless.
EnVyUs is actually going to go deep here, diving under this archway, but backing off now, dropping the bubble here as they regroup.
It's really dangerous.
Insanely.
Yeah, had a really nice biotic grenade catching several members with the sleep dart there onto Coco, but they can't finish them off. So EnVyUs still going to be pushing her on the backside, finds the hook in, dragging out that Diva mech, but they haven't been able to pop anything yet. And yet again, the biotic grenade here in these just very short passageways is coming up trumps here for Nuss. He does get taken out in the end as Mickey finishes him off, and Taimu gets Libero, but it's going to be pretty even exchanges back and forth.
Yeah, really good biter grenades coming out from Nuss, though. He was the hero there.
I mean, look at Alpha. He's got Primal Rage 40% faster than Coco.
Yeah, just more successful in terms of finding that consistent DPS. The biter grenades protecting him and also hurting his teammate in that choke point. Saya Player looks to win this exchange.
The high pressure Tracer battle.
Yeah.
Beck dashes his way to safety. Says, you know what? You have a Lucio on behind you. This is not a fair fight, so doesn't want to take it anymore. Instead, we'll just be poking him from behind.
Effect
has
has a
ready to go.
pulse.
Can he find it? Finds the stick, I do believe. Takes down Nuss, but Coco has already been traded out by Saya Player.
So no numbers advantage, and Libero's going to get the pick here onto Taimu. The Hog pick just has not been working in these choke points. The bio grenades were good in that first fight. Not entirely sure what happened. It was shown off screen there, but
Sound barriers out here from EnVyUs, but still several members dead now. Running back, Mickey popped out of the mech. Will throw down that self-destruct, trying to find something, but it's going to be answered by one from Hoon. No picks on either side, but yet again, EnVyUs delayed from getting onto the point, and now it's down to a minute on the clock.
Athena again with the ult advantage. Libero gets the nano coming in on the
blade
blade.
Coming through, yeah, Taimu taken out as he tries to retreat. Harry Hook gets the boot back, but is finished off by Hoon with the chase forward. And Mickey is just going to be going ahead, throwing himself off the map.
Even if they take it with the next push, which would be so difficult without the sound barrier, the nano boost, which is going to probably be used on the Winston, it's going to be such a burned time pool. They're down to 32 seconds here, so even if they grab it, Athena is still massively in favor here in terms of the time. Saya Player already trickling the health pool down of effect.
Yeah, and you can see here, Taimu, you know, seeing that the Hog's not working, swaps over to the McCree to try to get something done, but Harry Hook off the bat's going to be the first one that goes down. Hit Chips follows suit as they do find Nuss and Crystal. Both supports on either side are dead. Taimu finds the kill on the Saya Player, but gets traded by Libero, who is dangerously low, trying to finish off effect as he only has 5 HP remaining.
That was
rages
insane.
out from both of these Winstons, now fighting it onto the point as we go into overtime. The first tick has been found here by EnVyUs, forcing a 66% for Athena on the attack, but can they get more and force the full cap? That's what EnVyUs desperately needs right now. That's the 100% that will be required, and maybe they just find it. Maybe they can actually get this payload rolling.
That they will, so payload's moving. Taimu with the double in that last fight was what really pushed them over the edge, gave them the body advantage. They were able to push through, including a kill while he was at what, like 18 health, 20 health, something like that. He was insanely low, still got that double. Very important that effect cleans up house. So the overtime push is rolling. Athena does have that Dragon Blade available. No nano boost with it just yet. Hoon's actually going to dive in. He has a self-destruct. Doesn't want to use it here, I don't think, though.
Mickey holding on to his as well, is just able to take down Libero. Very crucial one here for the side
There
of
it is.
Envy. But yeah, Harry Hook will be taken down as Hoon does toss out that self-destruct. There's still plenty of members posturing in, and Chips throws out the EMP as he is swapped over onto that Sombra. They're trying to take him out, but Coco is actually the first one to pull Alpha, still wreaking havoc there on the Monkey. Just going down, Mickey not finding anything, but they will get rid of the enemy Winston as they keep trying to just inch this payload along. Flashbang from Taimu, just going a bit too far. Doesn't have the lockdown on Desire player, but he still will get taken out in the end.
I mean, the amount of times Taimu's killed Tracers in the series is just too many. Achilles, he's doing so well on this McCree specifically. We saw him really carry with this on the first attack phase for EnVyUs. Now that we're in overtime rounds here, he continues to help this push. And even with the time bank lead that Athena had, that short one, and the stronghold, this is just a free push now. So this might even be impossible for Athena to push this far. EnVyUs with an unheard of push.
Yeah, this is just kind of nullifying all of that. You can see Taimu getting jumped on there. The bubble comes down, so no Deadeye kills coming out. Chips is actually going to go down. Libero pop it off with the nano blade. Finds 3 off the bat. Can he get more? Cuts his way through Mickey's mech. Should be able to finish him off in the end, and that might just be the halt on the push right there. Unless Coco can do some serious work, but he's already so very low, he'll get finished off. But Envy, against the odds, finally find the cap in overtime and then push it all the way in front of point B.
You see the camera shot here on Athena. There's no smiles, there's no celebration. Even though it was an amazing finish there with the nano boosted Dragon Blade, the really good team fight. It's what happened previously, the strong push. An overtime push usually doesn't last that long in competitive Overwatch. I know you've all played solo queue. You've seen this happen to you. It's the most frustrating thing when you're behind in terms of the push is going and then it just keeps going. And no matter what you do, they have the momentum going. Taimu is getting several kills on the McCree, including killing Saya player on the Tracer. Feels so frustrating when you know their time bank is 0, but the push continues. So if you can't have that amazing momentum, if you can't have that overtime push, pushing it this far is going to be a big challenge now for Athena.
EnVyUs backs against the wall right now. Don't want to be taking a match point. This defense, expecting them to go all in on this one. Harry Hook yet again going to be operating on the Soldier with Taimu on the Sombra. Okay. So a lot of protection here. Expect Mickey to stick by chips.
Let's see what Taimu can get done this time. Last time with the very swift capture from Athena, he wasn't even able to EMP on point A. So Athena is really hell-bent on going back to the meta that's very much more common nowadays, the new era, the 2-2-2 dive. Alpha has really been the hero more than Hoon, though, in terms of peel, in terms of dive in the front lines.
Oh, for sure. He's been the MVP
Speaking
here
of which,
for Athena, but yeah, already high ground going to be contested, but Saya player is actually the first one to fall as Effect wins out on that Tracer battle, and Hoon has already been taken down. It's just going to be a cleanup here by EnVyUs, putting on a clinic as they just team kill Athena on that first push.
There's like an official Sombra video released by Blizzard to show how the hero works. I feel like the picturesque video would be what we saw from Alpha there, as he went insanely low after his heavy dive. Was like, okay, I'm gonna go grab the health pack. He walks in, health pack's hacked.
Like,
oh no, I can't heal for my teammates anymore. Alpha's not in the fight. Hoon gets DMA'd. The fight ends basically immediately. Taimu doesn't have the EMP yet, but
he
he's
gets
much
a hack
closer.
in on the Libero to start things off, so a nice little entry hack as he still builds up for that EMP
got
much
it now.
faster than we saw the first time around. I think he gets knocked out of the mech. Who nearly does, but is able to kite back around. They're going to be operating around the backside of the point here as they try to find an entry. Not getting the knockout on that mech is actually really crucial here for Athena's success.
Okay, choke point here. Chips looking for the big biotic grenade. Should be actually not going to find that. Not going to find the value. Taimu drops down the EMP defensively here, away from the point. That's going to really do a number to the push of Athena.
Yeah, already takes down one. And Mickey this entire time was in Baby DM form, makes his way back in. Harry Hook, the only one to fall on EnVyUs as Libero finds the kill.
Nice
Still alive,
sleep
but now finally will be taken down.
The sleep for the extra delay of the respawn timers. So not only did EnVyUs have that incredible push, but they look to perhaps full hold here. There's a lot of tools, including the Nano Blade, for Athena to take this one, though.
They desperately want it, but the big game breaker here for Athena could be Libero with the Nano Blade. Nuss is ready to go. If EnVyUs can find a pick onto either Libero or Nuss, that probably just completely shuts down that initial push. Dire player finds the hit in, but the biotic grenade's there, and Coco stays alive even through the pulse bomb. Finally, though, the chase comes through, and Hoon will finish him off. Jack Visor, the Nano Visor actually out here from Harry Hook as he's getting jumped on from behind, will be taken down. Just way too many members, just trying to get as much damage in as he possibly could. But Athena is now in onto the point. They have the first tick, and it might just be the cap.
Yeah, Looks like it will be Meta Athena going to take this. EnVyUs not ready to contest. Taimu has EMP though. Not going to use it. Just
too
sneaks
late.
into the back. There's no one to pair with his EMP. He just gets taken out. So will we see the miracle push here in overtime from Meta Athena? EnVyUs already made that happen. With a long delay here and the successful Sombra this time, feels like the cards are stacked against Meta Athena, but we've seen it happen once, so I don't want to call this one early.
They have a couple things ready to go. Chips, yet again, moving over onto that Zenyatta. Will not have a Transcendence, and that Dragon Blade is still there for Libero, so he's going to be very vulnerable. That comes down on the Saya player as he is caught out in the back, but already halfway on this push is Meta Athena in overtime, trying to make this work. Taimu still has the EMP.
Going to be about that EMP too. It looks like Taimu's on the Saya player hunt with his positioning
Gonna
so
have
far.
to be
There he
game
goes.
breaking. Yes, Saya player goes down. Taimu works his way in, drops it down, and pulse bomb finds Alpha. The self-destruct knocks Hoon out of the mech, but Libero with the Dragon Blade finishes off Harry Hook, finds Chips, but he needs much, much more than that. Loses the blade, will get taken out, and that's going to be it. EnVyUs tying up the series 1-1 as they win on Umbani.
So important that Taimu actually held on to that EMP, and you have to give Taimu credit time and time again on the Sombra. He's looked very good, even on attack sometimes when he flexes over to this hero, which was historically when this hero came out and came into the meta, played by secondary support, but Taimu has this extra flexibility to play the hero and was hunting down Saya player several times. When Saya player can't blink when he's hacked, which happened several times in those fights because Taimu's positioning was so good, he couldn't interrupt the hack, he didn't know where Taimu was going to come from. The fights kind of swung in favor of EnVyUs because they just could not protect the Tracer there, who's kind of off on the side, picked off there by Taimu. So very well played by EnVyUs, a good map choice. They came clearly prepared. You have to love the flexibility to switch Taimu off the Hog onto the McCree. And it looks really good right now for EnVyUs in terms of the momentum shift after these first two maps.
Well, a nice tie-up here. 1-1, no match point for the side of Meta Athena, so keeping it close is Envy. But now, after our break, one of these squads will be moving the match point. They will have that 2-1 advantage. We'll see what happens when we come back, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss it.
언제 어디서나 깔끔하고 상쾌하게. 이런 게 트래비 스타일. Stylish sparkling water. 트래비.
As a full-time streamer, my computer has to keep up with everything I do. All my streaming applications and the Twitch chat at the same time as the game. The Core i7 allows me to really concentrate on my viewers and my community.
Welcome back, everybody. It is tied up 1-1 as we head into Assault between these two teams. A weaker map for both teams, in fact, in terms of map type. But as you mentioned before we jumped into that break, winner will take match point. This map is so important. And I feel like in terms of Sombra play, EnVyUs is the stronger team, so I imagine Athena wants to stick away from Volskaya. We've seen disastrous things happen on that map with Taimu's Sombra. If they want to run it, then they better have a plan. Obviously, EnVyUs has shown the Sombra on this map many times, including last time when they had the run-in on this very map, which is actually where EnVyUs started the reverse sweep. So I'd say avoid those unfortunate, unhappy memories on Volskaya. Perhaps head to Hanamura instead. You know how to deal with the Torbjorn. You've already dealt with it once this series, so you don't worry about that. You play the standard dive. I think that's the play here. If I'm Athena, Hanamura, or perhaps Anubis, but more likely Hanamura is going to be the map pick. If they pick Volskaya, I worry for them. Achilleos.
Yeah, I mean, Hanamura is the map pick that they went for against Afreeca Freecs Blue, which, I mean, arguably much tougher opponent compared to EnVy, so they will go ahead and pick Hanamura again, feeling like, okay, maybe we lost because we're just mechanically not as good as Afreeca Freecs Blue, whereas this series has been a lot scrappier, not one-sided at all. It's been back and forth. The only one-sidedness that we've really seen was Village by EnVy on Nepal.
Yeah.
That was about it, and then everything else has been pretty neck and neck, back and forth. So going back to Hanamura makes a lot of sense here for the side of Athena. They want to run that again, and this time try to put a win on the board.
I think with the communication we've seen upgraded here for Athena, the dive onto the turret, if that's going to be the way that EnVyUs wants to deal with the first point of Hanamura, is definitely something they can use for the approach. So if we end up seeing that Torbjorn, or even Orisa Torbjorn, we've seen on this map quite a bit, they know how to deal with it, they know how to answer it. Alpha specifically leading the charge there. Like this map choice. We're jumping into it in just a moment here, ladies and gentlemen. EnVyUs bringing it back. We are tied up 1-1. This very tense match. So many Western viewers watching around the world as EnVyUs fights back. Let's jump into Hanamura. Oh, there's a lot of EnVyUs fans here tonight, but they have definitely been a bit quieter, as it seems to be much more meta Athena favored. Thus showing us the Sombra already here at Kilios. So,
hey, makes a lot of sense. Let's go ahead and run this. We can change things up when it comes to defense here on Hanamura. Like you mentioned, the Torbjorn is something that we've seen quite a lot in the past. It seems like Taimu's having a bit of an issue.
He has a keyboard issue. We had confirmation, so we'll have that fixed for him right away. Sure, there'll be replacement keyboards available if it's an emergency situation, but more likely just a driver fix or just as simple as maybe plugging it in again. It looks like that's what he did.
I mean, that's the first thing you always go for. Unplug it, plug it back in.
Jiggle the switch, man. There you go. You got a hacker in the game. Sombra here is doing the dance. Maybe she hacked it.
That would actually be a really annoying mechanic if she like hacked you and it like reversed your key movements or something.
Man, don't give Blizzard any
All of
ideas.
a sudden you have like inverted
controls, yeah.
Yeah, like
when you press spacebar, you crouch.
that would just be terrible, actually. I'm sad for even saying that. I don't think that it'll ever be implemented, but God help us all if it ever was.
Okay, looks like we're going to see the aggressive reverse dive set up here for meta Athena.
I mean, there's no Hanzo here, so they have no way of spotting this out, so they're going to find out the old-fashioned way.
Yeah. See how quickly they respond. It's going to be Taimu once again on that hog for the triple tank push through here. Looking for sustainability in the push. Already spotted here. There's the hook.
Yeah, the hook's out. Discord Orb's on him, and Alpha will be taken down right off the bat. Can they snowball off? This is going to be the question. Chris getting jumped on will be taken out. Hoon's popped out of the mech. That should just be the first cap. Over here to EnVyUs. The hook yet again from Taimu. Taking out Libero, and this might just be one of the fastest caps on Hanamura at point A that we've ever seen.
I mean, this could even be an attempted double cap here. They already have the ult advantage with this.
There's not going to be enough snowball for that to happen, but the ult advantage, like you say, will be there, so they won't have the stagger to really seal the deal on it, but they could just go for the initial push here.
I just feel like when you have a setup like this, you're asking for trouble, right? You're trying to rob EnVyUs of their first push, and if it goes well, sure, you buy maybe 20 to 40 extra seconds of time. If it fails, you lose everyone and you lose the point.
Yeah.
High risk, low reward, and they get punished here. EnVyUs scouts it out. Good Discord targeting there coming out from Chips, and I mean, this is a massive time make. As you said, one of the fastest we've seen this season. So they do get shut down with their next push. Alpha is going to be the delayed respawn here, but EnVyUs has so much to work with now. So many different eco pushes they could use to build ultimates. And, I mean, it just feels like an unnecessary risk that meta Athena took. A smart one, an intelligent one, but when it fails that hard, you're really just going to eat it, man.
Yeah, the big thing here for meta on the defense is going to be trying to bait out Chips with that Transcendence that he now has available, because Nuss, if he just goes in, Chips, popping the Transcendence, thinking that maybe we're going to be seeing that EMP. Actually, he'll just go ahead and pop it, but he gets picked off, and there's not going to be that much follow-up. Whole hog burned down here by Taimu, just shoving everyone away, but the Pulse Bomb actually comes out by Saya player right at the end, and he finds the double kill, getting rid of the supports. So still, despite the odds, despite Chips not going down during that EMP initially, they still fall all on the back of Saya player.
So talking about compositions, we didn't really talk about it too much, exactly what EnVyUs is running. Alpha looks like he's going to get picked off here. Nicely done by Harry himself.
Effect is actually on the soldier.
Yeah, it's Effect who's slipped on his soldier, which is normally not the case. It's normally Harry himself. So Effect, for the first time this tournament, is playing a different hero than the Tracer.
Yeah, already though, he's getting picked off. Saya player goes down as
Harry.
does Nuss. Transcendence burned out there by Chips, keeping himself alive, but now the Dragon Blade comes out, or could come out from the side of Libero.
They have
Hasn't drawn it
self-destruct.
yet.
They have self-destruct here, so absolutely a huge tool. This could be the second cap, as the respawns are coming out really slow for meta Athena.
Nuss going low. Dragon Blade is out here by Libero, finds both the supports yet again, but he will be taken out right off the backside of that. Hoon getting hooked in the Baby Diva, will get taken out. In effect, posturing up on the high ground, is just trying to fire away. The first tick still hasn't come through though for EnVyUs, and they're getting pushed back off this spot at the moment. Self-destruct, not going to find any kills as Picky tries to get back into the mech. Will be able to do so, but Alpha is just playing Gatekeeper yet again with the Primal Rage, keeping them off of this. So first tick, maybe finally completed by Envy, but they don't get anything else for it.
Yep, Chips actually temporarily switches over to the Sombra. We'll switch back to the Zenyatta now, which I like with a triple tank. You're going to have a lot more damage that way, despite really running only one traditional DPS with the soldier. Yeah. The protection coming out from Coco is actually really impressive. Oh, Hook 2.0.
Yeah, feels bad.
But the protection coming out from Coco was really nice when the dive did come in to jump onto effect. He was really well protected. And gotta give credit. Oh, another hook here, nearly pulling in.
Keeps just cutting back around that corner, disconnecting it. So
Still, the
doesn't find
accuracy
it.
is real.
Oh,
you have
for
to give,
sure.
You have to give credit.
I mean, when you talk about Taimu, like
Speaking of
accuracy
which.
is synonymous with this guy. So yeah, finding Saya player there, but the EMP coming down here from Nuss. They already take out Chips, not having that shielding just makes him so very vulnerable, and that's just an easy triple kill scooped up there by Libero.
Nicely done. He didn't have to use the Dragon Blade. He didn't have it yet, but now he's going to have it again, probably with another EMP with how quickly that builds.
And look how far away Chips is from a Transcendence. He's at 40%, so the Dragon Blade can just absolutely destroy EnVyUs. So despite this massive time, making sure they can go for a near infinite amount of eco pushes, they try to build up. But because Chips doesn't have the Transcendence, that's like the most crucial thing that is hurting them from getting onto the second point again.
Absolutely, and it looks like they're looking for the big six in terms of ultimates here. There's poking in a lot. Effect had several opportunities to try to go for that tac visor, but it wasn't perfect. It wasn't exactly what they were looking for, so they didn't do it. Side player
bombs
knocks
out.
Taimu out. That's a problem.
And he goes down. They do answer one here onto Chris, but Libero cuts down Coco. So just like that, EnVyUs going to be stopped out yet again. Chips does build up another 20-some-odd% for that Transcendence, and Harry nearly has the sound barrier, so both those defensive ultimates are going to be very crucial for the squad.
Taimu makes the switch onto the McCree, but it feels like when you're switching this late and you're looking for that one miraculous 6 ultimate push, it needs to work, right? Or you're going to have regrets. They might have even been able to have to build 6 ults twice with how conservative they've been with the ultimates so far. See if they wait for more here with Taimu now on this McCree, which he's done so well on this evening. Libero's spotted out. She goes down to half health.
There goes low, drops down to the low ground, but he can very swiftly get back up here.
Okay, here we go.
Like
this is going to be
fight.
the push.
Yeah, sound barriers out here from Meta Athena as Chris nearly goes down. Libero fighting his way in behind the squad, still has that Dragon Blade ready to be drawn out. Chips has already used the Transcendence, so he can just bide his time and then use this right at the end. Jumping in, just trying to get rid of that Zenyatta without having to use the Dragon Blade, and the EMP is going to help him do just that. Chips goes down, a side player finds the kill. EnVyUs has traded back quite a bit here onto the side of Meta Athena, keeping them dead as much as possible.
Nuss actually surviving for a while
still
here.
Losing out.
Mickey 2 health surviving. But yeah, the picks are coming in now for Meta Athena. Libero again holds on to the Dragon Blade, super important. And EnVyUs going to put their eggs in one basket with this push. It's going to be difficult to see a push that strong again. And when you have EMP on the opponent's side, when you're going for these big 6 pushes, I do feel like it's kind of a risky choice when it could be straight countered halfway through the fight when the EMP comes down. That wasn't really the case there in the initial fight. But it didn't work out for EnVy. They have that self-destruct, they have the sound barrier, but nothing really to pair with those ultimates.
Side player into the back, throws down that pulse bomb, not going to find anything. Chips barely stays alive. Sound barrier there to help chew through that damage. So they stay up. EnVy is still looking for the push.
There's the EMP coming out. It's a big one up here on the high ground.
Drops down at Chips yet again, going to be the first one to fall. Exchanges coming through as Harry gets taken down, so no supports here for EnVyUs, and they're still losing out so many members. It's just Mickey and Coco left alive. No DPS there to help contest the point. And 62.7% is all that EnVyUs has been able to accrue so far. 50 seconds remaining of about one more solid push with 6 members, and only the self-destruct to really back them up on.
There's a Taimu switch, again, remember, this is several switches coming out. The effect switch back onto the Tracer. So many swaps coming out for EnVyUs really hurts you in terms of ults. They had the one big 6 ultimate push. Didn't work out for them. Don't have as many tools this time, but they're about to have several. If Taimu can get a good tac visor off here in a prolonged fight, perhaps that could be what does it for them. They have the self-destruct, the primal rage. They have several tools. No EMP this time for Meta Athena. One of the things they've used several times to stop these pushes from EnVyUs.
I mean, he needs to build it up very quickly here for this tac visor. Back down with the pulse bomb ready to go. Hasn't tossed it out yet.
Primal Rage coming out.
And he's got the Dragon Blade, looking for an opening, and side player is actually going to go down. Taimu finds the kill here. Swapped over onto that soldier. Very nice pulse bomb. Just containing Libero into the cubby hole. Will not take him out. And Harry Hook goes down. The self-destruct from Hoon finds that kill. Mickey throws out his. Doesn't find anything. Now both supports dead. Dragon Blade out from Libero. Cutting his way to success yet again. As Effect and Taimu both go down. Coco finished off, and it's all on Mickey. The try to sit in here. He'll get popped out of the mech. They do push it a bit further. 69.1% here for EnVyUs.
But it just
Meta
wasn't enough.
Athena, though, they get the hold.
They just couldn't get the momentum there with those fights. The big commitments to the heavy 6-man push. They could have perhaps had twice as many ultimates as they used there because they wanted the one big push. We're going to use everything. We're going to collapse on this. We're going to crush it. We're going to get the full capture. When it didn't work, and we saw several swaps, the swap for Effect back onto the Tracer, the swap from Roadhog for Taimu into the McCree, then going into the Soldier. All these swaps bought very critical time for, unfortunately, Meta Athena to build more EMPs, which Nuss, I have to say, hasn't built EMPs as consistently as I would have expected him to, but he had the extra time because of all these swaps coming out from Meta Athena, and this bought time and time again. There's so many different delay tactics there for Meta Athena, so when EnVyUs had the big strong push where they got 2 kills instantly, they just couldn't carry that momentum without more ultimates.
Rough stuff here. And Chips just constantly being preyed on. Just made for one push squashed after another. But 69.1% accrued here for EnVyUs. So, not terrible, not great. Meta Athena on the attack. Seems like they're just going to be running pretty much exactly what they've been running this entire time outside of that initial start on Numbani.
See what EnVyUs is going to do if they actually commit to both the Sombra and the Torbjorn. This is part of why I was saying I think Meta Athena would be wise to pick this map because they would expect something like this. Not necessarily the Sombra and the Torbjorn together, but one of the two. They've shown the ability to deal with the Torbjorn already. And yeah, you say 69.1 is not too bad. That's very true, but with the massive time bank they had, it's a bit worrisome, right? Meta Athena has a great opportunity here to best that. If they can have a similar first push here, that's going to be the critical thing in terms of time bank. So let's see if they can make this standard dive that they haven't used really most of the season. They're trying to perfect it to crush this Torbjorn defense.
Well, yet again, a lot of pressure here on Chips as Harry Hook is on the Soldier, so needs to be staying alive as that solo healer. Mickey yet again trying things with the Torbjorn. I can appreciate it a bit more on Hanamura compared to Nepal.
Definitely so. So he's not getting the early turret place and wants to have the safer one here within the point. It's being protected right now. Saya player looking for an angle here. Also scouting a little bit for Alpha so they can actually commit to the dive.
Well, it's going to be going straight in onto the backside. Maybe just trying to open up and get rid of that turret, which is just steady building up ultimate percentage here for Mickey.
Okay, it's down already here. Libero's taking it out at range. Saya player takes this opportunity to go in the backlines. Alpha dives in.
Alpha goes in, but Chris is falling right off the bat. Turret gets taken out, but Effect finishes off the monkey. Still good defense here from EnVyUs, but now that Chips is dead, that could change things. But you see the very swift kills coming through here from Effect and Mickey. Turn that on its head.
There was a window of time for Meta Athena to make that work, and they committed really heavily to the dive there. Alpha even got the second turret down immediately, but during that commitment to killing the turrets that were really well protected, EnVyUs just had the better fight. Taimu's accuracy, it strikes yet again. It's so annoying to deal with Taimu on the Sombra and Effect's Tracer both at once. So mobile, such good accuracy.
Well, speaking of such good accuracy, not that great there from Effect. Doesn't find the stick in. Onto Alpha, who he could have taken out. But in the meantime, Harry Hook does get rid of Nuss, and there's really just very limited ways for Meta Athena to push forward without having that Zenyatta there. And you can see just how far behind he is with this Transcendence, just at 40% now. So, going to be a while before we see that come through, and it might honestly just be the desperation that they need.
What?
And Taimu,
he just commits to
the solo EMP. He just wants to shut down the Zenyatta because it's so much zone control for Meta Athena to push in onto the point, having that Transcendence to keep everybody topped off. So he says, screw it.
What a sick move.
He says, I can build up my EMP way faster than you build up your ultimate. It actually forces out the swap. Nuss goes over to the Ana.
Now this is really well done. You don't see moves like that with the EMP, such a team fight oriented ultimate where you get massive value on 6 members, at the most. So using a one member feels counterintuitive, but in this case, staggers the spawns, forces the swap. Really good decision making here yet again from Taimu specifically here on EnVyUs. Does get taken out here, but as you said, can build that ultimate so much faster.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that if you saw that in your solo queue would probably piss you off, but if you think about it, it's actually really ingenious. So that was really well identified there.
Oh, look at this.
By Taimu, and now Effect coming into the backside. Will be spotted out by Hoon, but still makes it in the back, drops down the pulse bomb, but won't find any kills coming through yet. Mickey, building up, trying to get towards that next molten core, but he's still a ways away.
Trying to get on the high ground there, Chips, Harry, unfortunately unable to. Here comes Libero's Dragon, but they've been terrifying so far. Gets the single, but is knocked away.
Harry in the tag visor gets smacked off the map. Alpha yet again coming up. Trumps finds the kills, and it seems like EnVyUs are just going to be abandoning this point. They say, you know what, we've held it for long enough. It's a minute on the clock. 5-minute hold, 69% is what we got. I think that we can pull this one off. We will be seeing some swaps coming through here as Harry Hook actually moves over to the Zenyatta.
You always want to toss it away when you have such a massive lead in terms of direct comparison in time pool, because the only way you lose this is if they get a full cap, and if they get the double because you trickle in to really try to full hold, then that's not going to be the way. So with just 69% to get, a little bit risky for EnVyUs, that's why I respect their ability to just back off here.
I mean, it's just past that second tick here for Meta Athena. Will be slowed up, not going to be having any snowball push, as Effect just being very frustrated by the defense matrix, won't be able to find that opening.
Yeah, the protection against his pulse bomb attempts have been really good so far, and he's had a few accuracy mistakes with it, let's say.
Yeah, so that already demonstrated. Self-destruct comes through up onto the high ground here.
There's the pulse bomb
not going to
this
find
time.
anything yet. Does get rid of Libero, and that's just going to open up the floodgates here for EnVyUs as the kills start spilling in. Chris trying to kite back, keep his teammates alive, but there's a very angry Ape on top of him. And you have to expect that he'll be going down. Actually, we'll leave him. You can see Coco just fearing that with the Discord Orb might not win that 1v1.
Actually, really good
especially with the
accuracy.
respawns coming through.
He was in such a good position there, too, in the
Fire.
stairwell.
You can just throw your balls in his face.
Exactly, and that's what we saw. So Taimu looks angry and focused here, but Chris survives, does have nearly the Transcendence now, partially due to that building ultimate since he stayed alive and all the extra damage he did in that fight. So Meta Athena will have a big push here. They might commit to the big 6 here for this one. EnVyUs has a few defensive tools. Mostly, though, it's the self-destruct they have to slow down a push like this.
Hoon's pushing in there, trying to disrupt that top side, but will just get taken out. Now the leap in from Alpha sends him dangerously low as well. The kite back into the hallways. Taimu's just still operating up onto this high ground across the point.
Well, Taimu has that tack visor with no diva here. It's risky to actually commit to this. They do use the Transcendence, however.
Yeah, it comes down from Chris, but they still were just playing on the high ground. They didn't try to get onto the point at all. Now tack visor out by Saya player will be zoned back. Taimu finds a kill with his own onto Alpha. Saya having this high ground, just have a nice position, but the rest of his squad isn't there. They won't be able to contest, and they don't even get the first tick.
I mean, Diva versus no Diva, pretty good, right? The one that has the Diva on their side. So Taimu did a lot more damage in that fight. Hoon getting picked off immediately by him actually on the high ground was actually the key factor there in the beginning of that fight. So a lot of tools used, unfortunately, for Meta Athena. I think the most unfortunate one really is the Transcendence that didn't do anything for them there. It's going to take a long time to rebuild. In fact, Chris is going to switch onto the Lucio for faster respawns for the eco pushes here. Pretty smart decision, but not one they necessarily had to make had that not been used.
Yeah. So, I mean, that was just rough stuff. Not trying to play around the point once you pop that Transcendence is so very bizarre unless you're immediately threatened by something like a Dragon Blade or a Pulse Bomb. But Alpha jumping into the backside does get slapped out. The Nano Boost comes through just to try to keep him alive. The Discord Orb is still on him. He jumps into the back, and Taimu finishes him off with the Helix Rockets. Now the kills yet again. Just pouring forth as Libero and Nuss go down. With just 1 minute and 44 remaining, Coco keeping the rest of the squad out with that Primal Rage. EnVyUs look to complete this hold on point B and go to match point.
It just such unfortunate ult usage by Meta Athena. EnVyUs was able to really focus fire Alpha down immediately in that fight. The Discord Orb came out. The Sleep comes out as well from Chips. You have these two things that immediately kind of nerf that Monkey as he dives in, and so he goes down, and 2 ultimates again missing for Meta Athena. They would have nearly had the 6 without it. Chris at 50%.
But Pulse Bomb comes through. It has the stick. Triple kill comes through for Effect. Side player Nuss and Libero all wiped off the map. Let's make it a quadra as Chris finds the kill. The Penta as Alpha falls. Can he complete it for the team kill? The jump off the map from Hoon.
Let's
take another look at this. Good God, Effect finds the angle.
And, I talked about all those ultimates being missing for Meta Athena. It really hurts. Nuss is just not going to have Nano for the next fight. No way. They're going to have almost everything else. Well, they're going to have to make it work with this one. EnVyUs has a lot of defensive tools here. Again, Mickey soon to have the self-destruct. That's going to be really key going into this one. That kind of make or breaks the overtime.
This is going to be it, the all-in here for Meta Athena. 30 seconds on the clock. Dragon Blade, as you say, available for Libero, but Harry Hook does have the Transcendence to try to keep he and his squad alive.
Okay, self-destruct
coming through, but it's in the stairwell. Not going to find anything here to kill any members of EnVyUs. Sound barrier comes down. They're going to be pouring down the staircase, wrapping around the backside of the point, trying to find the hit. Effect yet again! Double kill! Saya player and Nuss taken right out of the fight. Self-destruct finds Hoon in the Baby Diva, and EnVyUs, good lord, just tear through Meta Athena like a hot knife. through butter.
That's gonna be
the hold. That's gonna be match point as they take Hanamura in convincing fashion.
Two amazing plays there from Effect, and the problem with Meta Athena is they went all in on this push, and you can tell by where Libero was positioned. They looked for the early pickoffs with just the straight up left clicks coming out from Genji, looking for the damage onto the supports in the backline. Looked like he wanted to dive in and disrupt, force the tanks out of position, knock Mickey out of the mech, the tac visor comes in, but none of that matters when Effect comes in and gets the double. Your entire push, your entire concept is ruined, and they forced themselves into that choke point. They got stuck in the stairwell, and there was no retreat, there was no way out of there. Even after the first 2 picks went down, perhaps they could have backed off, looked for one more push in a different scenario, but not when they were trapped like that. Really well done by EnVyUs. And Meta Athena, I think, kind of shot themselves in the foot there a little bit with some disjointed ultimate usage. Let's watch the play of the game.
I wonder, who's it gonna be? What a goddamn shock. Effect. I mean, you gotta give him credit for getting the stick this time. There were some really botched ones, but the communication between EnVy, allowing for this play to happen, drawing the attention of Meta Athena to the front, into the point, keeping them all facing this way, keeping them away from the Tracer, not paying attention to Effect, is what allowed for that play to happen. So it was a team effort for sure by EnVy, but Effect, he gets the accolades at the end of the day. Another Pulse Bomb following up after that for the double kill on that final last-ditch push.
You know, it might even be time for a tactical pause after that one. We'll see if they want to use it or save it.
I mean, they're really pushing the limits if they don't do it. This is match point.
Absolutely. You have to expect, given the track record of Meta Athena, that 100% we go to Dorado here. When you think about Boon's Zarya, I know that it's not meta, and he's definitely been moving away from using it. They've struggled a little bit in these situations. I feel like it might be time, and it looks like we are going to see that tactical pause. Or no, it's going to be a player
sub. This is going to be a swap. We're going to have Chauncey come in.
That's really interesting. So they could indicate they want to play the Reinhardt on Dorado if they go with it, but kind of an unusual swap considering Alpha's been playing so well, actually, on the Winston. So this swap alone, this substitute, may indicate a swap back to that Zarya style. Perhaps the triple tank and a defensive setup on the choke points going into Dorado. We don't know the map yet. We are going to take a short commercial break as the players swap out their gear. See you guys in just a few moments. EnVyUs on the cusp of match point. We'll see if they can take it after this short commercial break.
세상은 무서운 곳이야. 심지어 여기 눈바니에서도 우릴 보호할 존재는 필요하지. 5R15 방어 로봇을 소개할게. 옴닉 사태 때의 구형 이디나 모델을 완전 새롭게 개조한 거야. 얘들이 우릴 지켜줬어. 잠시 동안은. 둠피스트가 공격했을 때 난 공항에 있었어. 로봇들은 속수무책이었지. 모두가 널 포기했지만 난 너에게서 가능성을 봤어. 그래서 내가 나섰어. 프로그램을 업그레이드하고 마음을 주었지.
새로운 인격 모델 설치 완료. 시스템 재부팅 중. 5R15 온라인.
아니 그런 거 말고 위대한 영웅에겐 진짜 이름이 필요해. 오리사는 어때? 난 널 강하고 용감하게 만들었어. 넌 아직 배울 게 많아. 가끔 사고 치고 와서 날 화나게 할지도 모르지. 그래도 난 네가 우리에게 꼭 필요한 영웅이 될 거라 믿어.
내 이름은 오리사. 당신을 안전하게 지키겠습니다. 그것이 제가 작동하는 목적입니다.
얘들아, 결승전에 우리가 이렇게 올 수 있는 게 진짜 어떻게 보면 진짜 마지막일 수도 있어. 진짜 나중에 오고 싶은 것도 못 올 수가 있거든. 진짜 후회하고 싶지 않아. 후회하고 싶지. 진짜. 렛츠 고! 화이팅! 러너웨이 화이팅! 가자.
나누기 준비하자.
나누고 봐야 돼. 나누고 한 번이면 되거든요. 자, 나누는 거 5닉이긴 한데.
자기만 빠졌어.
And we are going into this second match. You guys didn't hear what I said at first, but I said the substitution is complete, but we are back in it. Ladies and gentlemen, EnVyUs on the edge here of taking this win and moving on to that final matchup. Decide if they can move on to the semis. And Athena with a swap of Changshik in. Alpha out moves suggests a move away from the Winston, perhaps more towards a Reinhardt-based playstyle, which could work on Dorado. It could work on both King's Row and with Athena, perhaps on Eichenwald. So if they're going to go down that Zarya path, these are the maps to do it on. This is the map type for it. So they're able to fight long enough in this series to get to this point. And we can't say with certainty until we get in-game that that's what they are going to do, but we'll see what the map choice is. It could definitely hint towards that way. But last time EnVyUs played against Athena, they crushed them on Dorado, despite it being a comfortable map pick for Athena. Effect got in the back line, and was never able to get the Graviton surges he was looking for. Mickey, very aggressive, trying to deny his positioning. It's tough here, Achilleos. Let's see what map they're going to pick.
I think that going for Dorado might be a bit too risky. Maybe you throw a wrench out there, but okay, they're going to do Dorado. Like you said, they got crushed last time around. It was a full hold by Envy, and then they only just had to, plus 0.1 them on their own push.
I feel like...
So this is some dark territory that we're getting into as far as Athena is concerned, but they still have confidence, so maybe they've been working up something new.
In terms of the last match we saw specifically, too, they just really struggled here. Even though it suits their playstyle, they picked it so many times in this situation. Perhaps on Route 66, they would have had a stronger defense, considering that EnVyUs doesn't really run the dive. Diving would be very difficult. going into big Earls, for example, but they're going to stick with the comfort pick here on Dorado. EnVyUs, one map away from moving on to that final match of the group. Can Athena bring us to that 5th and final game? Let's find out.
I get it.
All right, still very much a meta Athena crowd, but EnVyUs on the cusp of taking this set. And like you said, advancing onto that final map of the group. It would be a rematch of them versus X6 Gaming. You'd be damn sure that they want to go for that rematch and they want to come out with a victory this time around.
Yeah, and it feels like EnVyUs' story has just been hitting these teams, going all the distance, going to the 5th game. Rematches abound as well. Perhaps they win this one, they get the win this time against X6, but we're not there yet. They will be on defense first. And Meta Athena shows Changshik on the Winston, so a surprising pick, though. You know, a lot of people might criticize how overall, in terms of his history, we've seen such aggressive play coming out from Alpha's Winston, his Reinhardt as well. But I feel like in this series overall, the synergy has been better, the follow-ups for his dive have been better for Meta Athena, and didn't really have much bad to say about his play tonight. So a surprising swap if they're going to run this. Obviously, this is attack. We'll see if things are different on defense.
For now, though, looks like they will be sticking through with this one. So just opting into the same exact comp that we've been seeing all night long. But will the swap over onto Changshik make the difference? He leaps onto the high ground, just zapping away where he can, but goes dangerously low and has to kite back. So far, payload not really moving, and Changshik's actually going to be the first one that dies as Coco finishes him off with a leap onto that high ground.
Losing that Winston battle already for sure here as the Diva coverage is good coming out from Mickey. And it looks like this is going to be into this push. Nearly the kill on the Libero. Effect tracks it in. Chases him all the way into the spawn.
I mean, this is looking eerily familiar to me.
Yeah.
This forward position that EnVyUs is able to take up onto the high ground, just completely commanding the payload.
You have to break this, Changshik has to be your man. He has to have the really good dive, and the follow-up has to be good. When CP steps in here first, it's going to be Hoon. Here comes the dive. Can they make it work this time? Early barrier comes down, but again, they concede the point.
It drops back down, but the payload moves up a little bit here, so they at least gain some ground, but getting it around this corner is going to be the difficult part, but getting rid of Coco is going to help open that up. As Hoon does go down, Taimu takes him out, and Changshik will fall. No tanky front line now for Meta Athena. Both supports dead, so just like that, EnVyUs, where things maybe look okay for Meta, they take hold of the reins and they take control of the payload yet again.
I mean, if they are going to use, if the reason they switched to Changshik is for this defensive setup on this map, they definitely want to have a much better attack than this. Obviously, we're still early on. They have 2.5 minutes, but they haven't accomplished much with this composition just yet. Not impressed as anyone, really, even the Meta Athena fans so far with this play. Here comes the pulse bomb.
No stick there for Saya players. Could have been such a crucial one. Effect-esque. If he had landed that, could have got a multi-kill, but in the meantime, the nano visor coming through here from Taimu. He's just going to fiercely drop down onto the low ground, but immediately regrets that one as the Transcendence is there. Now he's being hounded by the enemy. Robotic Field coming down to try to keep himself alive, but it's only about a matter of time. He'll get booped off, so his eyes were a bit wider there than his stomach. I don't know what the expression is.
I know what you're trying to say here.
His eyes were bigger than his stomach, his appetite, whatever.
Yeah, bit off a bit more than he could chew, some would say. But the push continues. Looks like they're going to grab this fountain cap fairly soon. Effect trying to change this, though. The immediate Primal Rage coming out here for Changshik.
Oh, Effect kills himself with the pulse bomb. That feels bad.
Yeah, feels bad, man, indeed. He's definitely had a few inconsistent ones this evening. The Saya player is looking for the pick. The Transcendence was used. Dragon Blade coming up right afterwards. He does secure this.
The bro trying to find the kill here. We'll get that final swipe through in on the Taimu, and just like that, with a dash onto Mickey to finish him off, will be the completion onto point A.
It was really about the high ground. Meta Athena struggled to take it for so long, and it was changed when we saw Taimu actually go onto the ground. His eyes were bigger than whatever you said, and he popped the tac visor too. And then that was where they lost control, when they lost that high ground. They held it for so long, but after that, Meta Athena had total control.
Saya player trying to sneak his way over for that pulse bomb. Won't be able to find it. The back off, the Discord Orb comes through, so just keeping track of that Tracer. A massive part of EnVyUs' defense and their success. Libero going back over onto the high ground, almost helps take out Chips, but he'll get burst back up as Chungsik goes down yet again. We'll trade one on to Taimu as the fight continues. Libero dashing up here, takes out Chips, looks for Harry, and will be able to finish him off. So both supports being very easily handled by this Genji.
Yeah, this is pretty solid push coming out from Meta Athena. Saya picks up the kill onto Effect. It just feels like momentum has massively shifted here. Meta Athena getting the picks they're looking for, hurting that back line, popping onto the supports. So big ult lead right now for EnVyUs. They definitely want to use that to stop this checkpoint, or else the time bank is going to get a little bit out of control. See what's going to be first. Coco dives in, nearly has the primal rage, wants to accrue that here.
They get rid of Dust, attack visor yet again. The nano visor is out, but Libero straight into his face, cuts him down. But still, Effect coming up, comes out with that kill, takes out Hoon with that pulse bomb, follows up for Chungsik yet again.
He gets a triple
gets taken
there.
out, yeah, and he just, Effect is just ripping his way through.
Had that unfortunate pulse bomb earlier with the recall, self-destruct, if you will, of himself, but otherwise that was a pretty solid display there, knocking Hoon out of the mech, getting the pulse bomb kill. And they hold this with very few ultimates used because Effect did so well in that last fight. So they have a lot still in their war chest here for the defense. Ultimate economy in their favor as Meta Athena actually diving deep here with Saya player to look for some respawn kills.
Effect goes down. That's going to be a nice start here, but Nuss does fall.
No one knew he was
coming through, and he's not going to go down. Forces out the Transcendence by Harry Hook to keep himself alive, and immediately drops down onto that low ground to top up the rest of the squad. Self-destruct out from Hoon, not going to find any kills, but Libero does take out Harry Hook after the Transcendence is over. So pushing back in helps take down the Genji.
So calm and collected was Taimu in that crisis scenario too, with Saya player behind him, just pops down his biotic field, waits for his teammates, calls him out, gets the heals, survives to take him out there. Saya player will actually take down Effect, however.
I mean, right now it's a really good-looking hold for EnVyUs. They got a lot of grounded Meta Athena after the initial picks came through, but this hold here in front of point B, in front of that final corner, has been looking very strong for them. It's less than a minute on the clock, 50 seconds, all that Meta Athena have. And they're still a ways away from a sound barrier from that next Dragon Blade. Libero currently at 70%.
This is the hardest place to get caught too, because you have the longest walk back here in between these points before you get that checkpoint. Libero's about to have the Dragon Blade. It could be their opportunity here. Transcendence being popped early.
Yeah, they're trying to push forward here. Effect getting chunked out a bit. Now that Discord Orb coming through onto Coco as he tries to keep himself alive. Leaps to the other side. Meanwhile, Nanovisor's out as Chungsik goes down. Taimu just firing away yet again. Defense matrix there from Hoon to try to mitigate a lot more of that damage coming down.
There, though.
He'll go down. Yeah, they find the pick in on a Saya player. Taimu finding that one. The Helix Rocket's actually not even required to come up with that. They'll just go down from these shots from the auto attacks. Payload is moving up. Chris is trying to sneak this one along.
Yeah, he's trying to.
Getting back in onto that. Mech will be booping him off the point. Libero, Dragon Blade needs to be the trump card here for their success to get this completed. It's now into overtime. Mickey just trying to push them off as best as possible. Chungsik goes down. Didn't have a primal rage to try to buy more time for themselves. Overwatch is taking down. Dragon Blade dragged out. Chips will find the kill with the biotic grenade, and that's going to be it. 89 meters from point A is how far Meta Athena will make it. And now Envy, all they need to do is effectively go to point B, and the set is theirs. They'd be moving on to face X6.
They're so close, they could taste it. And it was about high ground control. Chungsik, the swap from Alpha, subbing him in here. The Winston play, not as inspiring, to be honest, so far. Discord Orb usage, always picking him off early in those fights, really well done. And Taimu oftentimes was dove upon, but it was funny because you would see Taimu in these situations where he's got a Tracer on his back, a Tracer and a Winston, and he survived consistently. The crisis management was good. Mickey came over to save him. Harry had come over to save him there, Chips as well, and suddenly this dive just felt like it failed when they couldn't kill Taimu. He got back onto the high ground. It was kind of a rinse and repeat defense for EnVyUs. So let's see here. Meta Athena, at least from what they're showing so far, wants to run the Mei defense potentially here. We've seen Libero do this on Dorado before, as Taimu looks pretty happy with himself, but we were really expecting that it might be Hoon Zarya coming out, and if he doesn't pick it, it's definitely going to leave a lot of scratching heads as to why they subbed Alpha out here. It just doesn't make sense yet.
Still running the Diva, so I think that we're just going to see this. And I mean, Meta Athena right now is basically doing what we saw EnVy do on Sanctum with Mickey playing the Torbjorn, except now they can't swap it. Chungsik is in. You can't put Alpha back in. You only get the one swap. So they committed to this like Mickey committed to Torbjorn, and it is not paying off.
No, definitely not. Saya player's going to play Soldier here to try to give Taimu perhaps a taste of his own medicine here from the high ground. It's going to leave them Tracerless, but they will have Libero on the Genji, so they have a different way to run the Soldier, having your backline diver be the Genji instead of the Tracer. Definitely not as mobile, doesn't have as much escapes, and Effect has been crushing Libero in terms of 1v1 when they face each other, so a little bit worried about this defensive setup here for Meta Athena.
You see Mickey and Coco immediately going up onto the high ground, just trying to spot out Meta Athena, see where they're posturing, see what the comp is going to be. So they get those call-outs immediately. And now EnVyUs starts playing up around this payload, where it's already moving because so many members are set back on top of these buildings. They can't drop to the low ground to contest, and the rest of the team gets picked off. Chungsik and Nuss both going down. And Effect just wreaking havoc, dashing his way up here to try to disrupt Saya player.
Already is so much more of a strong attack coming out from EnVyUs. It's the triple here now when you consider Hoon's knocked out of the mech, and it was an immediate dive in coming from Chungsik. He was targeted, he was discorded, he was killed. Chips turns his attention immediately to Nuss, gets that kill as well, and they are just shoving this hard. We even see the swap from Saya player as he realizes this Soldier play is not going to cut it when they don't have as much peel, when Chungsik is diving instead of protecting him defensively. Hoon's still not that experienced on the Zarya.
Effect actually surprisingly giving away his positioning. Will be dashing in, trying to find a kill in onto Chungsik, who has been proven to be the weak member. Throws out the pulse bomb, finds Chris with it. Coco goes down, but Chungsik and Hoon both going down as he gets popped out of that neck. Harry has the boop to kill him, and Taimu looking for that final shot onto Libero. Won't quite find it, but Harry's there to pick up the pieces, and point A has already been achieved. 5 minutes and 5 seconds now on the clock here for EnVyUs. 89.3 meters, all that they need to win this set.
Chungsik finds himself an easy target against Taimu's DPS as well. When he dives in like that, he's got the stun, he has the Discord to help burn the tank down, so I think that's part of the problem here is we see harassment coming in from Libero, forcing Taimu back, but he gets protected. They're going to dive deep, but Taimu just retreats, gives up the point, and look at how much damage he's able to get here. Stays on the high ground, gets another headshot. Oh my god,
Wraps
Taimu!
around.
How many times this evening are we going to see this?
Deadeye comes through, finds a drop-down kill onto Hoon as he gets knocked out of the mech into the baby form. Flashbang down, looking for Libero, can't quite find that final shot, but a Harry Hook yet again is there to scoop up the Genji. The team kill completed by EnVyUs, and the payload is moving at such an accelerated rate.
You know, midair
will die, but whatever.
Midair Deadeye Taimu here, just casually. He's the only one who doesn't have an ultimate here for EnVyUs to secure this push. Hoon's so close to that ultimate here. The self-destruct to buy time. He doesn't have it yet. He will likely for this final hold, but there's so much time for EnVyUs. If they can bait it out, they'll have such a massive advantage. Here we go. Taimu looking for picks here. The self-destruct comes out first, actually, for Mickey.
Keeps himself safe, dashes away, and Nutt's going to be the first one that goes down. Coco leaps in, finds the kill. Taimu eventually gets rid of the Genji. Effect goes down to the self-destruct by Hoon, but there's still such a man advantage here for EnVyUs. Now with that sound barrier down, just mitigating all the DPS output coming through from the side of Meta Athena. I mean, just get picked off as Chungsik leaps his way back in, but Saya player goes down. One of the biggest delay tactics that Meta has available for them is taken out, and now the Discord Orb here onto the Monkeys. He just desperately tries to leap in. Will be saved, but it's at the cost of the Transcendence, and there's still 3 minutes 15 on the clock here for EnVyUs. So even if they don't get it on this push, it's so likely that they get it on the next one because it's only 6 meters left to go.
Miracle hold here so far for Meta Athena. Effect does pick off Chungsik on his way out. He should be there for the next fight, but that was razor thin the hold. And as you said, so many ultimates used. Transcendence baited out. The Dragon Blade for Libero, who actually really carried that fight kind of on his back here, but EnVyUs has so much time to build ultimates. They have nearly the Deadeye.
Hello, is anybody on this payload right now?
Okay, close call there.
I mean, it had a little bit of distance from the rollback, so they actually pretty much high up where it was before that fight was lost.
Again! And this is, man, you probably just don't even want to try to pick him off at this point.
I would just leave Taimu alone if I was side player. Yet again, the flashbang comes through, the headshot registers, and the team wipe nearly completed. That should be it. Libero booped off. There it is. EnVyUs find the victory, 3-1 as they win on Dorado. They're going to be moving on to the final match of the group. As
going
they
to
faced
rematch.
off against X6 Gaming, like you say, the rematch.
The rematch, man. They won the first rematch here against Meta Athena. This time much cleaner than in the group stage where they needed the reverse sweep. We definitely saw flashbacks of the failed Dorado play from Meta Athena. They didn't switch it up. They didn't go Route 66, which I feel like would have been a smart choice against the lack of dive on the side of EnVyUs when they had high ground control there. And, you know, we saw a solid defense. Taimu was the hero of this series, though. The accuracy on the McCree, good positioning, always on the soldier. Mickey protecting him. You know, Mickey was several times at the beginning of the series focusing on dealing with Saya player. He was chasing the Tracer. He was being very aggressive, which is one of the weaknesses of Mickey as a D.Va player. He's very aggressive because they don't have a Genji player, so he serves as kind of a pseudo secondary dive hero that comes in with the Winston, with the Tracer when they dive onto these targets. But towards the later part of this series, they moved back. It was more protecting Taimu, which worked really well for them. And it was just Taimu carrying fights again and again and again. And at the end there, when I saw a Saya player come around to Taimu, before it even happened, I know you probably felt it too, just we were waiting for that stun to come out, and then boom, the headshots. So many, even since Numbani, we were seeing that happen. And when your dive hero that's designed to get in the back line and kill that DPS is being consistently killed by the DPS itself, you gotta respect that skill. You gotta respect Taimu here. And EnVyUs, they do it, they make it happen. The story of two teams that didn't run the dive comp all season long, the traditional dive with the Genji, the Tracer. Meta Athena made the swap into the standard meta. They wanted to force this to work. They subbed Changxing in. They didn't play the Zarya play. They didn't put Changxing on the Reinhardt. EnVyUs, though, stuck with what they've been doing all season long. Very little flexing, but still were able to outplay Meta Athena. In terms of the meta breakers tonight, EnVyUs, yet again, the better team.
Yeah. And I mean, it's really poor showing here for Meta Athena. Getting shut out like this. Started off very competitive, and then it all fell away from there. The loss on Numbani, it just started a spiral out of control, and EnVyUs latched right onto it. A team that almost made it into the grand final. Meta Athena now going out in the losers match, are knocked out of the tournament. We'll be seeing them back for next season, you would expect, but maybe with some changes to the roster, maybe playing a different style. Because this team said in their interview, we can't keep losing or else we won't be able to improve. Well, guess what? Now you're out because you kept losing.
And, you know, it's going to have to be, I feel like, a long and hard road. This is not the Meta Athena that was so dominant in Season 2 with the Zarya play. All the highlight clips we saw from their team, all based on Hoon's Graviton surges. This is not that same team, and perhaps next season they'll be more adapted to the meta. Hopefully the meta is the same, and for their sake, if that's going to be the case, because perhaps they're going to be, again, just one step behind the current meta. EnVyUs really bringing it to the table today, a big step above what we saw from them against X6. They seem more coordinated today. Mickey's more defensive tendencies towards the end of the match, really, really solid. I'm going to have to say I'm impressed, Achilleos. But we are going to take a commercial break before we go into our second matchup of the night. So we'll see you guys in just a few moments.
Coming up next, Conbox Spirit, Lunatic-Hai.
언제 어디서나 깔끔하고 상쾌하게. 이런 게 트래비 스타일. Stylish sparkling water. 트래비.
As a full-time streamer, my computer has to keep up with everything I do. All my streaming applications and the Twitch chat at the same time as the game. The Core i7 allows me to really concentrate on my viewers and my community.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our second series of the night. It should be a good one. We'll see if Kongdoo Spirit can demolish Lunatic-Hai. Most people would give Lunatic-Hai the benefit of the doubt, despite the questions around where Who Are You is right now. Hasn't played for the team. It's already been announced Guido will be on the starting roster tonight. Yeah. And Who Are You again absent. Guido kind of having that choke moment on Dorado at the end of the series, playing a weaker Genji than what we saw from Who Are You throughout his entire career, right? So at the same time as even though Lunatic-Hai is the favorites, a lot of people lean towards, because of this crutch on Guido, that perhaps this could be an upset with Conbox taking it.
I mean, yeah, I mentioned at the beginning of the first broadcast, or the first match rather, that Guido did have those like shining moments, those glimmers of hope, sort of like we saw from like Mirage and Effect the first time that he played against Meta Athena, and then by the third map started crushing it, and that's when they had the reverse sweep happen. But he really needs to show up, and he can't make those cataclysmic mistakes that we saw from him in their last set. That's what really cost them that set against Kongdoo Panthera. That's why they're in this losers match right now, and they cannot afford that. And we're still just so very confused about what's going on with Who Are You. There hasn't been a public statement made. Is he still on the team? Is he still going to be playing at some point in the future? We have no clue whatsoever, but what we do know is that Guido is starting. Seems like he's going to be there for the foreseeable future, and Lunatic-Hai rapidly need to improve with him, because right now backs are against the wall. Defending champions may be knocked out of the tournament in the losers match. That is just something that you never would have expected at the end of season 2.
No, definitely not, and it's just so unfortunate for Lunatic-Hai. They're in this circumstance now because, similar to Luxury Watch Blue, sometimes you have a player that you're so reliant on. Giannis on Luxury Watch Blue, this player Who Are You on, of course, Lunatic-Hai, that suddenly when they're missing, you can't just replace them. And substitutes are obviously there for reasons like this, for situations like this, but a substitute is only that oftentimes, right, until they become the main, until they become the most famous. Oh. Architect fan here.
As well as, just, hanging out. Lucio.
Lazy Lucio.
For Conbox. And a giant banner. These guys are here every time.
Yep. Big Oporochi fan there. Some diva quotes coming down on some of these signs. But
Of course, there's Lunatic-Hai fans in the audience, as always. So, you know, turn your volumes down when it comes to the cheers at the beginning of the maps because it's going to be pretty ear-piercing.
Oh. So, Toby and Lucio there together. The really cool comparison there. Toby will also be representing Korea in the World Cup, as was announced just yesterday. So,
I'm going to defer to you on that one. I'm not sure.
If you're not the ace, then how can they win? As basically
Okay.
as I understood from that sign there. I'm not sure who it was referring to because I wasn't reading it right away. But anyways, obviously a lot of Lunatic-Hai fans here this evening. They haven't looked as dominant this season, even in the group stage. Without Who Are You, definitely feels like something is missing. But the fans still came out in full force. We talked about how, you know, the effect, if you will, of Guido perhaps playing a little bit nervously, not popping off as much as he should have been. But now they had that tough loss. It's the hardest moment to fight on stage when you're the fan favorite and you're filling the role of somebody else. You're not that experienced in that role, and you just fall flat. Fans are disappointed. Everyone's disappointed, but you come back. We're going to jump into the interview, of course, to see what these two teams had to say about this matchup.
너무 아쉬웠어 2세트 진 게. 저희는 아직 올라갈 계단이 너무 많아서 걱정되죠. 그래서 약팀 아니라고 생각해서 저희가 머리를 잘 써야 될 것 같아요.
이길 사람이 없어요. 루나틱 어디 있습니까? 루나틱-하이. 오늘 조합으로 갱트 싸움이나 프리엑스 솔저는 한계가 좀 있어 보였어요.
16강 이제 지옥의 조 뚫고 올라왔는데 또다시 만들어진 지옥의 조. 근데 제 인터뷰를 끝으로 저희가 이번 시즌을 끝낼 수도 있을 것 같아서 걱정이 좀 많이 되고 좀 힘든 것 같아요.
루나틱이랑 패자전에서 만날 줄 예상은 하고 있었어요. 너무 중요한 순간에 실수하는 게 많아서 다시 보게 됐어요. 원래는 닿을 수 없는 저 어딘가에 있는 팀이었다면 이젠 코앞에 있는 팀.
패자조에 갈 거라고는 생각을 전혀 안 해서 콤박스를 만날 거라고는 생각을 진짜 안 했어요. 콤박스는 손브라 말고는 딱히 기억에 남는 게 없어서 손브라가 힘을 쓰기 전에 저희가 다 죽이면 될 것 같아요. 애셔 선수는 어느 프로팀이나 다 있는 정도?
배분이나 심리전 같은 건 저희가 좀 월등하다고 생각해요. 전 시즌에 비해 폼이 좀 많이 떨어지신 것 같은데 반대로 저희는 성장 중이거든요.
준비한다고 뭐 달라진 게 있을까요? 저희가 이제 도발을 하면은 지는 징크스가 있어서 좀 말을 아끼겠지만 다들 아시죠?
Overwatch Apex Season 3, energized by Hot 6, quarterfinal. Today's matchup, Conbox Spirit, Lunatic-Hai.
This is it, Lunatic-Hai fans. They may be eliminated tonight. One best of 5 stands between them and facing off against Luxury Watch Blue. A Giannis-less Luxury Watch Blue at that. Tonight's match is so important for Lunatic-Hai. If they can't beat Conbox Spirit, a team that's struggled throughout the season, definitely one of the weaker teams like X6, everyone was saying, going into the quarterfinals, you know, they lose here and they're out. It's all over. And Guido, I think, is really going to have to step it up this evening.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is going to be the most important game because you expect the LW Blue, given that Giannis is likely to still be in the hospital because of that collapsed lung, that'll be almost a free buy for whichever team can win this right here. Go over LW Blue because Luna not looking that impressive on the Winston. So you want to be able to win this so you have an easier match to just guide you into that semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, we're going to take a look at Conbox Spirit.
오파라치.
자, 반격 나서입니다. 끔찍겐지의 뭔가 신기원을 다시 한번 이룩하니까.
Architect.
감사합니다. 트래픽. 감사합니다.
몰라요.
감수. Asher.
서로 대지문세가 들어가면 넘어졌고. 근데 슬래프메어 선수에게 계속 덩어리 막히고 있어요. 네. 앞에 쟁탈도 그렇고. 그렇죠.
이번에도 대제왕 이후에 차포까지.
Sleepy Bear.
이걸로 계속 다 제일
야, 이거
Twilight. Conbox Spirit.
You know, Toby mentioned in that interview that I don't really recall much about Conbox Spirit, but I do remember Sombra. So that's going to be the big one that we look forward to from Twilight. I mean, that highlight reel there was one of the ones that really popularized that here in Korea during the promotion tournament, during the Super Week on Oasis, and then it just starts spilling in onto pretty much every other map.
Yeah, I mean, what was once the unique flower of Twilight is now everyone's playing it. If you're not able to play it, you're not making it far in this current meta. So Twilight's known for his EMP usage. His positioning is really good. His translocator's really awesome, but it's no longer an extra tool or some sort of sneak tactic that this team has to use against Lunatic-Hai, since it's no longer unique to this team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I do want to shout out the likes of Meta Athena from Season 2 who did start using the Sombra. There was, you know, smatterings of it throughout that tournament, but we never saw it used the way that it is now, which is just flank, you know, jump in and out, build up the EMP, drop it on top of everybody. He was usually trying to get an entry hack onto somebody like the Reinhardt so he couldn't use his shield, and then you just start destroying everybody around him. So it changed up a little bit. So credit to Twilight. Let's go ahead and meet his opponents in Lunatic-Hai.
좀 위기에 몰렸습니다, 루나틱하이.
좀처럼 삼기는 통하지 않는다 생각이 들다 보니까 다시 진경 하나 잡고 잡혔고요.
기도 2대1 거는 상태에서 조금 더 킬이 안 나오고 있건데 아직까지는
Guido.
빼게 만들거든요. 근데 오히려 반대로.
자, 그대 이정희
초월을 사용했는데 이렇게 끊기는 건 아쉬운 상황이고요.
자, 위쪽까지 자, 계속 보고 있어요.
이 선수 잘 쏘거든요. 아나를 괜히 잘하는 게 아니기 때문에.
류재홍.
어그로 너무 잘 걸어줬네요, 위로. 다 맞았어요.
미로가 또 이렇게
미로.
원샷을 했기 때문에 그렇죠. 뒤에 더 약하다. 와, 라카 옆에 다 죽었어요. 에스카.
3점이 보이는데요. 3점 보이는데요. 맞아요.
오, 에스카. 메임.
에스카.
조금 전진. 근데 1점입니다. 그렇게 혼자서 얼마를 미는 거예요. 와, 마지막까지.
루시우 벤지 내쫓아내고요. 나부터.
토비.
생체 소리 다 나는 것들도 한번 같이 넣어줘야 되는 거고요. 존맛에.
네, 계속은 안 되겠다. 이제 브레이크 한번 걸 때가 됐다.
Zumba. Lunatic-Hai.
There you have it, Lunatic-Hai, the massive fan favorites. I swear, even people sitting on the Conbox side, those who were cheering for Conbox earlier, or even cheering in this situation, is just the biggest esports organization for Overwatch in Korea right now. By a million miles, not even twice as much as the next runner-up, not even 4 times as much. They're just way the fan favorites. But fans wanted them to go to the finals. They wanted them to continue the legacy. Lunatic-Hai is a team that's been so consistent. Several World Cup nominees. They went all the way to the finals of Gyeonggi. They went all the way to the finals of APAC in China. Had a decent performance in Season 1, but it was Season 2 where they actually went all the way, won that Grand Finals, had not a reverse sweep, but nearly a reverse sweep against RunAway there. This team has earned its name, it's earned its reputation. but so far with who are you missing from the roster, they just don't look as powerful.
No, they definitely don't. But they need that turnaround, as we've been touting. Guido needs to have a performance, but also Eska. We keep talking about Guido and how, because he's the new one, getting rid of those land jitters, getting used to playing in front of a crowd that is screaming at you at such a high volume. That's a big adjustment to make, but Eska as well needs to find his consistency, something that we saw some decency from in that set against Kongdoo Panthera. Kind of started turning things on, started actually performing and carrying the squad, but it wasn't enough because he still had those moments where he faltered.
Tripping on the pulse bomb on Hollywood, things like that, they still happen from time to time. If you could just remove those moments, definitely could be good for them. We're going to EnVyUs for our control map here for the second best of 5, and it's going to be what sets the pace for these two teams. We'll see if Conbox Spirit can show that Winston play they're so famous for. Both Miro and Gamsu very well known for their Winston play. The dive is going to be important. Well, so much on the line.
One more so than the other, so I got to give it to Miro, but we'll see what happens.
Here we go, guys. Game number 1 on EnVyUs.
I get it.
He was pretty close. I think Conbox might have actually won that one.
Do you?
As always, the ear-piercing, I was going to say screams, but we'll say cheers from the Lunatic-Hai fans.
I mean, you could scream while cheering. It's
That's
fine.
true. They're just very passionate.
They're very passionate, very loud, and this is the kind of energy that Lunatic-Hai has had behind them ever since their really impressive run in APAC, their success, of course, in Gyeonggi. But this team is really solid. If they could pull it together here with the fans behind them, would continue their run and have the Luxury Watch Blue match coming up. Guido is going to be on the Tracer this time as Eska's on his more normal Soldier for the map here. And Architect is going to be the Genji player for Conbox Spirit, of course, with Asher on the Tracer. So standard dive, basically exactly what you would expect from Conbox Spirit.
Gamsu's just pushing right in here. Look at that ult percentage coming up as he just saps multiple members of Lunatic-Hai, building up towards that Primal Rage very swiftly. Point unlocks, Cap initially being taken here by Lunatic-Hai with very little contest. They might actually just find this one. Eska getting jumped on, drops down the Biotic Field to keep himself alive as Gamsu's just trying to disrupt in the back line. Gamsu around the back, but might have bitten off more than he can chew. He will go down.
Almost had the Primal Rage there, so he built that ult much faster than Miro, but pays for it with his life. And Conbox Spirit will, of course, pay for this with the first cap going down to Lunatic-Hai. So first cap's obviously so important, even if you have the ult advantage temporarily. There's so many different tools you can use to buy time to secure the point, build up a larger ult economy to take it. So nice start here for Lunatic-Hai. Gamsu, we've seen him on this map many times with Ana, actually, Twilight on the Ana, to actually use that nano boost, even without the Primal Rage to secure this point. But Twilight's going to be playing this time on this Zenyatta, so not going to see that same really tough Winston dive with the nano support.
I mean, he's showing a lot of respect to Miro. Wants to be able to pop the Discord door bottom. Speaking of popping something, the Primal Rage comes through here from Gamsu, and he has just got Eska stuck in a corner. But Eska still has not died. Nano boost comes through. They're trying to keep him alive. They might have just done it. No, the last hit will come through, and Gamsu follows up for the double kill. Toby goes down as well, so both supports dead. On the side of Lunatic-Hai as Conbox tries to clean up. The flip on the point hasn't come through yet. Will now be finding it. Just shy of 50% is Lunatic-Hai.
Gonna see the Diva resets here in the pit.
Yeah, just jumping in.
Yeah. No, it's not a happy place down there, but you get your mech back. So a win here for Conbox Spirit now. They have really similar ults, obviously, to their opponents, but it's Gamsu who's doing the heavy lifting, as we see him do so many times on this map. Even before Winston was the go-to hero, when Reinhardt was more meta, we still saw Gamsu come to this map and go to town. Okay, we're going to see Architect finds a dive here into the support. Sound Barrier is going to protect him. He has a Dragon Blade. Won't necessarily need it here, though.
He has not used it yet. They will go ahead and push forward. Eska goes down. Nice little pick off there by Sleepy Bear. Miro popping that Primal Rage. We've seen how much work he's been able to do on this map in the past, but falls way too low, and Architect is there to clean up the kill. And Conbox Spirit going to be holding on, tying the percentage here, 46, and advancing beyond Lunatic-Hai. Self-destruct thrown out there by Zumba, not going to find anything for his trouble. Will be able to re-enter unhindered. Flip still has not come through.
So Asher, one of these players, sorry, not Asher, Architect, one of these players, hold that thought, here comes Attack Visor. Eska finds the DMAC'd Diva, but isn't going to be able to find anything else with this one, unfortunately, so big commitment of resources there.
Pulse Bomb comes out, finds the stick here onto Oborochi. Meanwhile, Asher takes care of Ryujay Hong. There's just going to be an exchange of the supports here, back and forth. Lunatic-Hai looking for that retake, nearly have it, will be able to get it. Nobody able to tag into the point and delay it long enough, but 75% accrued there for Conbox, so a very nice hold by them. Still have the Dragon Blade, and there's no Zenyatta on the side of Lunatic-Hai to deny that damage from coming through.
Can feel the focus here from Lunatic-Hai. Eska very much calm there, just even standing still for a moment as he gets his kind of ideas about where people are moving. Looking to target down Architect, nearly gets the pick there.
He goes dangerously though, has to kite out of there to get himself back to safety.
Another
Meanwhile,
dive.
Gamsu goes in, Sleep Dart connects in onto him, he goes low, and the Helix Rockets finish him off. Eska, nice accuracy coming through, follows up for the kill in onto Architect as he flips over to the side, catches him from behind, and that is going to be a massive delay here for Lunatic-Hai as they approach overtime, 82%.
And that's the Eska play that gets the big cheers. That's why in the highlight clips, he was the loudest one. Having that more consistent would be so amazing for Lunatic-Hai, but they get it where it matters here on this first point of EnVyUs. Only the Dragon Blade here. They're going to have the Transcendence in just a second. Conbox looking for this. See if they dive in. Looking for the pick on the Winston first.
Yeah, they're trying to knock down Miro, maybe even force out the Primal Rage, which is exactly what's going to happen. Discord Orb is still on him, and now overtime actually ticking in. Somebody's got to tag onto the point. Somebody jumps in, finally gets it, and the Transcendence will come through as Twilight escorts his team in onto this point.
Here's the Dragon Blade.
Architect draws it out. The sound barrier immediately comes down. He's still slicing his way through, but he just can't get to the real meat of their HP, and he's going to go down. The Attack Visor from Eska on the backside of the fight comes up with the kill. They'll be drawing the full attention of Gamsu here with the Primal Rage, and will just be running back to keep himself safe now. Tag-ins onto the point, just trying to extend it, but nobody's there to follow up. Way too deep on the chase from Gamsu, just trying to finish off Eska on the Soldier. Not there to delay on the point, and Lunatic-Hai take it on well.
They also didn't use the Dragon Blade together with the Transcendence. The Transcendence protected Architect as he went in, but he didn't drop the Dragon Blade. They got greedy. They wanted to have the massive swing in the fight. That's why they had Gamsu dive in so deep, because they were hoping to pop more defensive ultimates coming out from Lunatic-Hai. So you get the clean sweep when the Dragon Blade came out, but as you said, he dove too deep and he chose chased too far. So point one will be taken from Lunatic-Hai. Not the cleanest map for either team. Lunatic-Hai really stepped up, especially Eska, with the accuracy there on the Soldier. You talk to anybody in Korea, and even EnVyUs spoke to you about this, one of the players that secretly no one really respects right now outside of the pro scene, that everyone's talking about in Korea, though, as being a great player, is Architect on the Genji, though. If you give him the tools to work with, the Transcendence is a little bit better time. Perhaps he has a Sound Bear or the Nano Boost. He's going to show some good Dragon Blades in this series. For sure.
Yeah, he's definitely the highlight of the DPS as far as Conbox is concerned. Asher has had some performances, but overall it's just kind of been the passive one, the more consistent, but never really shining in these fights. Gamsu yet again leaping in, building up a lot of ulti. As I say that, Asher is going to find that first blood, taking down Eska, but Jaehong actually takes out Architect right before dying as Gamsu gets the leap in. A nice little trade back, but Conbox Spirit very much winning in on the fight. Post-bomb gets two! Gamsu and Oporochi both go down. Guido finally finding some ground to stand on. Will die in the end, but by God, what a beautiful stick. Cap comes through for Conbox Spirit, but right off the bat, Zuma charging back in to try to contest this, but without his team backing him up, seems to be a bit of a poor decision, so he just jumps off to get the reset. Conbox will be ticking this up for now.
I mean, you can see the impressive mechanics of Guido here with the Pulse Bomb, but unfortunately with him being the last man standing on a pile of bones of the rest of his team, it doesn't matter when he gets the stick. Zumba dashing back in gets the desynced respawn, so these are issues now for Lunatic-Hai as Conbox Spirit just continues to build up a better ult economy.
Asher, doesn't find the stick. Toby immediately swapping over into that speed boost to keep himself safe. Here the Nano Boost has come through from the side of Twilight. White Shoe is thrown on, it's going to be Gamsu pushing forward, now has the Primal Rage in a very contained spot.
Does dive away.
Get some smacks around there, but won't be coming up with too much. Meanwhile, Eska finds the kill on the Sleepy Bear with Attack Visor, and Asher wins out on the Tracer battle.
So
Cap
much
is still eluded Lunatic-Hai.
So much peeling coming out from Gamsu, so much time buying. The flip should come out through here for Lunatic-Hai, but they built it up to nearly 60% with this.
When the poops come through, Architect gonna go down. Toby plus the Diva means that he goes flying off the map. They finally flipped it, but 58% there for Conbox. Not too many ultimates to work with, whereas Lunatic-Hai are about to have 5 to defend this point.
Yeah, really only Eska's Tac Visor being used in that last fight to secure this, so he got the double there. Knocking Sleepy Bear out of the mech was huge for them. And have a nice edge here. Even though they lost the first point, they've really handled it quite well in terms of ult economy and the time bank. You know, looking for really aggressive picks back here. Unfortunately, nothing to find. Architect's going to pop the Dragon Blade. Transcendence to match it, though.
Yeah, Jaehong's there, and you can see Architect just has to peel back. He has to sacrifice that entire ultimate. Meanwhile, the sound barrier comes down here from Toby, just trying to keep everybody topped off, and as they chase in onto Asher, they will be able to kill him. Zunba coming up with the basically double kill, helping to take Sleepy Bear out of that mech, finished off by Guido. And Lunatic-Hai now dominating the point. About to be tied up at around 58%. Conbox Spirit need some eco pushes.
Yeah,
trying to get these ultimates
it's for
coming
Architect,
through.
really, because he went in with a Dragon Blade unprotected when Nano Boost was almost ready, when the Sound Barrier was almost ready, but these things were missing in that last fight, and now that they're ready, he doesn't have the Dragon Blade, so we might see Gamsu get boosted here. We've seen it a lot on this map from Conbox Spirit, so we'll see if that's their game plan here.
Oh, really well timed there by Guido, knowing exactly where Asher was going to end up. Finishes him off now. Trying to find the kill there onto Overwatch. He's able to make it over to the high ground, keep himself alive. Destruct gets tossed out, not going to find any kills, but Eska is being dealt with again at Gamsu. Just obsessed with that soldier. Has to be the one that takes him out. Finds it this time, except
they
still
don't get the flip,
Lunatic-Hai, yeah, they still tick up.
And they used both support ultimates, both the Sound Barrier and the Nano Boost, so unfortunately they don't have those.
Gamsu's about to respawn. Just now coming up, 96%. They have to get in there. Asher dashes through. Gets booped off, has to use the recall.
A bit too
Overwatch
early.
is in, Pulse Bomb comes through, not gonna find anything. The Primal Rage just popped out by Miro, just trying to gatekeep multiple members into
He's
the
slipped.
sauna.
They need to get
Does get the
someone in
sleep dart.
there.
That's a massive one here.
No
On the
one's getting
side
in.
of Conbox Spirit, they finally pile in as Gamsu makes it back onto the point, but he's so dangerously low, he will die in the end. And Zumba comes up with a double kill. Oporochi taken out, and Jaehong is gonna go ahead, pop that Transcendence as they finish off Architect.
That's the map.
And just like that, Lunatic-Hai take that first win on EnVyUs.
Toby again, I want to highlight Toby because we talk about Lucio players sometimes being low impact, right? They buy a lot of time, do a lot of damage. We talked about Harry's, Lucio specifically, how good his accuracy is, how much damage he did. Toby with really good time buying tactics there, as well as several boops that were quite key in the team fights, which gave an ult lead several times to Lunatic-Hai because they got kills, they got picks without using ultimates. And for Conbox Spirit, they committed to the Genji quite heavily, and we talked about how good of a Genji Architect is, especially his Dragon Blades when he has the healing ultimates paired with him, with the supports. At the end of that map, he just never could find that pairing. The ults were used opposite of each other each and every time. They committed the Nano Boost and the Sound Barrier to Gamsu. He couldn't find anything there. Perhaps was better used for Architect, who had already used his Dragon Blade without the ultimates before, so kind of bad synergy, the lack of synergy there for Conbox on the ultimates, I think was ultimately what failed them, especially when they had the worst ult economy than what Lunatic-Hai used.
Yeah. I mean, aside from the large percentage accrued by Conbox Spirit is making Lunatic-Hai look like Afreeca Freecs Blue with their ultimate use. Like they're using them one at a time, trying to say like, okay, you know what, how many do we need to invest in order to win this fight? And usually it's not many. Whereas Conbox is just kind of vomiting their ultimates onto the screen, hoping to God that they come up with a result. And sure, it gets them a first cap, and then they build up some percentage. Maybe they hold for a little bit, up to about 60%, but then they lose out in the end. Lunatic-Hai just end up taking EnVyUs. But now second map, our hybrid, will be Hollywood, selected by Conbox Spirit. But they need to turn things around. This is how things went the last two times they played against LW Blue. Well, they would actually win, rather, on the first control and then lose out the next three. So maybe we just see a 3-0 from here.
Could be. As we go into game number 2, can Conbox Spirit bring it back, or is Lunatic-Hai going to go to match point? Let's go into Hollywood.
I get it.
You know, this is a map we've seen a decent amount of Sombra play, both on the defense, especially in the case of EnVyUs. They've used it here a lot. We've seen Sombra on attack with Talon compositions here on Hollywood, so not as common as on maps like Anubis, for example, but something we could see here. This is the map pick of Conbox Spirit. We didn't get to see Twilight's Sombra. Eska's on the Sombra currently for defense, which is actually not a huge shocker, as Rujong will be sticking with the Ana instead.
Thought maybe we would see the triple support coming through just to try to get that 100% hold, but it's not the best selection for who the third player would be. So they do just want to go ahead and stick with the double DPS. Let's go on the Sombra, as you say.
Gamsu teases the Talon with the Reaper, but obviously he wouldn't be the one playing the Reaper. It would likely be Architect or Asher. So
no, they're just going to run solo tank as D.Va. It'd be amazing.
Sadly not the case. He will switch over to the Winston, so straight up dive against the defensive Sombra here, 2-2-2. The lack of Soldier, just want to use the hacks and the flanking for EMP defenses.
Keep our eyes on Eska, see how he's going to play around this. See what side he's going to be playing too, because right now, Conbox Spirit just wrapping around the backside of the point on that left flank. Try to insert themselves in, start that cap rolling through. Asher, gonna get caught, goes very low, force out the recall already as they start trying to push in onto the point.
Okay, here we go. Already Eska at 32%, hack going on to Sleepy Bear. Not gonna stop him from helping the kill onto Toby.
Toby's the first one to go down as that Sleepy Bear helps take him out.
Maybe the nickname of some of the Lunatic-Hai fangirls, but unfortunately he does end up dying here.
Just combining some names there for a moment. Conbox don't come up with some crucial picks as they finish off Eska. They get that first tick rolling through. Looks like the second one, and they might even just get the full cap right off the bat. And it seems like that might be the case because Architect, he is having a day out right now with his staple Genji. So sorry, Toby Bear.
Sorry, Toby Bear.
Can't do a damn thing.
So Eska now has the EMP, but didn't have it when it mattered most. He was sitting at 33% when the push hit. You need to be able to buy more time consistently with the Sombra composition when you're running the 2-2-2 with it. You need to buy enough time to get that first EMP, using an aggressive position to get the hacks, to get the health packs, getting those respawns. Unfortunately, you didn't get that. And this is Eska's first televised game of Sombra, and so far, again, not so impressive. They just really, Conbox Spirit dealt with it handily, and they didn't have the time they needed to build the EMP. He has it now. Looks like he wants to save it to at least stop this second checkpoint.
Well, that is going to be the Nano Blade drawn out here by Architect. He is decently low, but now the sound barrier on top of it means he's that much safer. Finishes off Jae Hong. Hasn't quite found much else. Will be able to pop Zumba out of the mech right at the end and help confirm that kill. But a pretty big investment from the side of Conbox Spirit. They don't gain that much for it, but the payload is at least moving.
Will Eska switch is the big question here. He takes his hand off the keyboard for a moment as he is picked off yet again. He's going to switch to the Soldier. This is a reasonable choice. He wasn't going to have an EMP in time for this next push. He's not going to have Tac Visor obviously either, but the consistency of Eska is always in question, but definitely not as good on the Sombra as the Soldier from what we've seen so far.
I mean, he should have had the EMP as soon as the Nano boost came through. Could have denied that Dragon Blade.
Yeah, just too late on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, really late on the trigger. Sound barrier does come through here by Toby. He has to drop it down the wall. Eventually hits it, but Jae Hong has already fallen. Eska finishes off Gamsu. Getting rid of one of those tanks. It's going to be a nice little crucial pickup for him, but they need so much more to deny this push coming through, because right now 3:45 on the clock, and just in front of point B already. Self-destruct from Sleepy Bear does find Miro. Well, poor positioning there from the Winston. Couldn't get himself out to safety in time. But for now, it seems like Conbox will be staved off.
Yeah, they're staved off for now, but the really critical Nano Blade is going to be the next tactic here.
Another boost as they throw it in on the Gamsu. You go straight into the back line, trying to get rid of these supports. Finds Jae Hong, who swapped over onto that Zenyatta. And Eska falls as well. So maybe this is the push. A self-destruct thrown out here by Zumba. However, and Gamsu, just like that, will get picked off. So it seems like the Winstons are just very susceptible to those self-destructs at the moment. And Zumba will just go straight back into the mech and start shoving people off that payload yet again.
We've been seeing so much aggressive dive from Gamsu to have these primal rages more often. Eska pops attack, unfortunately. No one's even nearby, but going back to my original point, as the Escalals pop off in the chat, Gamsu's been really very aggressive. He's had more primal rages than Miro so far this game.
Cost him a lot. That's going to be the sound barrier coming down with the Dragon Blade, and Jae Hong yet again gets picked off. Sleepy Bear finds the kill. Dasher with the pulse bomb, ready to go. Trying to find a target. Could Dasher throw it in onto that Diva mech, but wants to just try to pop it by itself. Will be able to do so. Throws out the bomb, finds Toby, takes him down, and Conbox Spirit starting to win the fight. Miro will pop the Primal Rage to try to delay. Sleep Dart comes through, but they will wake him back up immediately. Maybe not the best decision, but they wanted him away from the payload all the same. And looks like they might just get the completion here as Gamsu pops his own ult, and it's just wreaking havoc inside the studio.
For the respawns to be staggered here. Looks like it is going to be an escape there for Toby, luckily for Lunatic-Hai. They do have a lot of ults available to use here. Unfortunately, the Winston ultimate there just not really useful at all, so that's something that's missing from their arsenal to use right now, but the push continues. It's been solid so far. But going back to my original point, Gamsu just feels like he has Primal Rage more often. Sometimes it looks silly when he dives in and he dies, but when it works out, it pays off in dividends. He's been protected really well by Twilight, who has more nanos. She's been nano boosting him again on the Winston, rather than nano boosting Architect for the Blades.
Yeah, that's going to be the sound barrier out here from the side of Lunatic-Hai as they try to stay alive. Architect just holding on to that Dragon Blade yet again, waiting for the shield to expire before he draws it out. Big deflect comes through. It's not going to be enough to save his life, though, as Kazumba dashes through, gets the boot to kill him. So a decent opening here for Lunatic-Hai to try to posture further forward. The self-destruct will disrupt that. No kills coming down here for Sleepy Bear as he re-enters, and they actually force out the Transcendence from Jae Hong, and Architect still has that Dragon Blade, so Lunatic-Hai really playing with fire with his ultimate usage. You can see the Transcendence goes down, Dragon Blade comes through, Architect finds one, but everybody immediately turns on to him, and Zumba takes him out yet again.
They're going to need to back off here. Eska's going to wipe them when the defense matrix goes down. Still sticking around a little bit longer here, however. Looks like they're finally going to get away. So, Conbox Spirit, they did force a lot of ultimates out with that last push. Twilight's about to have that very important nano. Will he use it on Gamsu? The answer is yes. He's got the Primal Rage, so can use this attack first and use that for survivability. There's the big Primal.
Hit in onto Jae Hong, smacks him away, but can't follow up with the kill. There's so much disarray going on as he leaps around, can't quite find the targets to identify.
Primal Rage saves him.
Yeah, forces out the Primal Rage of Miro here, who's just going to use that to lock this Ana into a corner and try to take her out. He's got the Lucio in there as well, finds Twilight. And he got to follow up for more, wants to back off, get some healing coming through. But Lunatic-Hai are just holding this corner so well.
You have to give real props to Gamsu for what he was able to accomplish there, though, regardless. Getting the health back there, forcing out Miro's Primal Rage, but as you said, the push continues, or sorry, the hold continues here for Lunatic-Hai, and the time ticks down. Not a whole lot left here for Conbox Spirit to push with. Twilight with the odd switch to Sombra here at the end, not for a Talon, perhaps just for the hacks for the picks here as they push forward.
I mean, this gives them a lot of reliability to kite back, pick up these health packs, a 200 one especially on the right side, to keep topped off. For now, we'll just be pushing in. Transcendence yet again going to be forced out as Toby does go down, so not keeping the Lucio alive is Jae Hong.
Yippee, getting closer and closer here. He's actually been able to do a lot with that health pack, as you said.
Pulse Bomb gets rid of Jae Hong. Another Dragon Blade's going to be ready to go from Architect. He has a massive opening here. Toby does have a sound barrier to try to chew through a bit of that damage. As we do see it gets popped. The EMP does get dropped here by Twilight. Architect still dashing through, looking desperately for a kill. Won't find one, but the rest of his squad has. Several members dead on the side of Lunatic-Hai. They have to tag in onto the point to try to delay this, but you can see they're just being contained back into the spawn. 4.3 meters left to go. Self-destruct thrown down to try to zone him out. Miro goes back in dangerously low. Will be taken out as Asher finds the kill. Self-destruct thrown out. Not going to find anything, but they're still just piling in, trying to delay as long as possible. But Gamsu has another Primal Rage. They're going to pop Zumba out of the mech, and it should just be a matter of time for the completion as they keep dashing off.
They want to get it before the overtime. They're very close. Here comes Miro to try to buy time. He's got the Primal Rage. He's hacked, though, and he goes down.
Yeah, he will fall, but it's just 0.01 meters left to go here for Conbox Spirit. They will force the overtime, at least Lunatic-Hai, but they keep coming back in and not giving up.
The consistent kills coming out here for Conbox. They should be able to finish this. It's an overtime now. But Lunatic-Hai is trying their damnedest to hold on as Miro comes in again.
This is unbelievable that they've been able to extend this long, but yeah, the kills come through. The respawn timer is just way too long. That would have been the most insane hold that we would have ever seen if it was completed by Lunatic-Hai. But unfortunately for them, they do not have it. They have to push all the way to point C.
The
But
Sombra,
at least there's no time bank available
the
for Conbox.
Sombra tech there at the end was really cool to see. Consistent hacking on the mobile target, stalking the Winston of Miro, stopping him from being able to do what he wanted to do best there, stopping him from escaping especially, where Winston buys time, then kites back to spawn, then comes back again, very annoying to deal with. The same with Zumba's Diva, but the hacks came in for Twilight. The big health pack on the right side that you mentioned was used consistently. This is a very well-practiced strategy by Conbox. They get the EMP off early, Architect's Dragon Blade paired with that, and you have a completed push for Kongdoo Spirit. So Lunatic-Hai definitely looked poised to hold there, but did not happen in the end. As we see Eska, once again, it's attack, so, you know, obviously we have to wait and see. Showing the Sombra here. Pretty lackluster on defense compared to other players who've used the Sombra on this map, like Taimu specifically. Always reference him because he's had some of the best EMPs on this map. And it's going to be Twilight on his own. Not going to be running the Ana here to boost Gamsu in these team fights.
Yeah, so they want to have this Sombra for the defense, which means a lot of pressure here onto Overwatch. His positioning has to be on point. He can't get picked off on that Lucio, or else the rest of Kongdoo Spirit could just get stomped out of this match. So
obviously,
so keep our eyes on him, especially.
Yeah, and obviously Sombra's not really a traditional support. She does provide a lot of extra healing, but they're not going to sacrifice DPS for this. They still want to have the Tracer Genji with the defensive dive here. So it's going to be Overwatch who's going to have to do a lot.
Okay.
In a moment when the pause is over.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead, throw out a pause right before the map starts, so at least we're not in the middle of some action where it can really just sway the tides of the fight.
Were we not, though? Because my favorite part of the entire match is when I watch the countdown, and I wonder, will there be a pause? And I get really hyped to Kilios as we go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, now you get 2 countdowns there. The
There
one
we
to
go.
get us back out of the pause and the one to start the game. So there you go. It actually
I'm
benefits
really happy.
you even more.
Double countdowns all the way.
I'm sure you're ecstatic.
I am. Okay, let's see what Eska gets done with his first push. Sombra versus Sombra. Translocator advantage, obviously, on the defense here. He's going to get the hack, though.
Yeah, actually,
this shouldn't have happened.
Not hacked out by Twilight, who was playing around this flank. So really just poor decision-making by Conbox Spirit, by Twilight on his own to not have that hacked. And now Lunatic-Hai just going to be pushing around the backside of the point like we saw from Conbox on the attack. But they're diving into the building, almost get the kill in on the Gamsu, are able to finish him off right at the end as he gets back around the gate.
Good
he will
zoning.
go down, but and they complete the cap. First tick getting ready to come through as Conbox Spirit look to retake the point.
Good zoning by Zumba. He was able to stay alive there with all the heals. It's so much healing for his team.
Asher going low as he tries to duel this one out with Guido, finds
Nicely
him
done.
with the recall to keep himself alive. Twilight goes in, throws down the EMP, but there's not much follow-up. In fact, will just be an answering EMP here from Eska as they do trade a 2-for-2. Guido and Jaehong both falling. First tick, all that was acquired by Lunatic-Hai so far, looking for a little bit more as Miro goes yet again back in onto the point.
Oh.
Now barrier thrown down here from Toby.
Attempted hack there on the Toby. He fails to get it, though. That would have been so huge if he could have denied that sound barrier. Pulse Bomb is going to knock Zumba out of the mech, though. Actually, it's Sleepy Bear
Yeah, Sleepy
falls
Bear
there.
does come out, and then he's going to get knocked down as Miro just zaps him to death. Still just playing Gatekeeper, trying to keep everybody contained as Architect. Rolls out the Dragon Blade back in onto the point. Won't get any kills with it, and has to peel back as he goes down at the end. Eska able to chase him out, but yet again, the second tick is not there for Lunatic-Hai. This push is still being delayed and denied by Conbox Spirit.
It's such a long push, too. It's just so long contested. Here comes another EMP. Guido is going to get the pick onto Gamsu. This may finally be the opportunity that Lunatic-Hai has been looking for so long.
But look at that, Twilight still just keeps himself alive, has the EMP ready to go for himself now.
Here we go.
And Lunatic-Hai, they profit a little bit from their own, drops it down, will die, but is the follow-up there for the rest of his squad? Looks like the answer is going to be no. Architect goes in, finds the kill onto Jaehong, but without the Dragon Blade to follow up, won't be finding too many other kills. So the cap finally completed here by Lunatic-Hai, but well delayed by Conbox Spirit. 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the push for Streets Face.
Definitely a nice hold there. Did a lot to delay. Lunatic-Hai victorious in the end. I feel like Zumba really controlled a lot of the early part of that fight, really peeling very well so that Eska and Guido could do their work on the dive.
Okay. Architect just sniping Guido, I believe, with the shurikens.
But when you have that successful of a dive where everyone's staying alive, you have the consistent healing, you got the big health pack too. You have so much more sustain to actually keep that going for a long time. Very impressive to see Lunatic-Hai actually pull that off with the longer respawns coming in.
See how long they can stay postured this far forward. So far, High ground contention hasn't been a priority here for Lunatic-Hai. You see Zumba going up there trying to disrupt things a little bit. Pulse Bomb comes down, but it's not going to find the stick. Kongdoo not able to help take down Gamsu, but he's still playing very far forward against a team that has a Discord Orb, and he will die even with the Primal Rage.
There's the triple here on the side of Lunatic-Hai.
Sweeping kills.
Push it.
Pressure dashing around, making his way over to that health pack where they do have the hack, but it's still not enough. Miro takes him out in the end, and that's a very delayed team kill, but the payload will finally get moving here for Lunatic-Hai.
Well, this kind of Genji-less comp here for Lunatic-Hai, where we have Kongdoo really showing his stuff on the Tracer, which he played much more than he did, of course, in their match against Panthera. Really working out for them so far. Twilight holds on to the EMP here, looks for the pick on to Jaehong on the high ground as well.
I mean, now he might just be dropping in for it. Actually, Jaehong goes very low and will be finished off as Gamsu goes forward. Twilight, a bit of a rough spot, can't drop the EMP as he is hacked already. Will go down, and Lunatic-Hai, even with losing Jaehong, will be trading up massively as they just work their way through Conbox Spirit with relative ease, and Jaehong, surprisingly, is swapping over to the Soldier.
Oftentimes when you hold on to these EMPs, it's really impressive and it shows a really nice awareness of the situation. But I think in this case, because of the game of chicken, so to speak, with EMPs, holding on to it there might have actually cost them big. As a very rare DPS here from Jaehong. We've seen him play attack Widowmaker here, but never the Soldier.
Pulse Bomb thrown down by Kongdoo, gonna go wide, so doesn't find the stick, doesn't find the kill. As the dash his way out to safety as Toby falls on the other side of the fight. So it might be a temporary little halt here on the push, especially as Eska and Kongdoo both go down. Jaehong poking in, trying to find this kill. In on Architect, one more hit would do it, but there's the right click to finish him off. Miro follows up, avenging his former healer, but won't be finding much more than that rollback now starting to come through on the payload. It was just 3.2 meters away from point B. And you got to say, Conbox Spirit, fantastic delay tactics so far. Minute and a half left on the clock, and Lunatic-Hai have to go to the distance.
It's so unusual. I know Eska's really good on the trace. We see him a lot, but because Kongdoo is here now, he's on the Sombra, and Ryu Jaehong is forced to play the Soldier. An unusual setup here. Eska leads with the EMP, met by another one here, so everybody's hacked in this hack
dropped out
party.
here from Twilight, but Kongdoo actually going to help follow up the kill there onto Gamsu. They get Architect and Sleepy Bear is popped out of the mech and should be going down momentarily. Twilight and the Baby Diva do go down now. There's nothing really to stop that payload from being completed. Gamsu can't get there in time, having just respawned. So they get the point B, but it's 2 minutes, 25 seconds for them to complete this push.
This says a lot about Ryu Jaehong's hero pool here, being able to flex into the Soldier in this situation and doing
really
a great
good staggering.
job. This push continues, but it's still a long way away. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left for Lunatic-Hai. They've got a lot of ultimates to use here. They don't have the EMP. They have it more than Twilight does, just for the moment at least. But this is just so odd to see Ryu Jaehong on the Soldier, but they make it work here with a triple DPS attack.
Oh, they didn't notice Asher. So they don't know that he's just dropping in above, drops down that Pulse Bomb, but still doesn't have the stick, even with all the sneakiness in the world. But Sleepy Bear pushing forward is enough to take out Toby, so they still kill the target that they had in mind. A decent little hold starts to come through here. A 2-for-1 in favor of Conbox Spirit as they look for more. Eska getting chased down, is hacked out, will be finished off by the boot from Sleepy Bear. And Zippa knocked out of the mech in a very rough spot. Minute and 30 on the clock here. Lunatic-Hai as they keep trying to push forward. They've rounded the final corner, but they need to close the distance.
They have an ult lead, but that could all be shattered by Twilight's EMP. We'll see who gets it first. Eska's
going in. Kongdoo chases forward with him and they take out Asher.
Okay, his EMP comes up first for Twilight.
Miro was not affected. Could pop that Primal Rage. Does so. Has not done so yet. Attack Visor comes out there from Jaehong. Gamsu and Jaehong.
Eska's unable to use his EMP in this fight, which means he can't actually find the follow-up here.
Yeah, we're going all over the place, so things are just getting a bit muddled here as Conbox Spirit continues to get the hold. They kill Miro at the end. Didn't use the Primal Rage. We'll have it for one final push as they're nearly have 6 ultimates. Jaehong swapping back over to the Transcendence will delay that a bit further. But with no Dragon Blade there from Architect, there's not that much to fear in that regard.
Okay, so a large amount of ultimates build up here for Lunatic-Hai again. This time they're going to use Eska's EMP. Finally, they get it down. They should be able to push this through.
The self-destruct thrown out here. Doesn't find anything, and Overwatch is going to be the first one to fall. They get Architect as well, so big openings here for Lunatic-Hai, but then losing Miro with the Primal Rage could very well cost them for the delay, for getting people cleared off of this payload. There's a couple more meters to go, 12 more and they could tie this one up. It's likely going to have to be in overtime. Twilight has the EMP ready, will jump up with the translocator, throws it down, dies right off the bat. Still several members dead on the side of Conbox Spirit. 3, 4 now, waiting to respawn. Architect will go down, Gomsu follows suit. Asher going to try to dash back in to contest this one, but Lunatic-Hai will get the completion in overtime.
And they win this off of hero flexibility. Guido, of course, now finding his roots back on the Tracer. You have Eska starting out on the Sombra, playing it for the first time ever, finding success, good hacks, and giving Twilight a real run for his money. Sometimes Twilight got the leap on him, had the edge on him in terms of EMP usage, but always Lunatic-Hai had the better ult economy. I think that's the big story here. They had a large time bank, and sometimes they lost like 3 teamfights really at the end of that, trying to force it in for the completion, but Conbox Spirit just ulted very heavily, used several with the EMP, and when the fight went wrong for Lunatic-Hai, they didn't commit anything else, and eventually they were the ones that had the ult advantage and shoved through. Eska holding onto that EMP a bit longer there at the end. So really good to see Twilight back on the Sombra. Exciting to see the man who kind of made this meta, at least started it to make it more mainstream, starting from promotions. But Eska, on his first time, looks really good too. He's sliding.
It's an interesting spot.
Well, I mean, Toby's a good Lucio. Probably why he's picked for World Cup. You have to imagine.
Yeah.
It wasn't just because he's really handsome and one of the more famous players on the team. It's just his Lucio is so good.
All right, well, here we go. Minute on the clock for each of these squads. Conbox Spirit starting things off on the attack, still running the same composition. Asher on that Tracer, Architect on the Genji, but they need one swift tank. Try to build up as much percentage as possible in order to take this map and tie up the series. Otherwise, Lunatic-Hai looking at that match point, the victory here on Hollywood. Come on, he's trying to shoot the Tracer. Stop body blocking.
That's
Zumba.
the worst feeling ever when you're the Okay, Gomsu dives into the back here, finds a good angle, really nice shield as well. Nice targeting here.
Yeah, they take out Toby and already nearly have that first hit coming through. Gomsu going back in onto the point to finish off anybody that he can find. But Miro still very healthy. Will help gatekeep that enemy Winston off the point.
Eska goes down.
Contesting. So does go down, as you say. Architect dashes his way through, despite the fact that he has a sliver of HP. He is still alive, and the first tick has been achieved here for Conbox Spirit, and it's rapidly going up. Asher tossing out the pulse bomb, not going to find anything, but they might just have the cap here. Lunatic-Hai, look like they're just going to give this one away, and Zumba will be pushing in, has that nano boost in onto him.
Okay, Eska's almost at the EMP, doesn't want to buy enough time to get that EMP out, but he gets taken out here, not available for this fight. That should almost certainly be the cap here for Conbox Spirit in overtime.
Yeah,
there
they're
it
able
is.
to get it. And now they have to stick to this payload like glue, but already getting the cap with just a minute on the clock is so crucial for them to find victory here on Hollywood. Lunatic-Hai have several ultimates to try to stop this push from coming through. We'll see how they want to approach this one, because they need to stop this push very quickly.
And they do so. The tools they have available are many. They have the pulse bomb to drop, they have the self-destruct, which is really powerful when paired with the EMP, so you might see that be the way to just knock them off, to tick down the overtime, as it's basically going to move at light speed for how long they've been on this point. Guido starting the approach, trying to force out that defense matrix first before they go into this engage.
We heard the primal rage pop there by Gomsu. Eska still has that EMP
There's
ready to
EMP.
go. Throws it out as a self-destruct hits, but it's not going to find anybody. Meanwhile, Zumba with his own takes out Asher, but it's still not enough to get them off the cart. Miro now having the primal rage, playing with fire, trying to go as low as possible before he pops it. Wants to knock them all off and just force this out. Sound barrier comes down, pops the primal rage. Sleepy Bear knocked in out of the mechs as that nano boost comes through in onto Gomsu. He can stick around for a while.
Dragon Blade though, he's gonna get some kills here.
Goes
Toby's
to the
the
back
first.
line, takes out Toby, finds Zumba as soon as he gets knocked out of that mech, follows up for a final one onto Guido. And just like that, Lunatic-Hai, the team kill is completed, and Conbox Spirit just keep on moving.
It's rolling, man. They used a lot of ultimates for that, but Lunatic-Hai used even more. Eska was on his way to another EMP, stopped in his tracks around 65% though, as a chair is even going with this payload. It's out of control. But Conbox Spirit has the lead now. They also have Primal Rage to buy further time. This is such an amazing push for them.
And that was all the ultimates there from Lunatic-Hai. A couple close there as the EMP is about there from Eska. Will now have it.
Zumba's going to have another self-destruct with this. Perhaps that's the pairing again they try to go for. Here it is.
He goes ahead, drops that one down. Tries to get the kill in under Architect, but cannot find it. Sleepy Bear gets knocked out of the mech, but Guido falls.
Here's the self-destruct.
You find Asher. Self-destruct, as you say, going to be blocked out by the payload, so no kills to be found for Zumba.
Not using it with the EMP, wanting to use them separately here, but they do get the mech advantage here.
And Zenith comes down. And Architect, Discord Orb onto him, is able to kite back successfully. Now is the recipient of that nano boost. He just tries to build up for that Dragon Blade very rapidly. He's getting too many hits in, now has it available, draws it out. He's going to be looking for the kills. Can he find Toby? One slash would be enough to finish him off, but instead he's going to go ahead and gets rid of Zumba. Jae-Hong has already fallen as Asher finishes him off. Sleep Dart in onto Toby. He goes down. The push keeps going, and Conbox Spirit, they're going to get point B.
There is no stopping this payload. They got a battering ram chair here to push their way through this one. Doors open, and Lunatic-Hai, momentum is absolutely against them now. We're going to see the Sleep Dart come in here again. Jae-Hong's done. That's another pick. That's another desync spawn. This is an incredible push. Remember, Lunatic-Hai also only has 1 minute for their push. They're going to have just as miraculous of a push. That is, even if they can take the first point. I mean, this is just salt in the wounds right now for Lunatic-Hai.
And this is absolutely insane by Conbox, a performance that we never would have anticipated from them, even against a lesser team, and let alone against the likes of Lunatic-Hai. Self-destruct thrown out by Sleepy Bear, not going to find much as they keep trying to round this final corner and get that completion. It would be a massive statement to be made by Conbox if they can complete the map yet again.
Okay, Asher here looking for a pulse bomb. Hack comes in here with it. Doesn't find a kill with that pulse bomb, but they have the sound barrier. Lunatic-Hai do to help sustain through this. This might be their opportunity, finally, to stop this push.
Architect and Twilight go down. Sleepy Bear popped out of the mech. Not going to be finding anything in the self-destruct from Zumba. Won't be claiming any lives, so Conbox Spirit will be pushing back in to try to get back onto the payload. They get knocked away for a second, but Gumsu's able to tag back in, has the Primal Rage to keep himself postured forward. The rest of the team getting ready to join in, but the pulse bomb finishes them off. If they step off of this for even a second, even half a second, Conbox Spirit will be stopped at the push, but you have to say they've done so much work already. It just doesn't even damn well matter. That will be it in the end. But 2 points, nearly around the final quarter. Conbox Spirit exceeded all expectations.
With a 1 minute overtime push, 1 minute to cap the point, and nearly push, they nearly push all the way to completion with this. As it felt like Lunatic-Hai started getting desperate, they were throwing out Hail Mary ultimates that were not coordinated. The thing that we saw several times was the EMP comes in with no follow. We talked about the strength of Zumba coming in with the self-destruct with the EMP because no defensive ultimates could be used, but they were never used in conjunction. The first time they used it, it felt like they were trying to make it a combo, and it was just so poorly timed. The second time, they just didn't use it together at all. It was like they just hadn't either considered it or they didn't want to use it that way. Those were tools they had in their arsenal that they didn't actually pull to fruition. So now, as miraculous as that push is for Conbox Spirit, Lunatic-Hai has to do just the same, then they have to do better. It's going to be so difficult. For Lunatic-Hai, they're probably already thinking about what map they want to pick for Assault, because this is a miracle situation. I will eat my hat, I will eat your shoes, Achilleos, if they can pull this off. It would be insane.
I'm gonna buy a new pair of shoes for you to eat because I rather like the ones that I'm wearing. But
okay,
your bet has been accepted, Wolf.
I mean, as long as they belong to you and I eat them, the bet is on. So you can get some cheap ones at Payless if you like.
All right.
Korean Payless. Just,
I'll get something that pulls apart very easily, so it's easier for you to devour them.
I mean, I didn't say how I was eating them. I'm gonna cook them first. So.
All right. Well, I would hope so. Eating raw shoe.
Not the way.
Definitely not the way you do it. But all right, here we go. The attack coming through now from Lunatic-Hai. Gonna be yet again the Sombras on either side. Eska still sticking to that one, and Guido in onto the Tracer. Gets found out, takes quite a bit of damage, forces out the recalls. He dashes back, tries to get over to that health pack, but surprise, it is gonna be hacked.
Surprise, surprise, as the Sombra war continues here. Nice position here for Eska, actually, to get a lot of damage, build a lot of charge, up to 34.
Really botched that one up, didn't have the dash through, but already we're at 20 seconds. First tick hasn't been completed here from Lunatic-Hai. Will be an overtime situation as that EMP does get dropped out here by Twilight. He falls right off the back, but as does Eska. So Lunatic-Hai will not have an answering EMP to try to take this point. A 2 for 2 so far as Conbox Spirit still maintains control over the point. And with 5 seconds ticking down, Lunatic-Hai are gonna have to get into this one. You know, 83% here on the ultimate. Jumps into the building, goes low, will fall down. Asher finds the kill. And honestly, Conbox Spirit might just be able to hold this before
There's
that
still a
first
chance.
pick even comes through.
Okay, here comes Sleepy Bear back into the point. He's nowhere near his self-destruct, unfortunately. Architect's going to have Dragon Blade if they can hold until then. Toby, of course, got the double. Here's the EMP finally coming down
Pulse
from
Bomb finds
Eska.
Kongdoo. Sleepy Bear knocked out of the mech and does get taken down. Can they complete this? Is the question. Second tick about to come in as Guido goes far forward, gatekeeping as best as possible. Finishes off Oporochi. And it seems like Lunatic-Hai are keeping the hopes alive, at least for now. The completion will be there. But again, all the way through to the studio, around that final corner is where they need to get to.
Do you believe in miracles, Achilles?
Do you believe that you can actually eat a shoe and a hat?
I'll have to look that up on WikiHow before I try it. We'll see. Zuba's going to have the self-destruct now. Eska far away from the EMP, but Conbox doesn't really have a massive ult economy lead right now. They are going to have that first EMP, though, which is super important, because that could just be the one push they need. Gamsu with Primary might be able to finish it up. Again, really good Transcendence coming up first from Rio Jong. You always want to do it before the EMP. Here's the EMP afterwards, though. Now the healing is missing.
Just drop it down. It's the sound barrier out there from Conbox Spirit. They're already finding two as Architect draws out the Dragon Blade, slashing away, trying to find some picks. Doesn't really find too much for his trouble and has to get zoned back because of that self-destruct. And Zumba finds a double kill. Sleepy Bear and Gamsu both get taken down, so Zumba paying for that one with his life. Still trades up quite a bit. Pulse Bomb not going to connect his Miro.
Super
tries
low.
to delay. Will get taken down, and now it's all on
They have to use
Guido.
sound barrier. They have to make this work.
Yeah, they pile back in. 3 members against the world. The payload actually starts moving as Conbox Spirit kites back a bit. Want to maintain their lives.
That was
up.
a razor-thin defense for Lunatic-Hai to hold on to the point there. They were just barely able to get back in time. Miro really doing the work there in terms of buying time as Jaeyoung switches back in onto the soldier.
Gets taken down. Gamsu trying to open something up, looking for that tac visor as Lunatic-Hai gets ready to approach point B.
Here we go. Eska is coming in. He's going to have that EMP in just a moment. They're 2/3 of the way there. They're just got to keep up the momentum. Gonna hold on to it for now. Jaeyoung gets that
is
pick.
dead. That's a nice little pick off there from Jaehong, but the contest now coming through here from Conbox Spirit. They want to go ahead and stifle this right here, right now. Sound barrier down. Jaehong picked off the first one to fall on the side of Lunatic-Hai.
EMP not really well placed.
Yeah, it's not really getting them much. Zumba able to pop out Sleepy Bear, able to take down Oporochi. They will be trading Lucios as Toby goes down. Twilight finishing him off, but Lunatic-Hai still decently healthy as they try to stick in on the point. But
Miro
the
goes down
Dashu
before Primal.
actually does find him, and now it's just Zumba. He's all on his lonesome in the mech, trying to stay alive. Pulse Bomb comes down.
He's down.
taken
That's
out.
it.
That's it. Conbox Spirit will have the defense. They will have the hold. Hollywood goes over to them. They're going to tie up the series 1-1, and Wolf, you are safe. You do not have to eat a shoe nor a hat.
No, not eating it. No shoes, no hats. But Lunatic-Hai going to be frustrated with this one. The miracle push they had to push against there. They just got hammered, hit over and over and over again. Better control of the health packs there on defense by Conbox Spirit. Then also the better just overall play in terms of pushing on the point, the better ult economy. Eska's last EMP really didn't hit the mark, and I think they were trying to commit in that moment. It was also really cool to see the bait out by Twilight to actually get that extra Transcendence to be used early by Jaeyoung. He fake used the translocator because it's actually a technique that every Zenyatta needs to know in this meta is, okay, he's about to drop down the EMP, I need to use Transcendence first. He baited it with a fake translocator. So Ryu Jaeyoung used the Transcendence first before he switched to Soldier, and unfortunately, that was a waste that really hurt their push. We're going to go to a commercial break. This series is just getting heated up, tied up 1-1. We'll see you guys in just a few.
언제 어디서나 깔끔하고 상쾌하게.
이런 게 트래비 스타일.
Stylish sparkling water, 트래비.
As a full-time streamer, my computer has to keep up with everything I do. All my streaming applications and the Twitch chat at the same time as the game. The Core i7 allows me to really concentrate on my viewers and my community.
Welcome back. It's 1-1. Conbox with a dominant performance on Hollywood. Their map pick looked like it might have been a one-sided series after what happened on Control, but boy, did they bounce back. Lunatic-Hai showing some flexibility with the triple DPS with the Sombra as well, but looked like it was more of a liability than an asset overall.
Yeah, I mean, Eska, that's just poor. Anyway, we'll move on from that. I can harp on that for the longest time. Eska, lol, you know, meme, whatever. But it's time for the turnaround performance here as we get ready to go over onto Assault. This will play a lot more like Control, so expected that Lunatic-Hai, if they can replicate their performances from Well and Lighthouse, should have the upper hand. But Conbox Spirit, they really went the difference. They had a miracle run pushing all the way past point B in overtime. So, I mean, they're fired up, and the momentum certainly on their side at the moment. We'll see if Lunatic-Hai can shift that away from them, can turn it on its head as we find out Temple of Anubis will be our third map. And this could be match point for Conbox if they come up with another victory.
I really like this choice because, you know, even though Eska certainly had his moments, in terms of consistency, Twilight is the better Sombra player, so why risk running Volskaya and the Sombra versus Sombra that you've already kind of failed in terms of EMP usage, the fake outs we saw from Twilight with the translocator, things like that. Just throw that away, remove that extra variable. Yes, you may still face the Sombra here, and it could be some Talon Cops coming out, possibly, but you have a more straight-up mechanical battle on Temple of Anubis instead of dealing with the Sombra and potentially Sombra versus Sombra, depending on how Lunatic-Hai wants to run with this. So I respect the map choice. Could have been Hanamura too, but obviously the same Sombra issues do persist. We are tied up 1-1. Winner will go to match point. Let's jump into Anubis.
I get it.
All right, well, here we go. Lunatic-Hai going to be on the assault. Their map choice. Temple of Anubis. See if we will actually have that Widowmaker start things off. Something tells me that probably not.
But could happen.
It is an innate possibility.
But when you look at the rest of the composition, you have to definitely give some thinking emojis as you see the multi-DPS here. Raid Yujihong on the Genji, for example. It's like, all right, guys, Guido wasn't that bad, all right? So we'll see what they decide to roll with in the end, but it is going to be Twilight, it looks like, on the Sombra for defense here. Could definitely circumvent that a little bit easier on this map than you can on Volskaya, though, so I still like the map pick for Lunatic-Hai, despite what I was talking about earlier with the Sombra.
I'd like somebody to take that that picture of Wolverine laying in bed, looking at at the photo longingly, and just put Miro's face over it, and then have "Who are you?"
Feels that way, man. We're all missing him right now. Guido,
and honestly, it's not even Guido. Like, it's actually like there's just been some disjointedness, and honestly, Eska has been one of the bigger problems.
Well, Eska's going to be playing the Reaper this time as they go full Talon here, so it is going to be the Sombra versus Sombra. Somewhat of a questionable choice by Lunatic-Hai when you consider what happened the last time that they ran the Sombra versus Sombra, but obviously the Reaper can be there for the Death Blossom. Definitely some hyper-aggressive positioning down here. He's going to get the advanced hack, so they're going to look for the double cap with the Death Blossom. This is some real next-level strategy coming out from Lunatic-Hai. It could work if they get the first Death Blossom, they get the fast cap, they try to go for the quick double. It's a possibility, but
if it doesn't work, they just kind of look like a bunch of idiots.
Sure.
It's like, oh yes, I've hacked your 200 HP pack all the way over here, and now I can't cap your point A. But for now, they will be piling in, nearly have that first stick ready to go. We'll see if they can actually pull this one off, but Jaehong going down, first and foremost, is not going to help them out.
This is just not the Lunatic-Hai that, they were made famous for. It's such an unusual playstyle. So many hero swaps. Jaehong this time on the Sombra. Eska on the Reaper. He's going to go down.
Well, guess what? First hack is there. First EMP, rather, from Twilight.
Of course, he had the better setup. The defensive setup here obviously better for Sombra, especially when you take that aggressive point B health pack.
I mean, Jaehong is now at 63%. Trying to get towards that EMP, and Eska at 70. So I mean, like, sure, maybe you make this work, but Jaehong has to go back, cap the the health pack yet again.
Yeah, I mean, the idea here was certainly what we call in StarCraft an all-in, right? It's incredible if it works, but it's very risky and hard to pull off. If it fails, you definitely pay for it. We're gonna go for the hack here on the Sleepy Bear. I believe he actually got that.
He does find it this
Died
time,
immediately.
He comes back, and Architect just waiting for him, just cut him down, draws out the Dragon Blade. Playing a bit with fire. Here he goes dangerously low, but finds the follow-up kill in on the Toby. Has the deflect to try to buy himself some time. He gets finished off by Miro at the end. Eska now pushing in onto the point. They healed up just a little bit, has the Death Blossom ready to land.
If they don't have to use it here, it's huge because they have the immediate opportunity to use it for the second push on point B.
And
so
it seems like they will be able to get the cap. So still will have quite a bit of time here on the clock, so Lunatic-Hai, it looked really messy, but maybe, just maybe, they can pull this off.
Okay, here comes Ru Jae-hong. See if he wants to run it down left.
It all comes down to this play. If they can pull off the Talon play, no matter how scrappy it looked, doesn't matter anymore.
Well, they have a lot of time.
They executed it well. EMP's going to come down. That's going to be the Death Blossom thrown out.
Only Architect, though.
Already falls, but that's the only one that they get, as you say. Eska will be entering into that Wraith form, trying to take himself out to safety, but Kongdoo's there to follow up. Sound Barrier comes down for Conbox Spirit as they try to regain control over the point. So far, the first tick has still eluded Lunatic-Hai, but they want to stick in this one. They still have a multitude of ultimates to use to try to take this. Sound Barrier going to be one of them, as it does come down first and foremost. Stick comes in onto Kongdoo as he pops that Primal Rage to keep himself alive. Looks like Struck thrown out, not going to find anything.
Looks like they're going to try to re-engage here. Zubair's out of the mech now. Kongdoo buying a lot of time right now. Looking for that hacked health pack, unfortunately not able to find it. Zumba going to steal it here as he goes back into the point. They need to get more picks than this, though.
Yeah, Asher has that Pulse Bomb ready to go. Can just follow in onto Eska to try to take him out. Throws down the Pulse Bomb!
Nice!
And what goes up must come down, or in this case, what goes into Wraith form must come out of it. And Eska, with nowhere else to go, does get taken out. And that's going to be the assault halted by Conbox Spirit. First tick unobtained.
And this isn't that horrible for them. You know, you say it's all about this push, and it certainly is, but now they could have 2, 3 more of them because they had such a large time bank to work with. So I like the big commitment in there, even though at the end of the day it started to kind of fizzle out and looked like a train wreck at its very last stage there. They can make this happen because they have such a large time bank. Twilight, hyper aggressive there.
Yeah, really playing with
Gets
fire.
this back, finally, this health pack hacked here for them, which is so important.
Piling in on the point now is Lunatic-Hai coming down from the left side. EMP immediately thrown out here by Conbox Spirit. And Architect finds the first kill. Jae-Hong going down. Keto and Esco both following suit. Zumba popped out. Will be finished off, and now it's just Miro desperately trying to keep himself alive. If they can get him, be a nice little stagger, but Architect doesn't want to chase that far forward. Get caught by the respawning members of Lunatic-Hai. Right now, it's just a delay game from Conbox Spirit.
This is okay for Lunatic-Hai because this is mostly an eco push for them. Eska got hacked, so couldn't escape, but still built up a decent amount of his ult charge. The really big issue is that Ru Jae-Hong doesn't have his EMP, but he's going to have it much faster than Eska even will at 56. So, again, these are okay moves for Lunatic-Hai. When they fail maybe 2, 3 more times, we get down to 1 minute 30 territory. That's when you start to worry about the strategy. Might be time to switch at that stage. Perhaps before then, if the next push fails.
Twilight backing off yet again. Just trying to work his way up towards that EMP. Nearly has it, 66 to about 60% there from Jae-Hong. So it's a battle of inches, really, as far as which Sombra can get it up, can get that EMP ready to go and drop it first. Sound Barrier coming down here for Lunatic-Hai. Architect drawing out the Dragon Blade, not going to be able to find too much, and the health pack is not there. So Miro zaps his way to a kill, but Eska's been taken down. So not building up anymore for that Death Blossom. You can see Lunatic-Hai wanting to stick with this strat, will just be kiting back. And they're suffering losses on the exit as Jae-Hong goes down.
Just feels like some miscommunication that Toby would use the sound barrier there that wasn't designed to really pair with anything. Perhaps they thought that was going to be the push, but it just simply wasn't. Eska didn't even have ult, still only at 82%. So again, burning that time down, 220. I think they've got one more chance to make this specific Talon comp work. If it doesn't, I think it's probably time to change and try to go for one more different type of composition. Twilight already has the EMP, he's just waiting for this moment. He knows the Talon push, the big Death Blossom combo is coming soon. He knows the ults are very likely to be available, so he's just holding on to that EMP for the critical moment. We have so many ults to work with, Conbox does, so I don't know if this is going to be the one for Lunatic-Hai, but they have one more opportunity with this. Eska still 10% away, just being very safe, very conservative as he pokes in, looking for that last elusive 10%.
Jae-Hong in a bad spot, trying to push in. Will go ahead, drop down the EMP, but there's not going to be any follow-up. Eska just now finding the Death Blossom, but he has EMP'd himself from Twilight. Now the sound barrier is thrown down. They find the opening pick, getting rid of the enemy Sombra. But Lunatic-Hai still having struggles pushing further into this.
Didn't pair the EMP with the Death Blossom. Eska uses it
He
here,
dropped
completely
it, and
useless.
He just dropped it, he gets killed by Asher. Eska, what are you thinking? Wastes the Death Blossom
So wasteful.
completely.
No combo there. Still getting a few picks here. They need to get more if they want to actually snowball this. Asher gets the kill here on Nagito, which is going to really hurt them. Every kill is worth more for Conbox than it is for Lunatic-Hai. They need to get those consistent picks without dying.
Yep.
The lost health pack here, a big problem for
Another
Lunatic-Hai.
EMP ready to go here from the side of Twilight as well. Can just hold on to this because they're just continuously finding these one after one picks. Get Get the hack on the health pack yet again, and Eska says, all right, screw it, we're done with this. I'm moving over to the Soldier. Expect Jae-Hong to swap. Yep, he's going to be moving over to that Zenyatta as well to try something a bit more standard. But this is at 45 seconds. Transcendence is a far cry.
Yeah,
hope.
it really, really is.
Okay,
I mean,
that's the Ana, so he's swapping it again.
Still, I mean, the Nano is something that may happen, but it's very unlikely. Lunatic-Hai is so hell-bent on this strategy, not willing to change, so stubborn in this until the last moment. And the longer they tried to force it to work in that last push instead of just resetting, burned their time so much more. They don't have really anything to work with here. It's going to have to be dumb luck and a good pulse bomb, but Twilight's got the EMP.
Yeah,
here it is.
In, drops it down right on the left side by the Catacombs, and Architect has the Dragon Blade ready to go. Eska, the first one that goes down. Biotic Grenade connects, but he still cuts down Jae-Hong, 42 HP. Getting top back up, will die in the end. Can't make his way through that Winston, but there you go. The hold on point B.
You know,
Conbox Spirit looking really good on the defense, and Lunatic-Hai inflexible.
And this is something that in my research for Lunatic-Hai, especially even going into their previous set against Panthera, I had written in my notes, looking at all the compositions I'd seen them run, is they're just unwilling to be flexible. When they have a strategy, they stick to it no matter what. Sometimes in compositions where they're up against a Pharaoh with no hit scan, they just don't swap. They end up losing on control, things like that. And in this situation, they just kept trying to make it work. And Eska was so slow. He was so unable to build that Death Blossom. It took ages. That burned the time. The fight that they continued to contest with took so long. They weren't just willing to say, okay, let's all just die here. They spent like 30 more seconds contesting the point. Then the late swaps came in. Didn't have tools to use there. And
yeah.
Felt lackluster.
And obviously the swap situation, that scenario, is not just an Eska problem. That's the team communicating. Somebody saying like, no, we can still run this composition, we can make this work, rather than just trying to say like, okay, let's do something more consistent. So that's not entirely an Eska thing, but using the Death Blossom when he was basically dead versus a Tracer, desperation move, and loses it completely off of that. That ruins the Talon composition, ruins any potential that it has, and then those late swaps come in where it's just too late to build up any more ultimates on these new heroes that you're picking. So it was just disjointedness from Lunatic-Hai, completely just fully investing in a composition that clearly was not gaining them any ground. So overall, very poor from Lunatic-Hai, and Conbox Spirit are poised to win this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely have an edge, right? Let's not call it too early.
I mean, we need one hell of a defense from Lunatic-Hai just to deny that first cap. If they can do that, cool. Otherwise, 33% is all that we need to see for Conbox.
Pretty basic, right? And
so
they have, obviously, we'll see how the first cap goes, but they're going to have a decent chance. The momentum is certainly in their favor, too. Well, let's not call it over before it's over. Eska going to be sticking with the Widowmaker here on defense, as we are going to see just the Sonic Arrow come out for Architect as he switches back to the standard dive with a 2-2-2 the way in here. Twilight going to be the secondary support, so it's kind of triple DPS, but this is what Twilight does on this map, and we'll see if he can make it happen. Not going to be Talon, just straight Sombra for the backpack here.
Yeah, he's trying to scout out. It's a jump back, so it's going to be pretty far away from the rest of his squad as Conbox seeks to wrap around that left-hand flank, move up onto the high ground by the bridge. Sleep Dart connects in onto Sleepy Bear, as Eska is just firing away, but the bubble will mitigate a lot of these shots from the Widowmaker.
Unable to find any damage. Conbox respecting the Widowmaker right now, not diving in. They're just waiting for Twilight's EMP. 80% there.
Gets a bit of a hit there.
Super aggressive from Twilight, but he's just safe enough every time.
Well, now we just have a fight up here on the high ground as they start pushing forward. Asher will go down as Guido wins out on the Tracer battle. Sleepy Bear going low, dashes in. He is able to pick up
Eska doing his
health back for
his
a
best
second.
soldier impression here on the Widowmaker.
And spamming his way to success in the meantime. That first hit getting ready to come through for the side of Conbox Spirit. Nearly have it, but haven't quite gotten it.
It wasn't the money EMP that Twilight was looking for. He's got plenty of time to build another one. And the next one he has is going to be paired with more ultimates, the Primal Rage, the Dragon Blade potentially. Can't really credit Eska for the defense, it's really been his teammates, but the threat of Widowmaker forces positioning mistakes, which we've seen out of Conbox Spirit.
And Preside coming through. We're looking to play around these corners. Yeah, finds that shot in on the deflect there from Architect, and now getting jumped on by Twilight on the backside. We'll be able to finish him off. Translocates a bit too short, but still just sprays down Guido. Just finds the kill, drops in with the EMP. Might pay for that one with his life, but all going to be worth it. And he still is alive at the end of the day as Architect starts slicing away with that Dragon's Blade. Helps find the 2 kill. Will be taken down in the end by Miro, who's going to be trying to delay as best as possible.
Nice
self-destruct. Away from that self-destruct. to zone them back off the point as that first tick has come through here for Conbox Spirit. He'll still start coming in, but they're trading back and forth a bit too evenly.
Sleepy Bear picks the double here. Lunatic-Hai has Zumba's self-destruct, potentially buy time. Are they going to actually commit for this? Yes, they will. Coming in now, controlling the point. Twilight nowhere near another EMP. All they have now is the sound barrier.
Yeah, they for sure want to fight this one. The sound barrier does come down. Zumba, they try to zone them back with that self-destruct. And actually just fires away, takes out Sleepy Bear in that Baby Diva form. And now Conbox struggling quite a bit, haven't made it to that second tick. Barrier comes down from Gamsu to keep himself safe, and Eska and Guido have both gone down, so Lunatic-Hai losing out on their DPS members. Several others going low as well. Rio Jae-Hung does drop that EMP, trying to deny as much as possible, but they cannot stop this push from coming through, so the cap is there. 5 minutes on the clock. A couple kills staggered, and Conbox Spirit, do they just want to pile in for this one?
Gamsu was the king of that last fight, man. Just controlling things with that bubble. Also getting really good peel for his teammates, plus the consistent damage. Forcing Lunatic-Hai to spread, not have the synergy with their ultimates they wanted. Lunatic-Hai's going to get several picks here, though, so we'll stop the next attack. Remember, it's only the first tick that Conbox Spirit does need for this.
I mean, there's some really crucial ones there, actually, though. Twilight desperately trying to get the hack on the 200 HP health pack underneath that little bridge. Isn't able to get it. Has to settle for the one further back towards their spawn. So can't be as reliant on that forward healing on the map. They'll be pushing in, drops down the translocator. Does Winnie go in for the EMP is the question.
He's just looking for an opportunity. If it's there, it's there, and it's there now. Here's the Dragon Blade.
This one out. Architect goes in with the Dragon Blade, takes out Eska even through the sound barrier, finds that kill. Trying to hound down Toby, but cannot get him because Miro is sticking to him like glue. Guido pops Sleepy Bear here out of the mech, and Gamsu falls, so no tanky front line for Conbox Spirit. They try on that push, and they fail. And this is just time bought for Lunatic-Hai.
Just a very efficient hold for Lunatic-Hai, too, because they're going to need all the ultimates they can get to hold this, hold this to force an overtime. And, I mean, it's basically, for them, just winning these fights without using ultimates, using the hacks from Rio Jae-Hung. His EMP is going to be one they want to consistently use because it builds so quickly. So, good start for them, but it's going to be a lot longer of a battle for them as we move forward. This is just the first step of about 5 they're going to have to defend.
Yeah, need to try to bait some of these ultimates out away from Lunatic-Hai. Simultaneously building up their own. Twilight working towards that EMP yet again, 54%. Should have it in just a little bit. A couple more flank runs, and we'll have that one available.
Okay, so Twilight without the EMP, but we'll have it soon. They just want to bait some ults for Lunatic-Hai here as they go for their own eco pushes. It's going to be the Architect Dragon Blade again. I think they want to pair with this. Might see the EMP come out first anyways. Twilight's very close to it, 90% now. The question is, do they commit to it without the Dragon Blade, without Primal Rage? Looks like they want to. Here comes Twilight again with that defensive translocator as he looks for the money one.
Jae-Hung hovering around the back. The self-destruct comes through.
Architect with the kill on Eska.
Architect yet does open up one
nice
on
EMP.
Eska. EMP from both sides with the sound barrier comes down here for Conbox Spirit as they start pushing in. Pulse bomb out from Guido. Helps knock Zumba out of the mech, but can they get more? Zumba gets taken down. Twilight finds Toby, and again, they just need the 33%. Already halfway there is Conbox Spirit, but they suffer a couple losses as Oporochi, the solo healer, does go down, and Lunatic-Hai, with the help of Eska on that tac visor, will hold.
So close there, and had they had the Dragon Blade with that EMP, you have to imagine 100% that works, but they were just a little bit trigger happy. Now, Twilight's nearly at another EMP, so it's okay, but patience is a virtue, as they say, and I feel like it's just not on the side of Conbox. So again, Architect pokes his head out too long. Now he's going to have that staggered respawn, burning more and more time is Lunatic-Hai. They used a lot of ultimates for that defense, but because of the staggered respawn now of Architect, they have time to build a little bit more. Gamsu sitting up here has the Primal Rage. Architect with the Dragon Blade. This is it. This is the money push for Conbox. All they need is the tick.
I mean, they went away for this last EMP. Twilight now at 95%. Can poke in one more time, get this built up, and that should be the go button.
This has got to be it.
There we go. He does have it available.
Okay, coming in. He drops it. Nice angle.
The EMP. Yeah, finds several, and the Primal Rage immediately comes out here from
Dragon Blade.
Dragon Blade drawn out, answered by the sound barrier, but Zumba will get popped out of the back first and foremost for the side of Conbox Spirit as they try to follow up with the kill. J-Hong going down. Zumba still running around, and Baby Diva form will be cut down as Architect finds the melee hit. Now looking for Eska as he tries to kite back into the spawn. Doesn't make it out with his life. Gamsu is able to zap him to death in the end, but now Miro
so many ults for Lunatic-Hai. So many ults for them here. They still have some time they can buy here. Ryu Jae-Hong's own EMP comes out. Miro with the Primal Rage.
Finds the kill onto Asher. Now Tito looking for the pulse bomb. Can just toss this one out and try to pop the Diva out of the back. Dashing around looking for a juicier target. Has that health pack to keep himself topped off. And so far, Lunatic-Hai are doing a good job of holding on to this one. Sleepy Bear knocked into the back yet again. Self-destruct will be thrown down. Doesn't find any kills, and Gamsu is taken out. Sleepy Bear down. Twilight finds Toby, but it's still not enough to need so much more as Architect goes in with the Dragon Blade, trying to open something up here for his team, but only finds the one kill and has to get himself out to safety.
12 seconds left on this one. Lunatic-Hai look poised to hold, but Zuma does get knocked out here.
Kill him yet again. Conbox Spirit getting ready to go into overtime. Just need that 33%, but so
EMP.
far it has been eluding them. Twilight throws down the EMP yet again as Kobe falls. Gamsu finding the kill, and Gamsu pushing back forward. Does not have that tactical visor, but can still offer up quite a bit of damage, just pumping round after round into the sidelines of these enemy tanks. But Miro has fallen. Zumba going down. Can this be it? Conbox Spirit, they still don't have the point to themselves. The May coming through from Toby, the delay tactics in full desperation mode from Lunatic-Hai. Self-destruct is here by Sleepy Bear. If they can just get rid of that May.
There's the EMP.
Try to throw it down. EMP out here from J.
No self-destruct. Oh, he gets it.
Not going to be there. Cannot throw it out. And maybe that's it for Lunatic-Hai. Can they complete this one? Gamsu still very tanky. Leaping over to the side. Doesn't have the Primal Rage. Going dangerously low. Will be finished off. And that is going to be it. Lunatic-Hai, they complete the hold on point B.
So well done. So well timed there. It was just, unfortunately, Conbox Spirit couldn't get the picks they needed after they had the initial push. Lunatic-Hai so passive on ultimate usage. When the push hit around 30 to 40 seconds, that final push, the money push we were talking about, Lunatic-Hai had Primal Rage available, the self-destruct, so much on their side to defend it, but they actually just bought time over and over and over again with the respawns. They held onto those ultimates until the very end. May comes out, they get a few picks there. They bought enough time with that no ult defense into the ult defense for a second EMP to come out from Ryu Jae-Hong. That sealed the deal. That was it. What a sick defense there. With the cards stacked against them, with the extraneous circumstances of not even able to get the first tick, Lunatic-Hai is still able to match it and lock it down. Very impressive play.
Absolutely insane. These guys going the distance, keeping this series so very close. And Conbox unable to really get beyond 15% there. Needed the full 33. Just could not quite find it. There's good delays at the start of that by Lunatic-Hai as well. To hold off as long as humanly possible on point A. Really drain down that clock. But in the end, they get the hold. And things are just neck and neck between these two teams, which, if you had asked me a week ago, would not have been my prediction at all. Would fully have expected Lunatic-Hai to be in control of the situation, but it is not to be at the moment.
Big question now is going to be, where are we going for Conbox Spirit on to Escort? So they've been really good at keeping things together on the push. The miracle push we saw on Hollywood, for example, was pretty amazing. So looks like we have a bit of a technical problem here with Zumba. So it looks like here perhaps a mouse or keyboard issue. But anyways, it's tough to pick here what map you're going to go to, because Lunatic-Hai always good at the dive. They always have been, maybe a little bit weaker than they were before. Now that Who Are You is not in the picture. Saw the Hollywood worked really well in terms of the payload pushing. So if you want to go to a map that has a really easy streets phase, perhaps you want to go to Route 66 after you get past that initial phase there with getting past Big Earls. You have a fairly easy push there through kind of the old Western style streets phase. So that could be an opportunity. So let's see what they pick once the technical pause is completed. We will have the map.
There's a lot of things to be decided, but first we do have that tiebreaker.
Oh, that's right, the tiebreaker. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so neither team making it to that 33% mark. So this does result in a best-of-1 tiebreaker on a random map. In this case, it's going to be University here on Oasis.
That's right, they didn't actually have the first cap. They just had to cap it to win it. My apologies.
I mean, it was such a hype
They got
map.
caught up in the hype.
So It's quite all right. But now it comes down to this because, again, winner of this will be taking the lead, will be having match point in the series, and will be deciding that payload map as you were talking about.
That's right. So
a lot of pressure here to come out the victors. And of course, Twilight, this is his comfort zone, going to be operating in onto the Sombra, going up against Escas.
Yeah, this is going to be another thing that we talk about Twilight's usage of Sombra and how he defined this. This is another map where when he was first using it, we saw it on a lot of the time on Hanamura. It was like, okay, this is a cool thing you can do on Hanamura. And then suddenly he showed it on Oasis, especially here on University, and everyone was like, okay, this is kind of a thing. And we're going to see it again. He got the first one.
Twilight's going to be able to find it here for his squad, as everybody's just fighting on the low ground, something that we're not used to seeing. It's going to be a bloodbath as Architect finds the kill but goes down immediately thereafter. Overwatch finishing off Guido, and Asher just dashing around, finds Jaehong. It seems like Kongdoo Spirit might have just come out on top of this one. The recall comes through as Asher will be able to exit safely. Meanwhile, back onto the high ground. The point is unlocked. The contest ready to come through, and Kongdoo Spirit are there with open arms ready to get this first cap.
Okay, looks like picks are going on both sides here. Architect, though, getting the pick here on Guido. I mean, the health pack, obviously, advantage goes to Conbox with Twilight grabbing that early, so that's going to be the edge they have. But they can't actually quite grab this first point. Jaehong again flexing over the Soldier with this triple DPS, with Eska once again on that Sombra. He does go down now to Asher. It's a bloodbath.
I mean, despite everything else, Eska still had the first CMP, was able to drop that one out, which helped level the playing field. But in the end here, Kongdoo Spirit finally do get that first cap coming through for them. But it might be a very swift retake. You can already see Lunatic-Hai starting to tick that one up, but Eska goes down yet again with the EMP, and that's Twilight dropping his own. Jumps back over onto that high ground. Architect with the Dragon Blade just chops down 1, 2, finds Jaehong, looking for a little bit more. Has to try to get away from that self-destruct, but will just be zapped to death by Miro. But that's going to be the Primal Rage out, as Miro just keeps dipping in and out of the low ground, back onto the point to try to get this cap.
Yep, so Miro, Primal Rage expires here, but will it be enough to grab the cap? He gets the health pack, and it looks like it will be the retake. That's the pick on the Gamsu as well.
They still need a little bit more. I mean, Kongdoo Spirit, they want to hold on to this, and now Sleepy Bear coming back in will have that self-destruct ready to go, but the cap does get completed by Lunatic-Hai in the meantime. Jaehong throwing out that tac visor, gets the kill onto Oporochi.
Okay, so in terms of this cap now for Lunatic-Hai, they didn't use too much to get it, so they have an EMP available. Twilight will soon, but they're going to have a lot of defensive setups here. As Architect now on the Genji looks to build that Dragon Blade. Oh, nice pick here on the Twilight with Jaehong's help there. That's good communication. When you see someone kind of blind shot across like that, that is pretty impressive. Eska just saying, okay, he's over there, fire that, I'm on him. And you get that kind of blind shot. It looks like it was lucky, but it was definitely communicated there.
Take that one away, and Asher, he's looking to sneak around the backhand side, has that pulse bomb ready to go. Wants to find the likes of Toby, preferably when he's standing next to somebody else.
Yeah.
He will be spotted now.
Just going to hold on to it for now.
EMP comes down, not sure how many members that one got there for Twilight as they start piling in, but Architect's going to fall first and foremost right before the sound barrier hits. Crucial pickoff here for Lunatic-Hai as they look for success on this hold. And it seems like they're going to be finding it one after the other. Kongdoo Spirit members fall, and they're going to have to regroup, and Lunatic-Hai has since taken the lead in this map. 70% on the horizon to the 40 that Conbox got.
Yeah, so Lunatic-Hai poised to continue the defense now. Zebear has the self-destruct. He can push in with his Gamsu, of course. With his Primal Rage, there's definitely several ways they can take it, but if they don't make it happen with this one right now, this could be disastrous. As you do see, here's the flank for Asher, trying to force something here. Toby is the target, doesn't even have the sound barrier.
Can't quite get him because they're just going to go ahead and drop in onto the low ground, whereas Conbox, they want to be contesting the high ground. So Pulse Bomb comes through, but seems like that one got eaten. Not going to be finding anything there for the troubles. EMP does get dropped down. See how much follow-up there's going to be for the side of Lunatic-Hai.
So many tools for Kongdoo Spirit now. They have the self-destruct and the Dragon Blade. Dragon Blade's going to kill Eska. That's the first step.
He draws this one out. He's looking for a little bit more. Finds Jaehong. One more slice to take out Toby.
Toby gets the kill!
He kills him with the boop, and it's in overtime. Lunatic-Hai looking to just go ahead and close this one out right here, but the recap does finally come down from Kongdoo Spirit as they get zoned back. Toby trying to retreat. Seems like he will be able to do so successfully. will not die, will not have the stagger. Lunatic-Hai have a bit of time to work with here. 53% all that there's there for Kongdoo Spirit.
And Kongdoo Spirit is going to have to hold on to this one hard. Eska's EMP is going to be the first thing they're going to be worried about. As Twilight himself is flexed into the Soldier. Just going to be the sub-supports flexed into Soldier Day today here at Apex. Attack Visor is available. They've got a lot of tools. Eska now finally with that EMP. If they take it for just 1 second, that's it. Sound Barrier is already used early here for Conbox. Holding on to that EMP until the perfect moment.
Yeah,
this is going to be
getting
it.
Jumped on. He's got so many members surrounding him, and he's going to die. Conbox Spirit will maintain control for now.
You got to respect the patience in a moment like this because they still have that extra time. They've got 20% of time worth to work with. It's going to be the big 6 coming in here. Miro, notwithstanding, he's almost got his Primal Razor. The fight extends. He definitely will have it. There's so many tools now for Lunatic-Hai. You have to imagine with this much, they have to get the flip. Here's the pulse bomb.
Before pulse bomb comes through, does get eaten right off the bat. Beautiful by Zumba to flip to the side and deny that stick from coming through. A major opening for them. EMP drop down now by Eska as they start pushing in. Sleepy Bear knocked out of the back. Attack Visor out from Jae-Hong. Comes up with 2 kills. As they get rid of the next, Sleepy Bear will go down. The flip comes through, and now in double overtime, 99% each. Conbox Spirit just getting starved out as it's only Twilight left in this point. And Lunatic-Hai,
there you
the
go.
tiebreaker comes through. They go to Oasis, they win it out, and now they're at match point over Conbox Spirit.
Just really nice patience there with the time they had, the ult lead that they knew that they had. Baited out the Sound Barrier early, then the Pulse Bomb got eaten, so these tools went away for Conbox Spirit. And Eska just held on to that EMP. Was a little bit worried for Eska staying on the Sombra after we saw it on Hollywood, but he's definitely evolved in this series. You can tell he's been practicing it with this new situation that Lunatic-Hai has with Guido now forced to be on the roster for reasons unknown. But the flexibility of even Ru Jae-hong going into the Soldier, this seems to be very well practiced for this specific match. It's working really well for them. The head-to-head in Sombra is definitely an exciting one. It feels like it's very back and forth. So going back to what I was saying earlier, where I had incorrectly, of course, called that Lunatic-Hai had taken the map. We did go through the tiebreaker. Same sort of ideas do apply here. We'll see if Conbox wants to take us to Route 66.
A lot of decisions to be made here. Conbox, something like a player swap, not likely to be seen. Dongsu still waiting in on the bench. This is the squad that they have looked the best with. This is the squad they're going to stick with. But still, not seeing that pause come through.
Well, with Lunatic-Hai not having a good Genji player, either Dorado or Route 66 is going to be good for the early game because you're going to have that high ground. It's a little bit tougher to dive in, even though Miro's an amazing Winston. I think you really just don't, you want to go anywhere but Gibraltar here if you're thinking about how Lunatic-Hai plays to get the edge. But they're going to Gibraltar anyway. It's Jibby time.
No, there is no Jibby.
There is Jibby, man. That's right there.
There's only Gibraltar.
It's Jibby forehead. We're going. Here we go. So, dive not as strong to, like, the impact that dive makes on attacking the high ground isn't as important here. So we're not going to be seeing Architect popping off to really control that high ground like we would have seen on Attack on Dorado, like we would have seen on Route 66. So that's my main qualm with this. Obviously, the dive is going to be really important once we get into the hangar. And going around that first checkpoint where you have to control the high ground once you push underneath that, the little bridge there, that little low ground dip. I don't know exactly what to call it, but you guys know what I'm talking about before the first checkpoint. Dive can be quite strong there too. There's an unusual map pick here, perhaps a specific strategy that Conbox has been saving here for Escort, given the situation. But it's a risk they take in the losers match on match point now. Lunatic-Hai just 1 win away. Starting to feel the Sombra synergy, starting to feel like the Guido triple DPS with Ru Jae-hong flexing. It looked a little bit shaky at first, but now it looks like you could tell they've been practicing it. It's well prepared.
Yeah. Well, could all come down to this one right here for Conbox Spirit for Lunatic-Hai, as we are on match point Gibraltar. Potentially the final map of this set. Winner goes on to face Luxury Watch Blue in a weakened state. So almost guarantees, helps guarantee that semi-final spot.
Yeah,
Can they find it is
it's
the question.
It's gonna be tough for LW Blue, but that's the next step here. Easy advantage whoever wins this series. It's a very tough, hard-fought win, but now Lunatic-Hai has the advantage. They have match point. Conbox Spirit with an unusual map pick on Gibraltar. Can they bring it back? Can we go to another hybrid map? Or is Lunatic-Hai going to close it out right now? Let's find out on Gibraltar.
get it.
All right, trying to close things out nice and strong here is Lunatic-Hai, is the fans here to represent them. They'll be
Here we
starting
go.
things off on attack.
Toby on the Widow, a dream come true.
Everything I've always wanted.
Definitely a different skill set to the Lucio.
Just a bit. There's a few minute differences. You know, I mean, grapple hook, wall ride, they're basically the same thing. They get you places.
Left click, I mean, a little bit faster, a little bit weaker, but I mean, you still aim and try to shoot people in the head. You know, the boop and the poison darts,
yeah. They're very similar.
Yeah.
You can tell that Blizzard was running out of ideas when it came to Lucio and Widowmaker. There's like, I guess we'll just copy the same.
Yeah,
person.
exactly. I
Skin
mean,
them a little bit
it's very,
differently.
It's very obvious that the traps that Widowmaker can lay are just to scare people into accidentally jumping off the side, just like a boop.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this
Jaehong.
is silly. I mean, and also cute. He just wants to get up there so bad. Okay, collects himself, gets back into this.
He's like a puppy desperately trying to crawl in the bed.
So
can't quite make it. It's just not tall enough. But
so
here we go.
Toby on the Mercy here, but it's not a pharmacy comp. He's going to be boosting the DPSs here. At least that's what it looks like initially. It was on Eska for just a moment.
See just how far back Conbox are actually playing here.
Yeah, perhaps scared of the attack Ryujang Widow that we've seen a lot on Hollywood. It's just going to be a more standard comp minus the Mercy here.
Showing a lot of respect, though. So we'll be getting a nice firm push. Looks like they want to contest into the underpass. At least have that bit of a choke position that they can work around. High ground is to be conceded as they do finally jump down onto the payload. Let's start the fight. Jaehong going to be the first one that gets picked off as Gamsu finishes off that Zenyatta. Sleepy Bear will be able to exit safely, keeping himself alive and in the mech.
Push continues here. Conbox Spirit didn't build too many ult charges with this hold either. Very conservative though. Gonna have to commit it when it matters here at the checkpoint. So the boost is coming into Eska yet again, trying to find that extra damage. The res is gonna be a huge tool as well, even though this isn't normally what we see, because you don't have the Pharah for extra mobility. Can still be quite strong in terms of extra DPS and the healing that leads to the resurrects. No one's dealt with Toby so far, as he's already got that res available. He's actually ironically the first to have an ultimate in this game.
Yeah, which means that the rest of his team can play a bit crazily far forward. He has to play still conservatively so he can keep himself alive for that massive res.
Lunatic-Hai showing really big creativity in this series so far without the Genji.
So that's going to be the Nano Blade coming through already. Architect finds Jaehong. The res comes through to try to keep him alive, but Eska falls, as does Toby. Jaehong yet again will be cut down, so the res from Toby not going to do a damn thing. 3 members fall. And Conbox Spirit come up with a very nice hold.
Only using the Nano Blade to do this. They got the res for it, so it ends up being really nice for them. They let the push go really far, but all that really matters for this push is that last moment where you get the checkpoint. The respawn's obviously pretty long coming back.
Toby's like, whatever. Mercy's overrated. I'll just go ahead and swap over to my Lucio.
It feels like you can really feel Lunatic-Hai has brought some unique strategies to the table because they don't have Genji for the dive. They're really being creative here. Mid-air sleep dart.
Goodbye.
See ya.
Yeah, that, you're just dead to rights in that circumstance. Primal Rage popped out here by Gamsu. Will be going low. Can he leap out? The safety answer is going to be yes. Keeps himself alive. Eska sprinting back over here. We'll be able to pick up that health pack. But yet again, Lunatic-Hai getting stopped out just a bit as they keep working up towards these ultimates. 4 at the moment. Toby nearly with that sound barrier ready to go.
Another Nano Blade is almost ready too. Pulse Bomb here. Gonna whiff by Asher.
A pretty crucial miss there. As far as
Lunatic-Hai
is concerned, Tac Visor does come through here. Eska firing away, but he's got so many big tanky members up in his face, and you can see that sound barrier there just helping to chew through that damage. Keep everybody topped off. Architect goes forward with the help of Asher, and they finish off Eska, and yet again Conbox Spirit just trying to hold on to this point. Payload's pushing still right in front of the station. They will be able to complete it.
Architect unfortunately unable to find any kills with that. Twilight didn't use the Nano Boost, so the Dragon Blade wasn't as strong as it could have been. Lunatic-Hai is just able to take the more consistent fight, mind you, without using the majority of their ultimates. And Jaehong going to switch over to the Sombra now. Toby sticks with the Lucio, so looking for just more and more Sombra play. I swear, it's like Sombra's viable on every map now. It's like, well, almost every map. It's getting closer and closer to. We've seen it in everyone.
He's slipping back through. We'll be going over to the Ana now. So yeah, not sticking exactly with the Sombra. They still want to be able to have that healing. Maybe even just match Nano Blade for Nano, or Nano Boost for Nano Boost. Think of what. C1 come through there from Twilight. Miro jumps in.
Taking a nap.
Yeah, he will be taking a nap. Does have the Primal Rage if he has to pop and stay alive, but Jaehong gets picked off on the backside as Asher finds that Pulse Bomb. Gamsu is pushing in, trying to finish off Toby. Will be able to do so with the help of Architect.
Yeah,
and
Twilight
a very
with the
nice
Nano.
hold.
Saves the Nano, doesn't want to use it for Architect, uses it for Gamsu instead, and ends up being a pretty viable tactic. But they're out of ultimates now, as Lunatic-Hai looks for the regroup. Because Ryujong keeps switching, and now switching on to the Zenyatta. They're not going to have any support ultimates, but they have other tools to try to secure this.
You see the Conbox are actually playing back away from the choke points. This hangar, a bit like Eichenwald pre-nerf on the castle door, when it would be completely caved in. Now you have that extra opening to help out. Getting back into the hangar can be pretty oppressive, but Conbox Spirit, they want to play back, they want to let them come to them. But it's not working out so far as Twilight does go down. Overwatch playing in onto the point, will be taken down as Jaehong's back over onto that Zenyatta, has the Discord Orbs, and they make very quick work of that Lucio.
Only the Primal Rage used with this push too, and they're just getting kills. Otherwise, vanilla here as Miro gets the kill on the Sleepy Bear, and the push continues. Conbox with nothing available to stop this, with self-destruct here and the Tac Visor. Looks like this is just going to be clean through to point B. They might do a last-minute contest, but it could cost them big if it fails. Look at this, Eska on top of the
really
shuttle.
Nice angle here. Yeah, Overwatch going to be the first one that goes down, and Architect will follow suit, finds that kill. Sleepy Bear going to be knocked out of the mech, taken down immediately by Miro, and Gamsu will fall. And that'll be the completion here on to point B. 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining for Lunatic-Hai as the staggering kills still keep coming through.
Yeah, the staggering kill's a big problem here. I guess you could argue that they forced out the Tac Visor from Eska, but they didn't get anything else with that big attempted stop there on the checkpoint. So not only do they get the checkpoint anyways, but they get a free push right through the doorway as well. This is going to be the hard point to complete here on Gibraltar. Conbox is building up those ultimates, but they need to make sure they use them together.
Gonna be the crucial combo here, but Eska already taken out. Gamsu playing way too far forward, not respecting that Discord Orb, and Jaehong comes up with that killing blow. Asher trying to poke it from the side, does have that pulse bomb ready to go, but Jaehong comes up with yet another kill, and this payload is just moving relatively unhindered as Lunatic-Hai just wreaks havoc on these members of Conbox Spirit. Twilight
dominant,
nowhere to go, completely surrounded, will be taken down.
Eska with the Helix rockets behind the wall there too. Here's the last minute self-destruct to try to block this. Unfortunately, not really successful here for Sleepy Bear. Sound barrier now also being used. Lunatic-Hai holding on to those ultimates to the last moment. Better ult economy here. We talked about it throughout the series.
Kill thrown down, pulse bomb not going to connect. Asher just whiffing out on that one, and Gamsu goes down. Sleepy Bear pops out of the back yet again, but Architect in the backside does have the Dragon Blade, cuts down
Used
Eska,
alone though,
but will get taken down. Like you said, he's completely alone. No one there to follow up, and now Zumba throwing out the self-destruct to zone everybody back. Actually finds out Barochi for his troubles, and Miro's there to just smack everybody away from the payload as they look to complete this, rolling into the station. 3 meters left to go, and there you have it. Gamsu unable to tag it in time yet again.
You just see the mechanical skill come out. We're seeing Eska hit these Helix rockets. They just win these fights without using ultimates. The ult economy is better as a result. You see, Conbox comes out of the spawns, Dragon Blade alone, self-destruct alone. If they had just regrouped for a moment, they had enough time. It wasn't like if they didn't go in right now, then it was going to be the completion. If they had just regrouped and used ultimates together, it could have been better. So only the better ult economy from Lunatic-Hai because of their just mechanical skill, not needing to use the ultimates to get kills. But Conbox Spirit was just not syncing their ultimates together, and Lunatic-Hai just waited and waited and waited. It was only at the last second where they had the perfect angle for Zumba's self-destruct, gets a kill. Miro, after that, waits until that's done. He staggers in. He's got his Primal Rage to secure the push. So really well done here by Lunatic-Hai. It was a pretty stable push throughout. Now Conbox Spirit, what are they going to show us? This was their map pick, an unusual one. They have an unusual strat, or are they just going to play standard? It would be disappointing for such an unusual map to be picked like this and then just try to play mechanically better than Lunatic-Hai without a plan.
Could maybe just be another assault here with Twilight on the Sombra. He's hovering that at the moment. Seems like maybe the entire team just wants to pay around the payload, keep stuck together so that you can get the maximum healing value out of Oporochi. But still going to be a bit risky. The initial flank points Not that many of them here available for Twilight, especially on the high ground.
Let's see exactly what Conbox wants to run with, because I get the feeling this is just a draft in terms of what they're really going to be running. It's not the final version. There will be many revisions in this in this attack spawn. Looks like it's going to be Architect to start on the Widowmaker. Twilight going to look for the Scout for that as well. See how quickly the swaps come out, or if they stick with this.
Architect looking for a shot, not going to find anything. Immediately peels back with the grapple hook. And what a surprise! It's on the Genji.
Twilight sticks with the Sombra. Gonna look in for potentially that health pack hack. Doesn't get the hack on the Zumba.
Yeah, does find that one. So a nice little start, but Asher and Kongdoo gonna die right off the bat. You can see Zumba knocked out of the back. Still staying alive, though. No one able to kill him. And Miro there, just a body block, takes out Architect and Oborochi for the double kill.
Architect looks really frustrated. A lot of yelling going on here in the booth for Conbox Spirit. They're trying to synergize this together, but this is not even pushed a little bit. Remember, Conbox actually played back and played defensive, so Lunatic got a free push here, but they're struggling to get around the corner right now. Miro doing so much damage right now.
I mean, you can see that. I mean, Lunatic-Hai, they know their limits. They know when they can drop down on the low ground. We saw Conbox playing way back behind the underpass, just with one or two members kind of poking forward. Whereas Lunatic-Hai, they operate on the high ground, they drop down as a team, and then they come up with a really nice time delay to start things off. They will be conceding some ground now as these kills start rolling through here for Conbox Spirit, so good by them to finally get this payload moving. They should be able to create quite a bit of distance here, maybe even push it beyond the underpass.
They have a nice lead in ults with this too, so even though Lunatic-Hai made a few mistakes there and it looked like, okay, this is just one small push, because they didn't use ults for it, they're going to have the EMP and Dragon Blade combo here. They use it together. It's almost ready. Oh, dies before he can get it, unfortunately, though, so that's going to be potentially a reset here for the push.
Architect does find Toby. Now the attack visor's out from Eska, but there's a D.Va right in his face denying a lot of these hits from coming through.
Not long enough, though.
He drops down to the low ground, and actually Asher will be the one to pay for that.
Really nice defense there by Sleepy Bear, but unfortunately just couldn't manage it long enough. There was no one to relieve that pressure, and unfortunately we didn't see Asher run away in that moment. It's not the awareness.
Really playing with fire here, wants to get the kill in on the Sleepy Bear, who will just be jumping out into the ocean.
So many ults to work with to get this checkpoint, as I was saying before.
But now built up as well for
Exactly. So they couldn't actually make that happen. They wanted to have the EMP Dragon Blade. You could tell Twilight launched the translocator into the air, trying to bait out the Transcendence, trying to bait something out to have the opportunity for later on to have that big EMP, but Architect just wasn't ready yet. Twilight died before it could happen. So now they've got another shot at this, with literally all six, the big six in the books here.
Twilight trying to keep himself hidden, crouching in away from the window.
Waiting for that dash.
Payload. It's now going to be contested. He goes invisible, sprints around the side, has been spotted, drops the EMP. But
well
before
timed.
that, just come through. Yeah, Architect rolling out that Dragon Blade, cuts down Eska for looking for a little bit more.
They need more.
Transcendence was there. Payload still not moving, and it's a minute remaining, and now Asher and Oborochi both go down. Zuma does get popped out of the back, and Miro pops the Primal Rage right before dying, but Twilight has been killed off yet again. Kongdoo with a Primal Rage of his own. Does find a kill onto Guido, but they lose out on Architect, and it's just going to be a battle of the apes as they try to fight over control, but with Kongdoo going down, Lunatic-Hai will remain in control of this payload, 2.88 meters in front of point A with just 40 seconds remaining.
The sleep! Buys enough time to get the sleep! That's such a huge stagger, and now the rollback.
Jaehong doing Jaehong things.
If you can't get a push very few meters, we're talking a really short distance with 6 ultimates. Maybe you're not going to semifinals. Maybe you fall down in the round of 8. Lunatic-Hai played that way better. Even with the perfect timing on the EMP and Dragon Blade, they couldn't get through. And now Lunatic-Hai finds himself with very few seconds left, 20 to defend. Only the self-destruct ready for Conbox Spirit. They used everything, and it still came up empty.
Yeah, the rollback's coming through. There's no defensive ultimates here from Conbox. Not even anything to buy themselves time, like the self-destruct or the Primal Range. They will be pushing back forward. You see Zumba operating on the low ground, just trying to keep that in contention as Kongdoo goes forward, trying to get rid of Eska on that soldier, who is now popping the tack visor.
Looking for Bex, gets the one!
Sleepy Bear gets rid of that baby D.Va right off the bat, and now the overtime ticking through. They have to stick on to the point. Architect draws out the Dragon Blade, finds one kill, finds another one as he gets rid of Zumba, cuts down Guido, but can they complete this? A payload starts rolling in.
Another
the contest now coming through, but it's really just Jaehong, the nano boost,
onto
down
Toby.
in onto Toby to try to keep him alive. He
He's
hasn't died yet. And he does have the Transcendence
So
available.
smart!
Just now popping this one, but the respawn's coming through from Conbox Spirit. Maybe they can arrive in time to get the contention through. Sleepy Bear still sticking forward. Self-destruct thrown out. They're sitting inside the bubble. Keep themselves safe. No kills down there for Zumba, but Miro, maybe he can open something up with this Primal Rage.
Okay,
There
that's
it is.
it.
Doesn't even need it.
Doesn't
They just
need
stab
it.
him to death.
So sick to see that a very impressive nano boost onto Toby. Buys him enough time. He calls it out. He yells. He says, "I'm at 98%. You boost me. I get it. I get the transcendence. I buy the time for the respawns." You never see the boosted Zenyatta. It's not a thing. It's not a strat. But in this specific moment, the ability to call that out, the decision making in that one moment, so clutch to see that come out from Yu Jae-hong. Uses the defensive ultimate in this case. The transcendence comes out. And sadly, as I said before, Conbox Spirit, like less than 10 meters or so away from that checkpoint, couldn't make it happen with 6 ults and 2 perfectly timed ones. You can't do that. You don't go to quarterfinals, so you don't go to semifinals. You fall out of the losers match here on the round of 8. It was a good run. They helped build the meta that shaped and defined what we see with Sombra play throughout this tournament, using it in promotions, as we saw other teams do it as well, sure. But they were the ones that use it the most consistently. Twilight, starting from promotions, using it even on Oasis. And we saw Sombra versus Sombra this entire best of 5 long, and feels like a shadow of what Twilight built is this team. And now that everyone else is good at it, it's not as special anymore, but you do have to give that respect to Conbox Spirit. They fall down to the defending champions here. Most people expected that. It was the expected result. But at the end of the day, Lunatic-Hai played better. They had the defense there against the 6-man ultimate. And that's all she wrote. They take this series. There were definitely hardships in it. I think the big takeaway here for Lunatic-Hai is the flexibility that Ryu Jae-young has shown onto the Soldier, which is normally played by Zumba when Who Are You is in the roster. He can play that. He's played it well. Eska showing his very first televised Sombra match. Definitely took some time for him to warm up, you could say.
Yeah.
But it looked much better there at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, still some hard moments there overall. Lunatic-Hai, our second tiebreaker that we've had in Season 3. Does get handed to them by Conbox Spirit, but in the end, they come up with the victory. They will be moving on to that final match to try to keep their hopes alive of moving on to the semifinals. LW Blue, a weakened one without Giannis on the roster.
Yeah,
so still, even without Who Are You, even with the team that was in the losers, the finals losers match here, they come in expected to take that set. Play of the game will be coming through, and it's from Architect, who did put on one hell of a performance on his Genji.
He was the one-man show at the end of this one. Watch him come down. Good target selection here. He's all alone, basically, with this. Oh, this is actually not the last fight. This is actually an earlier one where he shut down the res play.
Still very good by
The one
Architect.
at the end was really good, though. Nearly enough to shove it through.
Conbox, a rough road for these guys, but still a strong one with much improvement. They were in the promotion tournament in Super Week, had to regain their spot here in Apex Season 3, and sure, they do fall short of making it in the semifinals for this final round of playoffs to try to get their hands on the championship. They can't quite get it, but still much improved, and I look forward to seeing this team moving forward
Absolutely.
in the future Apex seasons. But on the day, EnVyUs, the Western Hope remains alive, have to rematch against X6, who they lost a 2-3 best of 5 to. Come out on top of Meta Athena 3-1 this time around, and Conbox Spirit losing 1-3 to Lunatic-Hai.
So the two fan favorites won tonight, and Lunatic-Hai expected to get that semifinals because of the situation with Giannis on Overwatch Blue. When we compare the two teams, Lunatic-Hai has shown better flexibility with the player they lost. Who Are You? Guido and him play very similar roles, so it's okay. When Luna has to play Winston, obviously it's just a disaster for LW Blue, so we'll see what happens in that semi, but perhaps with this break, Lunatic-Hai survives long enough to get another best of 5 next week, and then maybe Who Are You, whatever's going on with him, can be repaired, and he will rejoin the team perhaps for semifinals. We're thinking really far ahead when we talk about it like this, but here we go. EnVyUs, of course, will move on to face X6, as you mentioned, for the rematch. They won the rematch against Meta Athena. I've got the momentum back. It was a much better EnVyUs tonight than what we saw last week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, started off a little bit rocky, but by the end of it, it just kept getting better and better. Effect absolutely destroying on Hanamura. I mean, I'm sure those highlight clips are on the top of the competitive Overwatch subreddit right now. His multi pulse bombs coming through, just so clutch for EnVyUs. But Conbox Spirit unfortunately falling short, but Lunatic-Hai maybe keeping their hopes alive of making another run into the final to try to retain their championship for 2 seasons in a row, because so far, nobody's done it.
No one's done it. It's never happened yet before. There are several contenders with EnVyUs, of course, here as well. So the next match, of course, when we did double groups for winners and losers, and of course for the starting, but for the final decider matches, we're splitting it up to 1 best-of-5 a night. So it's all about the hype for this rematch. That's, of course, going to be on Friday, this very Friday, and our second quarterfinal match, of course, will be the following Tuesday. So very exciting matches coming up. EnVyUs still has one hope left to get to the semis. It's all the EnVyUs X6 show. So I actually really like that we break it up this way because I think it builds a lot of extra tension after we've told the stories of these groups to just have one match for the day.
Well, I'm excited to see what happens because, I mean, EnVyUs, they picked X6. They said that they think that they were going to be the most predictable team. They thought that they knew how they were going to play and that they could take them. They end up losing because X6 surprises them with new strategies. But now that they've played against them, does X6 have more up their sleeve? The Junkrat, something that very much shocked us. But will it surprise EnVy again the next time that they square off? So for X6's sake, you have to hope that maybe they have some more tricks that they have not yet shown us. Because if that was their full hand, and EnVyUs could be looking at another victory.
It absolutely could. It was a great night of Overwatch tonight, guys. The 2 fan favorites won, but that's the end of it for us. For myself and Achilles, have a good night.
See you back on Friday for more Apex action.